Chapter 5:55. When Han Shoa ascended to more than 800 meters, he felt as though he had suddenly fallen into a new dimension. The element of darkness around him was extremely dense. Apart from that, there were no other elements present. In that new dimension, the pure element of darkness had the power to distort everything. Even the 4 edictal forces were affected. The domain of divinity. This was the effect of the domain of divinity. Only low gods could master the domain of divinity. For example, the domain of divinity that Demon King Manticore had spread out contained only the pure element of darkness. In his domain of divinity, an expert who relied on the elemental energy to exist would be no different from a tiger without its claws and fangs. They would pose no threat at all. Only a god who truly possessed divine energy could not completely rely on the elemental energy due to the production of divine energy within their body. However, even a god who possessed divine energy would be at a great disadvantage when fighting an enemy in another's domain of divinity without the elemental energy to utilize. When 2 experts, who also possessed a domain of divinity, were engaged in battle, they would release their domain of divinity and form an elemental space around them that was advantageous to them. Once they were in close combat, the 2 domains of divinity would collide and frantically gather the elemental energy cultivated by each other. The more powerful one's domain of divinity was, the denser the element they could obtain. In a battle between 2 gods, divine energy, domain of divinity, understanding and utilization of the edict of energy, and the strength of one's divine body all played a crucial role. The recovery of divine energy generally required the use of elements. Therefore, the one with a stronger domain of divinity could form more elements within the domain of divinity and recover their body through more elements during the battle. Moreover, they would have the geographical advantage. Therefore, the existence of a domain of divinity was extremely useful to a god. It could allow that god to gain the upper hand in a battle. Of course, the domain of divinity wasn't the key to deciding the outcome of a battle between gods. The utilization and understanding of the edict of energy, as well as the strength of one's divine energy and divine body, were also very important. However, if both sides are on par in other aspects, the one with a stronger domain of divinity would naturally have a higher chance of winning. Apart from that, the existence of a domain of divinity could also have a shocking effect on believers. Even if a base god entered a low god's domain of divinity without truly forming divine energy, he would immediately sense the disappearance of the surrounding elements. With that, he would have no elements to utilize, and his body would not have the foundation of divine energy that could be used for battle. He could only wait to be slaughtered. As soon as he fell into the domain of divinity released by Demon King Manticore, Han Shua discovered that Bord was immediately drenched in sweat. He had an inconceivable feeling of fear. As soon as he fell into the domain of divinity released by Demon King Manticore, Bord, he and the domain of Mond Bord, and how does he could, Bord, he as he could, demon, from domain, from the feeling the as the power from, the feeling, the power, the feeling, one from, a as if, one, to the power, one from God, one. Every time Bord arrived at the summit of the Demon King's palace and faced Demon King Manticore, he would be reduced to his original form, a defenseless commoner. So long as Manticore moved a finger, Bord would be done for in his domain of divinity. Compared to Bord, who was drenched in sweat and trembling with fear, Han Shua appeared much more unruffled. Han Shua, whose main body cultivated in demonic arts, derived his energy from the demonic infant in his body. This domain of divinity didn't have much of an effect on Han Shua, who cultivated in demonic arts. As long as Han Shua willed it, he could leave this domain of divinity in an instant. Naturally, there were some effects. His 2 avatars that cultivated in the 12 fundamental energies were more or less affected by this domain of divinity. His avatar that cultivated in the elemental energy of death was the most affected. Without the element of death in this domain of divinity, this avatar would become as mediocre as bored. As for his avatar that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, due to the special nature of its formation, the effects it received were also very limited. Although the Edict of Destruction was somewhat distorted in this domain of divinity, as Han Shua's avatar did not delve too deeply into the Edict of Destruction to begin with, and his avatar's body was formed from the energy of the Demon's Lair edge, the effects were minimal. Although Han Shua appeared to be in a very passive position after entering Manticle's domain of divinity, that wasn't actually the case. As long as Han Shua willed it, he could use demonic arts to immediately leave this domain of divinity at high speed. Once he left this domain of divinity, Han Shua's two avatars would no longer be affected in the slightest. If they attacked from a distance, the power of the three souls combined into one would be absolutely terrifying. The domain of divinity wasn't the deciding factor in a battle. Depending on the level and strength of a god, the power and range of the domain of divinity would be different. This domain of divinity of Manticle only covered an area of a few dozen meters. Based on the standards Han Shua knew, he guessed that Manticle was no more than a low god. A low god's domain of divinity could only cover an area of a few dozen meters. A mid-god's domain of divinity could cover an area of roughly a few hundred meters. A high god's domain of divinity was even higher. It was said that an over-god's domain of divinity could cover every nook and cranny of a material plane. Mr. Han Shua is indeed a miraculous person. Please come up alone. A gentle voice suddenly sounded from the peak of the Demon King's palace. Bord, who had been trembling in fear all this time, suddenly let out a light sigh of relief. He respectfully said, "Then this subordinate shall take his leave." "All right, you may go. Treat Mr. Han Shua, friends, well. Don't neglect them." Manticle's gentle voice sounded once again. "Your subordinate obeys," Bord replied. Soon after, he put on a fawning smile at Han Shua and quickly withdrew from the area covered by the domain of divinity while cowering. In Manticle's domain of divinity, Bord was like a baby without any energy that he was familiar with. This feeling made him feel uneasy every second. Therefore, as soon as Manticle finished those words, he immediately withdrew from the domain of divinity as though he had been granted amnesty. After Bord left, Han Shua put on a faint smile and calmly walked along the black stone steps towards the peak of the Demon King's palace. It was a spacious stone chamber that was completely empty. There was only an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man with inch-long hair and a gentle face sitting cross-legged at the center of the chamber. That middle-aged man was wearing a gentle and harmless smile as he curiously sized up Han Shua, who just walked in. Han Shua sized up his surroundings in a strange manner, then turned to look at Great Demon King Manticle, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. He smilingly said, "This place of yours is rather simple and crude. Those who come here do not have the qualifications to sit down. Besides, I have been sitting here and cultivating all year round. What's the use of installing some worldly possessions?" Manticle was much easier to talk to than Han Shua had imagined. He had a gentle smile on his face all the time, making him look like an amiable elder. However, Han Shua understood that this was just the surface. Every one of the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss Realm was a tyrant whose hands were stained with blood. In the cruel and competitive Abyss Realm, a demon king with such a gentle side would absolutely not be able to gain the trust of ruthless black jade guards like Bord and Zinnia. Moreover, Han Shua could sense that concealed fierceness from Manticle. "That's true," Han Shua thought for a moment and replied with a faint smile. Han Shua wasn't a benevolent fellow either. Even though his hands were stained with blood, he wasn't the slightest bit reserved when facing this Manticle. "I can sense many wonderful things from your body. If my guess is correct, apart from cultivating in energies that I'm not clear about, you have also cultivated in the energy of death and the energy of destruction. I can sense the aura of these 2 energies from your body. This is truly bizarre. I didn't expect that someone could cultivate in two energies at the same time. This is truly inconceivable. Manticore exclaimed in admiration as he looked at Han Shuo with narrowed eyes. Of the 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces, nearly every character who could stand at the pinnacle of strength would only focus on one type of energy and be engrossed in it. This material plane was incomparably vast. There were also some characters who could separate their souls and use other substances to form a physical body to cultivate in another energy. However, the souls of such characters were not as independent as the avatars formed by demonic arts. They had too many fatal drawbacks. In the end, due to the lack of energy and distractions, they would not be able to cultivate at the same time. Instead, they would achieve nothing and would never be able to climb to the pinnacle of strength. Therefore, although there were many geniuses on every material plane, almost all of them, without exception, specialized in one type of energy. People like Han Shuo, who cultivated in 3 different energies, and one of them was a mysterious and unfathomable demonic art, were truly rare. Of course, the 2 avatars created by the unfathomable demonic arts were very miraculous. The demonic arts allowed Han Shuo's cultivation to exceed the limits of the 12 fundamental energies, breaking the conventional understanding. Han Shuo's 3 souls shared all of their memories, yet still maintained the integrity of each individual. From this aspect, although Han Shuo was a single person, he had the energy and memories of 3 people. There was no such thing as not being able to take care of both at the same time. This was because, with 3 bodies and 3 souls, each of them specialized in one type of energy. When Manticore saw that Han Shuo was silent and pondering, he waited for a while. When Han Shuo's gaze landed on him, he put on a faint smile and said, "I know you want to leave the Abyss Realm. However, the interplanar transportation matrix of the Abyss Realm is inside the Void, and the Void is the most frightening and mysterious place in our material plane. Even we, the 5 demon kings, have to open it before we dare to enter it with reverence. Are you sure you want to go to the Void?" When martial arts and magic were annihilated in the previous era, human history entered the era of tattooed spirits. A soul from the kingdom of China transmigrated to become the son of a nouveau riche. How did the Golden Bell Canopy, Dragon Claw, Overlord Elbow, Wood Burning Blade, and Mad Demon Cudgel shine so brilliantly in this world of tattooed spirits? This book was depressing, hot-blooded, obscene, and promiscuous. Those who are interested can take a look. The author is an experienced author, and the quality is guaranteed. Chapter 556. The Abyss? What kind of place is that? Han Shuo was extremely flabbergasted. A place that even the 5 great demon kings would enter with reverence. What kind of terrifying dangers and evils did it contain? The Abyss is the foundation of our realm. There is chaotic energy wreaking havoc in there. It naturally forms all kinds of offensive boundaries and peculiar scenes. It is extremely terrifying. When Manticore mentioned the Abyss, his face turned grave. He seemed to have some apprehensions about that place. Whether the Abyss was terrifying or not, Han Shuo didn't care. He had no desire to explore its depths. All he wanted was to leave the Abyss realm. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo took out the bone tablet he obtained from War Demon Valley's warehouse from his space ring, waved it in his hand, and asked Manticore, "Crozius said that he got this bone tablet from you. Can you tell me where you got this bone tablet from?" A bone tablet that had not lost its imprint was the key to opening the Cemetery of Death. Since the bone tablet appeared in this place, the Cemetery of Death should also exist. As long as he could learn the origin of the bone tablet from Manticore and find the location of another Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo could use the planar coordinates to directly descend upon the transportation matrix at the center of the Cemetery of Death on Profound Continent. He wouldn't need to use the transportation matrix in this world at all. "Oh, it's this thing." Manticore put on a faint smile, looked deeply into Han Shuo's eyes, and said, That little tablet is exactly what I got from the abyss. Even this magic ring of mine came from the abyss. To be honest, it is only in that place that there would be some peculiar objects that are not found in the abyss realm." Upon hearing those words, Han Shuo was stunned. He stared at Manticore with sparkling eyes, thinking that Manticore wouldn't deliberately lie to deceive him, would he? From Manticore's tone, Han Shuo discovered that he seemed to want him to explore the void. However, it was obvious that Han Shuo wasn't particularly interested. Manticore must have noticed this as well. Could it be that Han Shuo was deliberately lying because of this? After scrutinizing Manticore for a good while, Han Shuo discovered that Manticore's expression was calm and collected. He couldn't make out any clues from Manticore's face. Han Shuo couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, could it be that the void is a hub that connects to another material plane? Otherwise, how could there be so many peculiar things here? Manticore forced a smile, shook his head, and asked, "Just how is the void formed? Is it a hub that connects to another plane?" "I don't know. I only know that the abyss is the most mysterious place in our world. Legend has it that the interplanar teleportation matrix is in the center of the abyss. I've been to the abyss twice and found some very mysterious things there. According to my speculation, the abyss is more like a battlefield because I've found divine artifacts, divine crystals, and divine souls that have lost their consciousness and only have pure memories left." A divine artifact, divine crystals, divine souls. Han Shuo was taken aback and shrieked, "How is that possible?" A divine artifact was a weapon forged by a god that could be infused with divine energy. Divine artifacts forged by gods of different levels would be different. High-grade divine artifacts could unleash the full divine energy of their masters, and even possess the wonderful effect of amplifying their divine energy. Divine crystals were also extremely miraculous objects. They were a kind of bizarre substance that no one knew how they were formed. Although the divine crystals of the 12 fundamental energies were different, gods of the same fundamental energy could absorb the energy contained in the divine crystals of the same fundamental energy to enhance their own divine energy. Therefore, divine crystals were extremely precious. The preciousness of divine crystals was widespread in any material plane where gods existed. They were so rare and precious that no one dared to have high hopes for them. Han Shuo never thought that divine crystals would actually exist in the void. A divine soul with no consciousness and only pure memories was left. This was a divine soul that had died in an abnormal manner. In a mystical state, the divine soul temporarily did not dissipate from the world. It became non-invasive, and the only thing left behind was pure memories of elemental power and usage of the laws of chaos. This memory contained all the elemental energies and edictal energies that its master had comprehended when he was alive. However, it was a miraculous object without any consciousness. Most importantly, this memory could be digested by the soul. Compared to divine artifacts and divine crystals, this divine soul that had no consciousness was even rarer and more precious. This was because the most important factor in determining a god's strength was their level. Just think about it. If a low god obtained the memory of a mid-god of the same fundamental energy and obtained a higher level of comprehension of cultivation, how many detours would he have to take? Every god had a divine soul. However, a divine soul that had no consciousness and was only left with the purest elemental energies and edictal energies was not something that could be formed by humans. According to legends, only the souls of gods that died for all sorts of unnatural reasons in a very wonderful and chaotic space would have a very low probability of forming a divine soul that only contained pure memories. Divine weapons, divine crystals, and divine souls. Each of these three treasures was more precious than the other. When Han Shuo heard Manticore say that the void actually had these three items, he was immediately dumbstruck. He even lost his composure and cried out in surprise. I didn't believe it at first either. But in the 2 times I entered the void realm, I have seen these 3 divine items with my own eyes. Those items obviously do not belong to our abyss realm. Take this one ring, for example. Our abyss realm doesn't have the materials to manufacture it, Manticore explained with a grave expression. After hearing Manticore's words, Han Shua's heart of greed was also born. Divine weapons, divine crystals, and divine souls. These three treasures were of vital importance to a god. For a god like Han Shua, who could only be considered as a half-baked god, if he could obtain a divine crystal or a divine soul, his strength would immediately advance a step further. How could he not be tempted? What do you mean by opening the void? With greed in his heart, Han Shua no longer tried to be secretive and immediately asked for the main point. On the outer layer of the void, there's a layer of naturally formed stardust current. That thing has the effect of directly eroding one's divine soul. If that layer of stardust current is still there, there's no way we can pass through it. But every once in a while, that stardust current will change direction, and we can seize the opportunity to enter the void. According to the pattern, it will take at least another 200 years for the stardust current to change direction. However, a few days ago, space-time discontinuum suddenly appeared in several locations of the Abyss Realm. It seemed to have disturbed the direction of the stardust current, causing it to change direction again. I received news a few days ago that according to the current trajectory, it won't be long before the void opens again. Manticore was rather excited when he said those words. It seemed that the three divine items in the void were also treasures that he greatly desired. You mean you want me to enter the void with you? Han Shua asked as he looked at Demon King Manticore. Manticore nodded, put on a faint smile, and calmly admitted, "That's right. Among the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss Realm, I have a close relationship with Leviathan. Cecrops and Golander have a rather deep friendship, while Bachimos is a loner. Every time the void opens, the 5 of us will usually enter together. While we are inside, we often fight over benefits. This time, if you are with us, I believe we will have a greater chance of success." Oh, Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he understood the gist of the matter. He smilingly said, "All 5 of you are low gods and experts with domains of divinity. Do I stand a chance of survival if I join in?" "Mr. Han Shua must be joking," Manticore gently replied. Manticore gently said, "To be able to kill 3 shadow warriors in an instant, this is sufficient to prove that your strength has far surpassed that of a demon. I can sense an intense aura of destruction from your body. Although you have yet to form a domain of divinity, your cultivation in the Edict of Destruction must have reached the low god realm. With this alone, you have the strength to protect yourself. Moreover, with Leviathan and me together with you, we can look out for each other. There shouldn't be any major problems. Divine weapons, divine essences, and divine souls, these 3 things are of great significance to us. I believe you should know how to choose. Besides, the interplanar transportation matrix is also inside. You only have one chance. I believe you will know how to choose." With Manticore saying so, Han Shua basically had no leeway to choose. Putting aside Han Shua's greed for those 3 treasures, just the interplanar transportation matrix inside the void alone was enough for Han Shua to take the risk and venture deep inside. Han Shua forced a smile and nodded. He said, "It seems that I have no reason to refuse. All right, let's not talk about other matters for now. I will arrange for Mr. Han Shua to have a good rest. You can also take this opportunity to digest what I have said. Right, I also need to discuss with Leviathan. When the void is about to open, I will contact you again." When Manticore heard Han Shua say so, he knew that Han Shua had already agreed to it. Therefore, he no longer spoke any more superfluous words. "All right, I really need to think about it," Han Shua replied. Soon after, under Manticore's arrangements, he temporarily stayed in Black Jade City. The 3 divine artifacts inside the mysterious void had a tremendous impact on Han Shua. He indeed needed to think about it carefully and spend some time to figure out the relationship between the 5 demon kings. That way, when he arrived at the void, he wouldn't be at Manticole's mercy. Chapter 557. Inside a luxurious castle in the eastern part of Black Jade City. Han, Shuo, Jasper, the three ladies, and Sanguiner were temporarily staying in this castle. This castle was one of the most prestigious places in Black Jade City. Although it wasn't as grand and majestic as the Demon King's palace, it was beautifully decorated. It was a treasured place where Manticore would only entertain truly important guests. For the next few days, Han, Shuo, Jasper, and the others stayed in this castle. There were all kinds of servants and servants in the castle. Every day, there would be someone to attend to their daily needs. They were enjoying life to the fullest. Sanguiner, a demonic apprentice who finally possessed power, was cultivating Blood God mantra without regard for food or sleep. Under Han Shuo guidance, her comprehension of Blood God mantra progressed at a speed that left Han Shuo speechless. During these few days, Han Shuo gradually understood the dispute between the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm through Jasper, Sanguiner, Bord, and Zinnia. The 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm were divided into 3 groups. Leviathan and Manticore were on one side, Cecrops and Golinder were on the other side, and Bichimos was a loner who almost never interacted with the other demon kings. Among them, Manticore's and Golinder's parties had almost never stopped waging war against each other. War Demon Valley and Venomfang Castle were the representatives of the War Demon Valley and Venomfang Castle, which had affected 4/5 of the Abyss realm, had never truly stopped. Among the 5 great demon kings, the most mysterious one was Bichimos. The legend of this demon king had always been passed down in the Abyss realm. Among the 5 great demon kings, Bichimos was the one who had existed the longest and had the deepest understanding of the Abyss realm. This demon king was also the one who kept the lowest profile. He seemed to be very content with the status quo and had never plundered the territories of the other 4 great demon kings for the sake of the energy of faith. However, the other 4 great demon kings had also never taken the initiative to provoke this demon king who had ascended to godhood the earliest. This was because Bichimos was the one who first told them about the existence of the void. During their exploration of the void, the 4 great demon kings had long known how terrifying this Bichimos was. It was undeniable that Han Shuo had an intense desire for the divine weapons, divine essences, and divine souls in the void, plus the possibility that the secret of the cemetery of death might lie within the void realm. Han Shuo had made up his mind to explore the void. After making up his mind, Han Shuo began to gather information on the void realm through various means. Every time the demon kings of the Abyss realm opened, not only the 5 great demon kings would enter the Abyss. High-level demons like Bord and Zinnia would follow them into the Abyss. Of the Abyss realm, of the Abyss realm, of the Abyss realm, the realm, where time quietly slipped away. Han Shuo used various means to gather information on the relationship between the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm, as well as the situation in the Abyss. After that, he began to silently make his preparations. His 3 souls separated and began to undergo arduous training in this castle filled with numerous secret chambers. One day, Han Shuo was cultivating in seclusion. His main body and main soul were refining demonic arts, tempering his body, and carefully comprehending the various miraculous uses of his consciousness. Suddenly, he sensed a joyous message transmitted from Little Skull in the Netherworld realm. With one thought, the soul of his avatar, transformed from the skeletal staff, immediately fell into the Netherworld through the miraculous use of the skeletal staff. In the Netherworld, at the peak of a lofty mountain, inside the majestic palace of Undying, waves of terrifying shrieks filled the boundless heaven and earth. Dense element of death converged towards the palace from all directions. Little Skull sat on the tall, white bone throne at the center of the palace. His empty eye sockets, which had lost their purple demon eye, shone with an evil green light. The shrunken gravestone in front of his chest was like a vortex that sucked in everything, condensing all the element of death. The pure element of death filled the entire palace. The space seemed to have formed some kind of mysterious magnetic field that continuously pulled in more and more of the element of death. On the white bone throne at the center of the palace, Little Skull gave off the aura of an undying king that looked down on all living things. His sparkling and translucent bones seemed to have some kind of mysterious liquid circulating at high speed. In front of Little Skull, numerous undead creatures were prostrating on the ground. Among them were bone dragons, skeleton kings, and zombie kings. They were all prostrating on the ground, waiting for something in fear and trepidation. Little Skull, who was sitting proudly on the white bone throne, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of faint green mist when some kind of liquid was circulating at high speed in his body. Within the mist were extremely profound death magic seals. Like little snakes, the mist drilled into the bodies of the powerful undead creatures in front of him. Suddenly, strands of energy were fed back into Little Skull's body from those powerful undead creatures. As Little Skull's host, Han Shoa, could sense a little bit of what Little Skull was experiencing. He discovered that the strands of energy were like spider webs, flowing into Little Skull's body in an incomprehensible manner. This kind of energy was extremely weak, but gradually the thousands upon thousands of undead creatures in the entire mountain released that weak energy from the green mist, and all of them entered Little Skull's body. Han Shua's death base god soul just so happened to land in the palace. He suddenly sensed that the green mist seemed to contain an extremely powerful bewitching energy. Han Shua was extremely familiar with this feeling. In the next moment, Han Shua suddenly realized that this energy was somewhat similar to the energy that lured him to submit when he was absorbing mental strength in the cemetery of death. "Father, you've come?" Little Skull's voice suddenly sounded. Then the green mist suddenly disappeared from Han Shua's body. You have truly become a god?" Han Shua was shocked. He finally understood. The pure element of death gathered around Little Skull made Han Shua realize that this was the domain of divinity that only low gods could possess. The liquid flowing within Little Skull's sparkling white bones should be the divine energy that had just formed. As for the weak energy that was being fed back to Little Skull from the bone dragon and the thousands upon thousands of undead creatures, that was the energy of faith that these undead creatures had offered to Little Skull. Divine energy, energy of faith, and domain of divinity. Little Skull now possessed all three of the hallmarks of low gods. Through these 3 points, Han Shua was very certain that Little Skull had truly become a low god of death. There was no doubt about that. "Yes, Father." Little Skull was very happy and replied in high spirits. "How could it be so fast?" Han Shua was very puzzled. Logically speaking, Little Skull's soul didn't have a deep understanding of the element of death. Without spending a long period of time to comprehend it, it was simply impossible for him to become a god in such a short period of time by relying on his own strength. It's because of this." Little Skull pointed at the gravestone on his chest and cheerfully explained, "Father, you asked me to properly comprehend the things inside. I discovered many mysteries from it, and before I knew it, I possessed both divine energy and the domain of divinity. This is truly a wonderful treasure. Thank you, Father." Han Shua was stunned. He looked at the gravestone on Little Skull's chest that seemed to be the source of Little Skull's energy. Han Shua never would have imagined that this gravestone with obscure death patterns would bring about such a huge transformation after fusing with Little Skull's chest. It allowed him to truly become a low god of death in such a short period of time. Incredible, truly incredible. Han Shua exclaimed in amazement. He was rejoicing at Little Skull's fortunate encounter. "This is all because of your kindness, Father." Little Skull was rather embarrassed. He scratched his head and appeared very childish. Among the numerous undead creatures crawling all over the ground, The 5 elite zombies were not affected in the slightest. Each of the 5 elite zombies had unique characteristics, and each possessed miraculous energy. They were of the same origin as Little Skull. They were all formed from Han Shua's blood and infused with the energies of the 5 elements. Among them, wood, fire, and metal elite zombies all possessed treasures of their respective elements. Their individual strengths were also sufficiently powerful. Naturally, like Han Shua, they were not affected by Little Skull's divine aura. While Han Shua and Little Skull were talking, the 5 elite zombies walked up to Han Shua. Among them, the seemingly simple and honest Earth elite zombie walked up to Han Shua and tugged at his sleeve. He pointed at the treasures of wood, fire, and metal elite zombies and said to Han Shua with a sad face, "Father, all 3 of them have treasures. Even Little Water has gained quite a bit of energy. I'm the only one who has nothing. I've been with Father the longest. Father, you're biased." Han Shua was speechless. He didn't know when it started, but the 5 elite zombies' intelligence had become extremely complete. Hearing Earth elite zombies' complaints, Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From this aspect, Earth elite zombies' intelligence was already very high. However, Han Shua really didn't know how to respond to Earth elite zombies' complaints. "Me too, I don't have any toys either," Water elite zombie with a feminine temperament also coyly asked Han Shua for a toy after seeing that someone had taken the lead. Han Shua suddenly felt a bit of a headache. Looking at the hopeful faces of Earth and Water elite zombies, he had no choice but to raise his hand and promise. "Don't worry. Father promises that he will find treasures suitable for you." Earth and Water elite zombies were overjoyed and hastily said, "That's great. Father, quickly find something for us. We want it too." Han Shua's head was as big as an ox. He could only smile wryly and agree. He thought to himself, these guys are becoming more intelligent, and now they even know how to compete. What a headache! Chapter 558. Time passed by quickly and silently. After Han Shua withdrew his soul from the netherworld, he had been staying in his secret chamber and cultivating diligently, staying away from women. As his state of mind gradually stabilized, the boundless desires in Han Shua's heart were finally under control. Han Shua vaguely understood that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, even though he had overcome the hurdle of his state of mind, the demonic yuan in his body was still not vigorous enough. He was unable to achieve a breakthrough from quantitative to qualitative. To achieve this, Han Shua had to accumulate the demonic yuan bit by bit. Therefore, although Han Shua knew that it would take an enormous amount of time to improve his demonic yuan by simply cultivating diligently, he couldn't think of any other method for the time being. On this day, Han Shua, who was cultivating diligently in his secret chamber, suddenly sensed the arrival of Board and Zinnia. From the unusual expressions of the two, Han Shua guessed that Manticore might have already made his preparations. With one thought, his 2 avatars, one on his left and one on his right, abandoned their physical bodies and transformed back into the skeletal staff and the demon's lair edge. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 avatars concealed themselves within Han Shua's body. After stretching his body, Han Shua unhurriedly walked out from the secret chamber excavated by Earth Elite Zombie and headed towards the guest hall where Board and Zinnia were. In the guest hall, several maids carried plates of fruits and snacks and placed them on the table in front of Board and Zinnia. Jasper, who could be considered the mistress of the house, was happily chatting with the 2 black jade guards with a smile on her face. After arriving at Black Jade City, Jasper basked in Han Shua's limelight and was treated like an honored guest. For the next few days, Jasper brought Hamana and Sylph around Black Jade City, one of the most flourishing cities in the Abyss Realm. They were accompanied by several black jade guards arranged by Board. Along the way, they enjoyed envious gazes, which greatly satisfied the vanity of the 3 ladies. It was also because of this that the 3 women became more and more dependent on Han Shua. Han Shua had secluded himself from women for many days, causing the 3 women to feel uneasy. They always felt that something was missing. Ahem. Han Shua walked to the guest hall and observed Jasper talking to Bord and Zinnia in a warm voice. He noticed that the mental strength in Jasper's brain had grown stronger and stronger. He thought to himself, "It seems that Jasper hasn't slacked off even though I've been in seclusion for many days." "Hey, Han, you've come out." Upon hearing Han Shua's soft cough, Jasper turned her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with longing and joy. After being nourished by Han Shua for a period of time, Jasper's skin was as translucent as jade. A faint fragrance was wafting from her body, making her extremely attractive. "Looks like you didn't slack off." Han Shua looked at Jasper smilingly. Soon after, he walked to Bord and Zinnia and asked, "Has Demon King Manticore made the necessary preparations and asked the two of you to invite me over?" The two nodded at the same time. Bord respectfully replied, "That's right. The opening of the void is imminent. His lordship has already made the necessary arrangements in Black Jade City. Now, the two of us are to inform Mr. Han Shua to accompany him to the void." "All right, wait here for a moment. I will make the necessary arrangements and leave with you immediately," Han Shua casually replied. Then he spread out his consciousness. Sanguiner, Hamana, and Sylph, who were in seclusion, simultaneously received a message from Han Shua in their minds. During this period of time, Han Shua had been in seclusion and had become even more adept at utilizing his consciousness. Using his consciousness to influence the consciousnesses of those with weak souls at short distances was one of the wonderful uses of his consciousness. Sanguiner and the others, who were in the midst of cultivation, suddenly received a message in their minds. They could clearly sense that this message came from Han Shua. The three were aghast and roused from their cultivation. Following Han Shua's message, they soon arrived at the center of the guest hall. "Master, were you the one who transmitted the message into our minds?" Sanguiner immediately asked in astonishment after arriving. Han Shua put on a faint smile and replied, "That's right. I am about to leave Black Jade City and head for the void. The reason I asked you to come over is to inform you. Also, if you have any difficulties in cultivation, take this opportunity to ask me. I might need some time to return." That's too miraculous. You actually managed to leave a message in our minds from so far away. Truly inconceivable. Sylph cried out in surprise after hearing Han Shua's affirmation. Bord and Zinnia looked at each other, shook their heads, and forced a smile. They were amazed by Han Shua's mysterious ability. "Master, why didn't you bring us with you to the void?" Sanguiner asked. "You are not strong enough for the time being, including you." Sanguiner: "Although you have made rapid progress, you currently only have the strength of a destroyer. From my understanding of the void, not only is it useless to enter the void without the strength of a demonic demon, you will only become a burden. Stay here and cultivate for the time being. Wait for me to return from the void. If I find a transportation matrix, I will bring you away," Han Shua explained. After hearing Han Shua's words, Sanguiner suffered a great blow. With a dejected look, he muttered, "So, in Master's eyes, I am still a burden." Han Shua smiled and consoled him. "Although you are talented, how long have you been cultivating? In such a short time, you have become a destroyer from a weakling without the strength to truss a chicken. This is already enough to prove your potential. If you could become a demonic demon in such a short time, then I, your master, would not need to mingle around anymore. Hee, don't be discouraged. Give yourself a little more time, and it won't be long before you become a powerhouse with the strength of a demonic demon." After hearing Han Shua's words, Sanguiner felt a little better. Soon after, he thought for a while and asked Han Shua about some of the cultivation problems he had encountered in the past few days. When Bord and Zinnia saw Sanguiner asking Han Shua for advice, they awkwardly tried to avoid it. No matter where it was, when a master was teaching a disciple, outsiders were generally not allowed to listen. Bord and Zinnia obviously understood this and were quite self-aware. Waving his hand, Han Shuo smiled and said, "No need to avoid it, it's fine." Bored and Zinnia were delighted. They exchanged glances and respectfully stood aside, listening attentively to Han Shuo's explanation. The demonic arts that Han Shuo was teaching were completely different from the cultivation techniques of this world. Moreover, the blood god's mantra was even stranger. It would be strange if Bored and Zinnia could understand it. Ignoring the two beside him, Han Shuo answered some of the problems Sanguiner had raised. Sanguiner understood tacitly and nodded with a smile. Bored and Zinnia, on the other hand, were at a loss. They were confused by unfamiliar terms like meridians, acupuncture points, blood energy, and so on. They simply did not understand what Han Shuo was talking about. When Han Shuo finished explaining, Sanguiner said excitedly, "Thank you, Master." After Master's explanation, all the things I didn't quite understand have suddenly become clear. Bored and Zinnia stared at each other. After waiting for Sanguiner to finish speaking, the two were dispirited. Bored forced a smile and praised. "Mr. Han Shuo is indeed miraculous. Even the words he speaks are so profound. It's a pity that we are not talented enough. It seems that we won't be able to comprehend anything." Han Shuo snickered in his heart. It would be a wonder if they could understand. Han Shuo did not bother to explain. He turned around and instructed Jasper, Sylph, and Sylph on some matters to take note of, telling them to stay here and train well. Then he followed Bored and Zinnia towards the Demon King's palace. At the summit of the Demon King's palace, Demon King Manticore smiled warmly when he saw Han Shuo approaching and said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time. The void will open soon. I have made all the necessary preparations. If Mr. Han Shuo has also made all the necessary arrangements, we can set off now." In this empty stone chamber, other than Manticore, there were 15 other experts of demon strength. Judging from the attire of these people, they were Manticore's personal guards, the Black Jade Guards. It appeared that Manticore was going to bring the Black Jade Guards along with him on this trip to the void. From what Bored and Zinnia said, Han Shuo vaguely guessed that these Black Jade Guards would often serve as cannon fodder at crucial moments. Manticore would always send these Black Jade Guards to scout out some unknown dangers. He would only set off personally after he was certain that there was no danger. In the Abyss realm, demon-level experts were the pinnacle experts apart from the 5 great demon kings. The guards, under the direct command of every great demon king, were all infamous individuals. However, every time the void opened, these dazzling demons would be nothing more than cannon fodder in the hands of the 5 great demon kings. In order to achieve their goals, these demons would be sacrificed as experimental subjects at crucial moments. It wasn't easy to create a demon, but it wasn't a difficult task for the 5 great demon kings either. In their hearts, these demons that they created were their dogs. To die for them at crucial moments, it was their honor. The Abyss realm was just that cruel. Although those demons were vaguely aware of their fate, they, having surrendered their faith, would still follow behind their masters without any hesitation. They were ready to sacrifice everything they had for their masters at any time. Han Shuo knew this fact that wasn't really a secret. He had long had other plans in mind. He wouldn't become Manticore's cannon fodder at crucial moments. Where's the other great demon king? Didn't you say that you and him are allies? Han Shuo asked after looking around. He will meet us at the entrance of the void. He should be rushing towards the void right now. We can set off now, Manticore explained. Oh, I have no more questions. Let's go, Han Shuo replied. Manticore nodded smilingly and said no more. He flew off from the summit of the Demon King's palace and took the lead in flying towards the void. A group of Black Jade Guards, including Han Shuo, closely followed behind Manticore. They too flew into the sky. Their destination, the void. Chapter 5:59. 5 days later, at the most mysterious entrance to the Abyss realm, Han Shuo followed behind Demon King Manticore and 15 other demons. They finally arrived at their destination. This was an incomparably peculiar region. There were enormous, malevolent plants everywhere. Each and every one of them was unleashing their ferocity to their heart's content. Along the way, the towering, grotesque trees transformed into frenzied attackers that wantonly attacked and obstructed Han Shuo and his party. The ground was filled with muddy swamps. Colorful miasma lingered in the air. Some grotesquely shaped, enormous abyssal creatures roamed all over the place. Manticore should be very familiar with this region. He led Han Shuo and the others as they flew horizontally and vertically. It was only when they arrived at a magnificent region filled with glazed stardust that they came to a halt. Han Shuo looked around and discovered that after Manticore unfolded his domain of divinity, not a single creature or plant dared to approach them. Dense element of darkness converged towards Manticore from all directions. In an extremely short period of time, the element of darkness in Manticore's domain of divinity had become 10 times more concentrated. The other elements of heaven and earth, within the scope of the domain of divinity, were completely obliterated. Even the 4 edicts seemed to have been distorted. The 15 black jade guards that came with Manticore immediately felt uneasy from head to toe. They no longer had any elemental energy they could rely on. As they had yet to become true gods, they felt a sense of powerlessness, dejection, and unease. Fortunately, Manticore did not maintain his domain of divinity for too long. Not long after he unfolded his domain of divinity, Han Shuo sensed that the element of lightning in another region not far from them suddenly condensed rapidly. A long howl resounded through the sky. The party rapidly approached Manticore. Manticore withdrew his domain of divinity and said to Han Shuo in a gentle voice, "Leviathan is coming." Leviathan, one of the 5 demon kings of the Abyss realm, cultivated in the energy of lightning of the 8 elements, and had a rather deep friendship with Manticore. Just as Manticore unfolded his domain of divinity, a domineering silhouette made of interweaving lightning bolts suddenly appeared in front of Manticore. Leviathan was 3 meters tall, with 2 huge curved horns on its head. Its body was covered in dense hair, and its domineering body was constantly flashing with electricity. At first glance, Han Shuo felt that this Leviathan looked somewhat similar to a bull, except that it had a human face. After Leviathan arrived, he let out a hearty laugh and said, "Manticore, I have been here for quite a few days. What took you so long? Better to come at the right time than to come early." Manticore's attitude was gentle. He raised his head to look at the multicolored sky and said with a faint smile, "The stardust current hasn't completely disappeared yet." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than a dozen shadows stood behind Leviathan, one after another. They had unified demon strength and were directly under Leviathan's thunder god guards. A pair of silver eyes with electric sparks suddenly focused on Han Shuo. Leviathan asked with interest, "This unfamiliar friend is Mr. Han Shuo, the one who killed 3 shadow warriors in an instant, right?" Han Shuo put on a faint smile and nodded in a manner that was neither overbearing nor servile. He said, "Hee, nice to meet you, Demon King Leviathan." Just like Manticore, Leviathan was also a low god. Without moving his consciousness, Han Shuo could sense the terrifying energy on Leviathan's body. He inwardly speculated that the other 3 demon kings should also possess low god strength. With that thought in mind, Han Shuo couldn't help but plot. Now that Han Shuo had 3 souls, his strength was on par with any demon king. Now that Little Skull had also become a low god of death, in addition to the penta-elemental undead formation formed by the 5 miraculous elite zombies, Han Shuo believed that he possessed sufficient strength to protect himself. Therefore, he secretly started to plot some things that would benefit him. Leviathan looked deeply at Han Shuo. Electric sparks shot out from his silver eyes. After a long while, he nodded and smilingly said, "Not bad, you are qualified." Han Shuo understood that Leviathan had also sensed the strength of a low god of destruction from Han Shuo. That was why he said that. Such was the abyss realm. Here, without sufficient strength, one wouldn't receive the respect one deserved. It was because Leviathan sensed Han Shuo's low god of destruction energy that he truly regarded Han Shuo as a friend of equal weight. Since you have arrived early, have you discovered any traces of the other three? Manticore waited for Leviathan to acknowledge Han Shuo's strength before he asked with a faint smile. The other three have arrived long ago. They have temporarily occupied 3 different positions, waiting for the moment the stardust current disappears, Leviathan said in a deep voice with a solemn face. Han Shuo raised his head and looked at the sky. He discovered that the stardust current was multicolored. It was as vast as the starry sky, full of mystery and abstruse. Streaks of dazzling radiance flashed past like meteors. Green, sapphire, light purple, and all kinds of halos filled the stardust current. Behind the stardust current was the void that led to the abyss. Han Shuo was well aware of this fact. Han Shuo slightly released his consciousness, and a strand of it flew towards the stardust current. Slowly, probingly, it probed into the stardust current. The stardust current possessed an intense corrosive and destructive effect on the soul. Any life form with a soul, once submerged within the stardust current, would immediately be affected by the stardust current. In an extremely short period of time, their soul would be decomposed and corroded until it was fragmented and lost all consciousness. All traces of their soul would disappear from the world. Even experts like Manticore and Leviathan, who had truly become gods, were powerless against this stardust current. They could only bitterly wait for the stardust current to disappear on its own before they dared to enter the abyss. It was evident just how frightening the stardust current was. When Han Shuo's strand of consciousness submerged into the stardust current, the bizarre, sand-like energy suddenly sensed it. The radiant, flowing deep sky suddenly blossomed with dazzling colors. They rapidly condensed in the region where Han Shuo's strand of consciousness probed. The soul-corroding energy within the bizarre stardust current immediately entered that strand of consciousness of Han Shuo, attempting to pulverize that strand of Han Shuo's disintegrated soul into powder. The consciousness of demonic arts had endless, wondrous uses. Even though Han Shuo knew that the stardust current possessed terrifying corrosive energy towards the soul, he still dared to divide a strand of consciousness to investigate. It was precisely because Han Shuo had painstakingly studied the wondrous uses of consciousness during this period of time that he knew of the miraculous effect of the consciousness being able to divide into thousands and then converge into one. That strand of consciousness of Han Shuo dared to take the risk. That strand of consciousness was rapidly corroded, but it could reassemble itself at an even faster speed. With that region constantly sparkled with dazzling lights. Although the energy of the stardust current was constantly corroding that strand of consciousness of Han Shuo did not dissipate from beginning to end. There's actually an idiot who dares to barge in without waiting for the stardust current to disappear. From the looks of it, it should be some small forces that don't know the depth of the situation. Leviathan raised his head and looked at that region that suddenly blossomed with dazzling colors after Han Shuo's consciousness entered. He had a face full of schadenfreude. Yes, only those newcomers who have never heard of the dangers of the void would be so reckless. Manticore also raised his head to look at the sky and chimed in. While listening to the conversation between the 2 demon kings, Han Shuo, the instigator of all this, unhurriedly withdrew that strand of consciousness that had yet to dissipate. He thought to himself, it seems that although that stardust current is frightening, it doesn't seem to have any effect on me, a person who cultivates in demonic arts and possesses a consciousness. From this point of view, the consciousness formed from demonic arts is indeed more miraculous and powerful than the soul of element that cultivates in the 12 fundamental energies. Right next to Leviathan and Manticore, Han Shua's ingenious use of his consciousness to make some small movements that the two demon kings with low god strengths did not detect. This made Han Shua feel a sense of superiority spontaneously born from cultivating in demonic arts, and strengthened his conviction to cultivate in demonic arts. As soon as the consciousness was withdrawn by Han Shua, the dazzling region no longer glowed with light. Leviathan turned around and solemnly explained to the thunder guards behind him, "For some of you, this might be the first time you've come here with me. Remember, by all means, do not try to barge in before the stardust current disappears. You have all seen the scene just now. When the stardust current disappears, it signifies the annihilation of the soul of the trespasser." After Leviathan finished his explanation, Manticore, too, put on a grave face. He let out a light groan, turned his head to look at the 15 black jade guards, and said, "Listen well. Once in the void, no one is allowed to act without my permission. If you bring me trouble because of your mistakes, I will let you know what it truly means to wish you were dead. Do you understand?" In Manticore's mind, the lives of these subordinates he had nurtured with his own hands were obviously worthless. Not when they were endangering him. Your subordinates dare not. A total of 15 black jade guards, including Bord and Zinnia, replied in fear and trepidation. Each and every one of them had fear on their faces, as though recalling the terrifying methods of this great demon king who was usually gentle and mild. Han Shua was rather astonished. He thought to himself, "This great demon king is indeed worthy of being called a great demon king. No matter how gentle and harmless he usually appears, that's the calm after his bloody methods. What should we do now?" After all, it was Han Shua's first time here. Although he had learned some things about the void from Bord and Zinnia, there were still many things he didn't understand. Both Manticore and Leviathan had a much friendlier attitude towards Han Shua, an existence on the same level as them. Upon hearing Han Shua's question, the two simultaneously answered, "Wait." After a short pause, Manticore explained, "Wait for the moment the stardust current disappears." Han Shua nodded and said no more. He very patiently waited for the moment the stardust current disappeared. Chapter 560. The stardust quicksand filled the sky like an enormous, colorful, flowing oil painting. Han Shua calmed his mind, looked up the sky, and slowly expanded his consciousness outwards. A low god who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, like Han Shua, was located in the northwestern region. The aura of destruction emanating from that low god was extremely terrifying. Han Shua's consciousness immediately attracted the corrosion of the energy of destruction. Han Shua hastily evaded it. Han Shua understood that should be where Bichimo's was. After evading Bichimo's, Han Shua's consciousness continued to expand outwards. The elements of fire and water were highly concentrated in an area. With one thought, Han Shua knew that should be where Cecrops and Golander were. Cecrops and Golander, one cultivated in the energy of water and the other in the energy of fire. As the saying goes, fire and water are incompatible. However, the relationship between the two was surprisingly harmonious. Han Shua similarly sensed many demonic auras at where Cecrops and Golander were. He was certain that Cecrops and Golander had brought their personal guards with them. Han Shua quietly retracted his consciousness and let out a light breath. He looked up at the sky, immersed his consciousness into an ethereal state, and leisurely waited for the stardust current to vanish. After an unknown amount of time, as though a huge rock had been thrown into a pond, the multicolored sky suddenly surged with enormous waves. Gorgeous and dazzling colors interweaved and shot across the sky. Streaks of multicolored light streaked past like javelins. After a burst of dazzling radiance, the stardust current drifted into the distance like ripples of flowing water. A grayish-brown entrance with all kinds of energy twisting and turning into a vortex suddenly appeared in midair. That vortex was enormous. It seemed to be sucking and devouring matter with all its might. It gave off a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. While Han Shuo was looking at the vortex in amazement, trying to figure out its mysteries, Manticore suddenly put on a delighted expression and said in a low voice, "The stardust current has passed. We can go in now. Get ready to go." Leviathan's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Follow closely. Don't leave us by a single step." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Manticore and Leviathan were speaking, several dozen shadows suddenly shot into the rapidly spinning vortex in midair. From their auras and positions, Han Shuo understood that they should be the two demon kings, Cecrops and Golander. Those two fellows sure are anxious. Leviathan chuckled and waved his hand to stop everyone from moving. Only after Cecrops, Golander, and the others had entered the abyss did he say, "Let's go." "Bichimos hasn't gone in yet," Han Shuo said in a seemingly unintentional manner as he followed behind Leviathan and flew straight into the whirlpool. Leviathan, who was flying towards the abyss, looked at Han Shuo with some astonishment. He seemed to be very surprised that Han Shuo knew of Bichimo's whereabouts. He said, "Bichimos has always been a loner. Every time he enters the abyss, he doesn't bring a single subordinate with him. Even the four of us combined aren't as familiar with the abyss as he is. His whereabouts are also the hardest to track. Do you know where he is?" Han Shuo pointed at the lush shrubbery to the northwest and said, "He's down there. He cultivates in the Edict of Destruction, just like me. I can sense him." Manticore was also slightly taken aback by Han Shuo's words. He said with some amazement, "Mr. Han Shuo is indeed extraordinary. Even we couldn't detect Bichimo's whereabouts. I didn't expect that you could." Leviathan nodded. He too was rather surprised. However, the two didn't pay too much attention to this issue. As they spoke, the entrance to the abyss appeared. Han Shuo didn't say much. With one thought, a protective shield as thin as a cicada's wing covered his entire body. With a flash of black light, Han Shuo's body fell into the abyss. It was as though he had suddenly fallen into an unfamiliar space. The pure elemental energy was extremely rich and filled every nook and cranny. With every breath he took, the elemental energy would flow into his body, giving him a wonderful, refreshing feeling. After the dusky airflow passed, Han Shuo focused his attention and looked around. He discovered that he seemed to have arrived in the middle of a space-time crevice. At first glance, all he could see were enormous rocks of various colors hovering in midair like meteorites. All kinds of dazzling radiance were constantly interweaving around him. The scene was gorgeous and bewitching, giving one the absurd feeling of being in a boundless void. Right in front of him were tunnels of unknown origin that were constantly sparkling with strange radiance. Gusts of violent, whirling winds whistled past Han Shuo's body. The swift and fierce winds caused those enormous rocks to gently sway. One could imagine just how fierce and frightening those winds were. "Follow us, go," Manticore shouted hoarsely. However, his voice, as though it was separated by layers upon layers of obstacles, fell into Han Shuo's ears. It was as soft as the buzz of a mosquito. Han Shuo creased his brows. Looking at Manticore, who was shouting hoarsely right in front of him, he realized that this void was indeed very miraculous. Manticore possessed low god strength. Yet, even at such a close distance, his voice could only travel so faintly. With a jolt of his consciousness, Han Shuo sensed all kinds of energies at the entrance to the abyss. The energies of the 8 elements, the 4 edictal forces, as well as some rarely seen energies of faith, fear, and resentment. They were like branches of a river, or like chaotic spider silk threads, drifting in the air with varying strengths. Those energies are the continuation of the energy of the bodies of experts who died in the void long ago after their souls were destroyed. By all means, do not try to absorb those energies. After drifting in the void for so many years, they have been contaminated with some unknown, indescribable, and bizarre aura. Just like the stardust, they have an intense corrosive effect on one's soul, Leviathan hastily said. After arriving at the void, Manticore and Leviathan appeared to be in fear and trepidation. They constantly reminded their subordinates beside them. After Leviathan finished those words, he began to cautiously advance forward. Strands of energy of lightning formed into a spiderweb structure and rapidly condensed on the path ahead, cleansing away all the energies that filled the air from all directions. Manticore was in charge of the rear. He formed a zone of absolute darkness behind him, mincing the strands of energy that filled the air from all directions. With the two joining hands, using the energy of lightning and darkness, the zone was impregnable. Not a single one of those demons suffered any harm. As soon as Han Shoa, who was situated between Manticore and Leviathan, unfolded his consciousness, he immediately sensed the various kinds of chaotic energies. Most of those energies were left behind by experts who had yet to possess divine energy. They were mixed with some of the dreadful and bizarre energies of the void and possessed an intense corrosive effect on one's soul. Perhaps it was due to the uniqueness of the void that they did not return and vanish between heaven and earth. All of a sudden, Han Shua's demonic infant became restless. It was like a hungry and thirsty child, instinctively wanting to devour all kinds of chaotic energies. With one thought, the demonic infant began to revolve at high speed. Streaks of dark, sparkling electric arcs suddenly covered the center of Han Shua's protective shield. Sinister and cold demonic yuan was attached to the shield like liquid. In an instant, it was as though Han Shua had turned into an enormous magnet. All kinds of negative energies of death, destruction, resentment, fear, and other negative energies that filled the entrance to the void suddenly madly converged on Han Shua. Mr. Han Shua, what are you doing? Leviathan's face suddenly jolted. He suddenly discovered that the abnormality of the energies around him originated from Han Shua. A wave of anger rose in his heart, and he shouted, Han Shua, stop at once! Are you trying to get us killed? Manticore was also shocked. He became anxious for Han Shua's actions. The entrance to the void had always been filled with all kinds of energies. Leviathan and Manticore wouldn't pay any attention to just one or a few of those energies. However, if dozens or hundreds of those energies came rushing at them at the same time, even with their strength, they would have a headache. Although they could use their divine energy to cleanse those energies, it would consume a great deal of their divine energy. This was the entrance to the void. There were all kinds of unknown dangers waiting for them inside. If they exhausted more than half of their divine energy at the entrance, they would be in a very passive position. Once they entered the abyss, the two of them would be in a very passive position. Therefore, when they saw hundreds of negative energies converging on them, they immediately screamed, "Don't worry, I will handle it." Han Shua calmly shouted in a deep voice. The demonic infant in his body turned into a bottomless black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force capable of devouring all evil. The hundreds of negative energies that suddenly rushed over, as they were flowing at high speed, turned into dazzling rays of light of all colors. All of them shone on Han Shua's body. Han Shua was pleasantly surprised. He circulated his demonic yuan to the limit. It was only at this moment that he realized what those meteor-like rays of light he saw when he first entered the void were. They were actually formed by this kind of energy flowing at high speed. Strands of all kinds of negative energies were devoured by the demonic infant. They quickly glowed on Han Shua's body and disappeared into Han Shua's body at an even faster speed. Han Shua's demonic infant had turned into an extremely precise machine. It operated at high speed, transforming those negative energies into demonic yuan that flowed towards Han Shua's limbs, bones, internal organs, Leviathan, and Manticore, who were about to make a fuss, instantly discovered the abnormality in Han Shua's body. The two simultaneously shut their mouths and stared at Han Shua, who seemed to have become the source of all evil. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Chapter 561. Mr. Han Shuo is truly a frightening character. Bored, who came along with them, looked at Han Shuo with a bitter smile and said to Zinnia beside him, Lord Leviathan, didn't you say that this energy would erode the soul? Why is Mr. Han Shuo completely fine and even seems to be enjoying it? Zinnia was also sizing up Han Shuo with astonishment. She couldn't understand how Han Shuo managed to do it. Leviathan and Manticore exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with amazement. After a long while, Leviathan forced a smile and said to Manticore, It seems that he doesn't fear those soul-eroding energies at all. Manticore nodded and replied, All right, let's wait for a while. Between the two, the demonic infant exerted all of its strength. The multitude of negative energies that filled the surroundings flowed into Han Shuo's body under Han Shuo's guidance. Under the transformation of the demonic infant, demonic yuan flowed into Han Shuo's body like a gentle stream. At this moment, Han Shuo's state of mind was calm. His demonic arts were on the verge of a breakthrough, and he had been worrying about the lack of demonic yuan for the past few days. Han Shuo didn't expect that he would be fortunate enough to obtain such an extraordinary amount of energy right after entering the void, and before he even understood the secrets of the void. Strands of demonic yuan flowed into the cells and bones in his body, strengthening Han Shuo's physical body bit by bit according to a mysterious method. Every time he made a breakthrough, his physical body would undergo another transformation. This time was no exception. As the demonic yuan flowed through his body, Han Shuo could clearly feel that his physical body was becoming more and more tyrannical. There seemed to be no concept of time in the void. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shuo discovered that there wasn't a shred of energy converging into his body from all around. Although there were several hundred strands of negative energies around the void, each strand wasn't particularly powerful. After the demonic infant removed the impurities from those energies, only 1/10 of them were truly transformed into demonic yuan for Han Shuo to absorb. Furthermore, the realm of the 9 changes seemed to require an enormous amount of energy. Before Han Shuo could even complete half of the refinement of his physical body, he felt that he didn't have enough energy and had no choice but to forcibly stop. From the looks of it, although there were a few hundred strands of energy, it was not enough to support the reconstruction of his body. Han Shuo thought to himself and had no choice but to stop. After taking a deep breath, Han Shuo looked at the bored Manticore, Leviathan, and the others and smilingly said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's leave now. It's all right, it's all right. Leviathan waved his hand in a very friendly manner. His eyes flashed with electricity as he stared at Han Shuo and said, Mr. Han Shuo, did you absorb the power that gathered in your body? Upon hearing those words, Manticore, too, fixed his gaze on Han Shuo with sparkling eyes. He seemed to be very interested in this question. Ever since Han Shuo started absorbing the energy, these two had been paying close attention to Han Shuo. They could clearly see some of the changes in Han Shuo's body. Therefore, it was impossible for Han Shuo to conceal it even if he wanted to. Han Shuo nodded with a smile and replied, The martial technique I mainly cultivate in is very special. It doesn't belong to any of the 12 fundamental energies. It has the property of devouring. It seems that I can even absorb those negative energies. What a miraculous martial technique. Leviathan was very astonished. He looked deeply at Han Shuo, and no one knew what he was thinking. After looking around, Han Shuo discovered that the strands of electricity that flashed for a brief moment had suddenly decreased by a lot. He understood that it was because he had absorbed a portion of the energy. As the absorption of energy was beneficial to the advancement of demonic arts, Han Shuo couldn't wait to go to the depths of the void. He smilingly asked, Gentlemen, can we continue our journey now? Of course, let's go, Manticore hastily replied. He looked ahead and said, Let's hurry up. We seem to have been delayed for a long time. With Leviathan and Manticore leading the way, Han Shuo and a few dozen demons in the middle, they resumed their journey. Rays of light shot and flashed in their surroundings. Rocks that resembled meteorites swayed and swayed in the howling hurricanes. Leviathan and Manticore were resisting the distortions caused by some other energies, while cautiously avoiding those enormous rocks floating around them. They gradually flew deeper into the void. Nothing unexpected happened for a very long time. An area of boundless darkness suddenly appeared in front of them. At first glance, that area looked like a bottomless, pitch-black abyss, brimming with unknown dangers. Faintly discernible screams could be heard coming from that boundless darkness from an unknown distance away. Standing far away from that area of darkness, Manticore's face was grave as he said, "The screams coming from that area of darkness should be from the subordinates of the other 2 demon kings. If we want to go deeper into the void, we have to pass this hurdle. When we dive in, our line of sight will be greatly obstructed. No one is an exception. When you can't see your surroundings, there will be air currents with terrifying force shooting out. There may even be some rocks or weapons left behind by the deceased in the air currents. All of you must be extremely careful. In fact, these demons would also be extremely careful even without Manticore's reminder. Every demon that could become a demon had high intelligence. The other 2 demon kings must have warned them of the dangers ahead of time. Since there were still screams coming from that area, it was obvious how dangerous that area was. It wasn't something that could be completely withstood just because they knew about it. In other words, after descending from that area, some of them would definitely die. Even if Manticore and Leviathan didn't mention it, everyone was well aware of it. Let's go! When Manticore saw the grave expressions on the faces of the crowd, he understood that they should have known the truth. Without further explaining, he nodded at Leviathan and took the lead to land and sighed. "Bored, Zinnia, you 2 stay close to me. We can look after each other." Han Shoa was not in a hurry to go down immediately. He smiled at Bored and Zinnia and said calmly, "Thank you, Mr. Han Shoa," Bored and Zinnia said as they bowed respectfully to Han Shoa. Take care of each other? With their meager strength, how could they take care of Han Shoa? The 2 of them naturally understood what Han Shoa meant when he said that Han Shoa would take care of them. From the envious gazes of the demons around them, the 2 realized how lucky they were. They thought that their diligent service to Jasper and the others had indeed paid off. Han Shoa put on a faint smile and did not say much. As long as the 2 of them didn't die, they would still be characters in Black Jade City and would still be of some value to him in the future. After the demons followed behind Leviathan and Manticore and descended, at Han Shua's indication, Bored and Zinnia leaped into that boundless region of darkness. Han Shua's figure moved like a ghost, following behind Bored and Zinnia, who were holding hands. As soon as they entered, Han Shua discovered that this place seemed to belong to an area of absolute darkness. There wasn't the slightest bit of light spilling out. Even with Han Shua's miraculous eyesight, he couldn't clearly see the situation around him. It seemed that light couldn't be transmitted in this place. Even if some people ignited a flame, it would still be useless. However, for Han Shua, his consciousness was more useful than his eyes. As soon as Han Shua unfolded his consciousness, every movement in the surrounding area was reflected in his mind. After Han Shua locked onto Bored and Zinnia's auras, they had absolutely no way of escaping from Han Shua's pursuit. Even Leviathan and Manticore, who were further away, were under the surveillance of Han Shua's consciousness. Just as Manticore had said, it was pitch black in here, but there were terrifying dangers lurking. Masses of air currents, propelled by some unknown force, were wreaking havoc and fluttering in all directions. Those air currents were filled with sharp objects that silently shuttled back and forth in the darkness. Although the physical defenses of demon-level experts were already extremely frightening, it seemed that they couldn't withstand the penetration of those objects. The void was a bizarre place, especially in such an area. Han Shua could hear miserable shrieks echoing in his ears. But when he unfolded his consciousness, he discovered that those shrieks were coming from an area that was immeasurably far below him. On the contrary, Those shrieks of pain that were right next to him sounded as weak as a mosquito. In this place, it seemed that the farther the sound was, the clearer it was, and the closer the sound was, the weaker it was. It was also for this reason that the experts who entered this place were even more frightening. They simply couldn't detect the air currents that whizzed past them. Shrill howls sounded all around them. Han Shuo could hear them loud and clear. He knew that some of the demons who entered this place together with him had already met with misfortune. A stream of air, rotating at high speed, soundlessly shot towards Bord and Zinnia. There was a sharp, cone-shaped object within that stream of air. If it pierced through Bord and Zinnia's bodies, Han Shuo was certain that the two would have no chance of survival. Han Shuo, who had been sticking close to Bord and Zinnia, suddenly extended his hand and grabbed Zinnia's soft shoulder. With a tug, Bord and Zinnia abruptly changed their diving direction, and very easily avoided the impact of that stream of air. With his consciousness covering a large area around them, Han Shuo simply tugged here and there, twisting and turning the two like toys, allowing them to avoid layers upon layers of danger. After a long while, the light suddenly reappeared. When everyone landed on flat ground, they discovered that they had arrived in an enormous valley that was wreathed in smoke. Bord and Zinnia felt dizzy and their vision blurred. They looked around and suddenly discovered that of the 30 or so demons that came with them, a third of them had perished at this stage. The remaining were also battered and exhausted. Even Manticore and Leviathan looked somewhat disheveled and dejected. "Thank you, Mr. Han Shuo." The two felt a chill in their hearts. They suddenly realized how lucky they were and respectfully expressed their gratitude to Han Shuo. Chapter 562. This was an enormous valley shrouded in thick clouds and mist. Han Shuo didn't know why there would be such a valley in the void, but judging from the expressions on Manticore and Leviathan's faces, they seemed to be very excited after arriving at this place. After unfolding his consciousness, Han Shuo very easily discovered the positions of the other two great demon kings. It appeared that although the two great demon kings had arrived a step ahead of him, they hadn't gone too far. While Han Shuo was silently observing the surroundings with his consciousness, an aura of destruction suddenly emerged from the darkness above his head. Han Shuo's consciousness had barely captured it, but it disappeared in a flash. "Bichimos has come down," Han Shuo said in a deep voice. Leviathan and Manticore exchanged glances with each other and silently nodded, indicating that they understood what Han Shuo meant. Han Shuo looked at the two strangely. When he saw that the two were pondering with their brows knitted, he couldn't help but ask, "Now, where should we go?" Two gazes simultaneously gathered on Han Shuo's face. Leviathan thought for a moment, forced a smile, and said, "The place where we are now can be considered to be the void. However, in order to obtain more secrets of the void, we will have to explore it by ourselves. There are too many dangers and secrets in the center of this enormous valley. The last 2 times we came here, we only explored the vicinity for secrets. It was also here that I discovered that magic ring of mine." After taking a deep breath, Han Shuo discovered that this mountain Tanai was brimming with all kinds of elements. Thick layers of hazy clouds shrouded the valley. Although it wasn't as pitch black as the dark tunnel they came from, it still greatly hindered one's vision. For some unknown reason, the coverage of Han Shuo's consciousness was greatly limited in this region. The hazy clouds that lingered around the mountain Tanai seemed to have a bizarre resistance that prevented Han Shuo's consciousness from fully utilizing its power. Because of this, Han Shuo could only sense Bichimos for a moment when he came over. Bichimos was too fast and had instantly moved to another direction. Therefore, Han Shuo's consciousness lost track of Bichimos. Based on my many years of inference, this region should have been the battlefield of a war between gods. I have come here twice to observe for a period of time and discovered that the size of this region is beyond our imagination. Back then, the great war between mighty gods left behind too many natural boundaries and dangers in this region. We must be cautious. Otherwise, if we recklessly barge into an irresistible boundary of chaos, all of us will suffer a calamity, Manticore said with his brows furrowed. Well, you once said that the Abyss Realm's planar teleportation array is in the Abyss. Is it here? Han Shuo asked Manticore as he tried his best to sense the changes in the surroundings with his consciousness. That's right, the planar teleportation array is here, but I don't know exactly where it is. This is what I learned from Bichimos. According to him, he had seen the planar teleportation array before, but didn't dare to act recklessly because he didn't have the planar coordinates and didn't know how to activate it, Manticore explained. Han Shuo cursed in his heart after hearing those words. He thought to himself, if you had told me the truth about the planar teleportation array earlier, I would have been able to communicate with Bichimos earlier. Now that Bichimos has left the range of my consciousness, who knows how much more difficult it will be to find him again. Han Shuo understood that although Manticore and Leviathan seemed to attach great importance to him, they simply didn't take the fact that he needed the planar teleportation array seriously. In their minds, Han Shuo was probably just like those demons under their command, a target to be exploited. The only difference was that this target of exploitation could perhaps be used to deal with the other two troublesome fellas. At the critical moment, the three of them could reap even more benefits by joining forces. From the knowledge regarding the planar teleportation array he obtained from the skeletal staff, Han Shuo understood that in order to enter the planar teleportation array, not only must he be able to activate it, he must also have the coordinates of the planar teleportation array. Otherwise, if he were to teleport carelessly, it was very likely that he would be teleported to a vast and boundless space-time crevice, where he would die alone for eternity. Han Shuo, who was secretly calculating in his heart, did not say anything. He continued to look at Manticore and Leviathan with a smile on his face, waiting for their arrangements. In this place, we have to explore by ourselves. Not only do we have to constantly be on the lookout for incoming dangers, but we also have to carefully observe our surroundings. Perhaps somewhere around you there is a divine weapon or divine soul of a deceased great god. Therefore, pay close attention. Leviathan was obviously somewhat excited. Upon finishing those words, he pointed at the dark passage above his head and added, "Remember, always pay attention to this passage we came from. Once a strange light flashes from inside, it means that the stardust current has begun to return. At that time, no matter what, we must immediately drop everything and leave this place as soon as possible." On the way here, Han Shuo had learned from Bord and Zinnia that the void wasn't that easy to enter, and it wasn't that easy to get out either. After the stardust current revolved from the entrance, it would follow a specific trajectory and circle around the entire void. According to Bichimos, when that dark passage above their heads shone with strange light, the stardust current would pass by below. It would first cleanse Tanai, then walk along the path they came from, and finally return to the entrance to block up the void once more. The area covered by the stardust current was enormous. Taking advantage of the bizarre circumstances of the void, its speed far exceeded theirs. If they didn't leave before the stardust current swept through the entire void, they would be annihilated by the stardust current. Their consciousness would vanish one after another, just like those mighty gods who came to this place through unknown means. Perhaps only their divine souls would be left behind. Manticore and Leviathan described the dangers of the void and the things they needed to pay attention to. Then they led the party of demon guards and cautiously advanced towards an area shrouded in dense fog with reverence in their hearts. Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness. He could sense that all around him were extremely scattered, extremely frightening boundaries and scattered, dilapidated magical matrices. They included the 12 fundamental energies, as well as some unknown energies. They formed an incomparably complicated and enormous system like a spider's web. Those dangers were present in every corner. No one knew what kind of frightening, destructive power they contained. It was no wonder that Manticore and Leviathan were apprehensive and didn't dare to advance rashly. Manticore and I have traversed this path twice. We have overcome some of the dangers along the way. Here, Manticore's one ring was picked up over there, Leviathan explained to Han Shuo as he pointed at a protruding, grotesque rock in the distance as they walked. From the conversation between the two, Han Shuo understood that the exploration process was extremely difficult due to the dangers all around. Manticore and Leviathan had been here twice, but neither time had they managed to walk through the entire valley. They even encountered 2 other demon kings in another area and got into a fight over a divine weapon. In the end, the 4 had no choice but to stop when a seal suddenly shattered beside them, causing the 4 to lose many of their subordinates. The 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm had all been to this region. The 5 of them were divided into 3 factions, and each of them had explored Tanai's mountain. It wasn't the first time the 5 of them had come to the valley. Naturally, they had spent enormous amounts of energy and lives to find their own paths. Han Shuo, following behind Manticore and Leviathan, could be considered to be basking in some of their glory. No one dared to fly recklessly along the way. After an unknown amount of time, Manticore and Leviathan suddenly stopped and looked around. Leviathan, with a deep face, said, "Last time we came to this place, before we could unravel a boundary in front of us, we discovered the strange light emitted from the dark tunnel. We had no choice but to hastily retreat. We have paid a great price to clear away all kinds of dangers along this path. That's why we were able to travel with ease. However, from now on, we will have to truly face the horrors of this place. Here you may die. Even the 3 of us may die. Therefore, you must be extremely careful," Manticore added. Silence, an indescribable silence. It was as though a boulder was pressing down on everyone's heart. Even Han Shuo was very cautious. Han Shuo could sense that there were many unknown boundaries around them, but he didn't know what kind of dangers they contained. Thump, 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 thump. Han Shuo's ears were sharp. Suddenly he heard a strange sound. The sound came from a seal not far away from him. Han Shuo was startled. He didn't understand why a light thump suddenly came from a seal not far away from him. Just as Han Shuo was puzzled and puzzled, a thunder guard who came here for the first time suddenly clutched his chest. His face was filled with fear, and he started howling miserably. Han Shuo's gaze suddenly landed on this thunder guard. He carefully observed him and suddenly discovered that his heart was also thump, 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 thump. It was beating at the exact same frequency as the sound coming from the seal. Han Shuo, who discovered this unusual phenomenon, had a change in his expression. He hastily said that Thunder Guard's heart is beating faster due to nervousness. He seems to have triggered that seal. Hurry up and calm him down. Damn it, Boro, calm down. Leviathan hastily shouted. He was furious and also anxious. Bang! That Thunder Guard's body exploded. The few people around him were splattered with blood, flesh, and bones. The powerful impact immediately injured them. Chapter 563. Thump, 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 thump. Another 3 demon guards that had just arrived couldn't control the fear in their hearts. Their heartbeats suddenly accelerated, seemingly coinciding with the throbbing sound of the seal. Even though Leviathan angrily ordered them to calm down, it was already too late. The 3 exploded one after another. Blood, flesh, and bone fragments splattered all over the crowd. Fortunately, having learned a lesson from what happened to the first demon guard, everyone was on guard. When they saw that the 3 demon guards were on the verge of exploding, they hastily deployed their own defensive measures to block the impact of the blood, flesh, and bone fragments of the 3 demon guards. Those who could cultivate to become demons were all people with firm willpower. However, in a place like this, with the repeated pressure exerted by 2 demon kings, it was inevitable that some of them would lose control of their minds. That was why their heartbeats accelerated and triggered the seal. The remaining few, on the one hand, were warned by Han Shuo and Leviathan, and on the other hand, were much calmer. Not a single one of them revealed the slightest bit of excitement. Their faces were as steady as a rock, and their heartbeats were so calm that Han Shuo thought they were all dead. After this battle, there was no need for Leviathan and Manticore to explain anything. Everyone truly understood the dangers of the void. They thought, it's no wonder that the two demon kings would be so cautious. Just an accidental heartbeat acceleration could actually trigger the explosion of one's body. The terror of the void was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. You have all seen it. In a place like this, even the smallest detail can lead to death. Fortunately this time, it wasn't a large-scale boundary attack. Otherwise, all of us would have suffered a calamity. Be careful, all of you. Leviathan did not show the slightest bit of emotion because of the death of his subordinates. He reprimanded them with a stern face. Kohler, go in and try that boundary. Manticore pointed at the boundary that was blocking their way, but didn't show any signs of activity. He nonchalantly instructed one of the weakest black jade guards on this side. The face of that black jade guard was filled with fear. He understood in his heart that Manticore was using him as cannon fodder to test the boundary. As someone who had always believed in Manticore as the one and only true God, Kohler had no choice but to kneel before Manticore on one knee and said in a deep voice, "If this lowly one is unfortunate enough to lose his life, I hope that your lordship can help me take care of my son." Manticore nodded woodenly and said indifferently, "Go. I know what I'm doing." Without another word, Kohler resolutely barged in. A mass of dazzling light suddenly burst out from that invisible barrier. Suddenly, Han Shuo felt an extremely strong power of light from it. A strange light flashed, and Kohler's body and soul disappeared without a trace in the strong light. Kohler, who had painstakingly cultivated for a long time and finally became a demon, simply disappeared in the bright light. Manticore was unmoved. He did not reveal any reluctance over Kohler's death. He nodded at Leviathan beside him and said, "Among your subordinates, there is one who cultivates in the energy of light. Nolan, you go." Leviathan didn't waste any words. He didn't even look behind him and directly gave the order. Nolan, who cultivated in the energy of light, was a gorgeous woman with extraordinary looks. She was only slightly startled when she heard Leviathan's order. She didn't say anything, but with a sway of her body, she shot straight into that boundary of light. "Did you come all the way here like this the previous 2 times?" Han Shuo was stunned and asked in shock. Manticore put on a faint smile and replied, "That's right. For some seals, we can sense the energy they originate from, but for others we can't. For seals and boundaries of the same element, they are bound to be filled with the elements and edicts of the same element. Generally, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for those who cultivate in the same element to enter. As long as they don't die inside, they might even obtain some benefits." Han Shuo slightly shook his head and let out a low sigh in his heart. Although the 2 demon kings didn't detect this boundary of light, Han Shuo's all-pervasive consciousness had long sensed it. However, before Han Shuo could say anything, the pitiful Kohler had already entered the boundary to die. Han Shuo didn't know how to evaluate the two's methods. While sighing in his heart, he couldn't help but glance at Bord and Zinnia. The 2 wore wooden faces, as though they were already familiar with this method. Han Shuo understood that their loyalty to great Demon King Manticore was unquestionable. Even if Manticore wanted them to die, they wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Han Shuo shook his head again and didn't say anything. That boundary of light in front of them sparkled brilliantly. After an unknown amount of time, the brilliance suddenly flashed and vanished without a trace. That beautiful woman named Nolan was revealed with a pleasantly surprised face. Han Shuo clearly sensed the dense element of light condensing within her body. He understood that this Nolan had obviously obtained enormous benefits from that boundary of light. "Come, let's continue forward," Leviathan said with a hearty smile. After giving Nolan an approving glance, he led the way forward together with Manticore. The two's eyes shone brightly. They didn't want to miss any nook and cranny in front of them. From now on, everything ahead of them would be unfamiliar territory. Perhaps some miraculous treasure was quietly lying in some corner, waiting for them to discover it. Huh? Manticore cried out in surprise. He was extremely excited, but he still cautiously approached to the left. His left hand stretched out at lightning speed, and a cup sparkling with golden light fell into his palm. Han Shua's eyes were sharp. His consciousness was firmly focused on that cup. He sensed a dense amount of divine energy from it, as well as the energy of light that had been lingering around it. Damn it, it's actually an item of the element of light. How unlucky! Manticore cursed in a low voice. With a face filled with disgust, he tossed the cup to Nolan, who had yet to recover from the pleasant surprise, and said, "Take it, it suits you perfectly. It should be a divine weapon, used by a low god." Nolan's face was filled with disgust as she looked at Han Shua. As a cultivator of the elemental energy of darkness, Manticore had an instinctive aversion to the divine energy of light. He was pleasantly surprised, thinking that he had obtained some kind of treasure. Little did he expect that it would turn out to be a divine weapon of the element of light, the most deplorable of all. One could well imagine how depressed he was. It was no wonder that he had lost his usual gentle demeanor. Nolan didn't know what kind of luck she had run into. She received the divine weapon in ecstasy and repeatedly said, "Thank you, Lord Manticore. Thank you. Let's go, Manticore. Don't be angry. Perhaps the divine soul of a mid-god of darkness that you have been yearning for many years is just ahead. Ha ha." Leviathan consoled smilingly. Manticore's mood seemed a little better after hearing those words. He said with a faint smile, "That's true. We have only just started this time. Perhaps we can really harvest some special treasures. We have only heard of that divine soul from Bachimos. We have never seen such a rare thing in either of our 2 trips. I hope we will be lucky this time." Without another word, Manticore and Leviathan continued to lead the way and continued on their journey. Along the way, although the party kept their eyes wide open, they didn't discover any valuable treasures. After traveling for a few hundred meters, a dilapidated magical matrix appeared before them. It was brimming with dense energy of lightning. The crackling electric arcs were so conspicuous that the party naturally understood that it was a dilapidated magical matrix of lightning. Leviathan was rather straightforward at this moment. He didn't let anyone take the risk. His body radiated with electric arcs. He warned the party to be careful and charged in by himself. For a moment, thunder rumbled, and electric arcs slithered like snakes. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Leviathan's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. Following waves of terrifying heavenly thunder, bolts of lightning seemed to no longer be limited to that magical matrix. They shot towards the location where Han Shuo and the others were. The party was shocked and hastily dodged. The energy of lightning was obviously extremely frightening, and its speed was extremely fast. A few demons who couldn't escape in time were struck. Their bodies twitched and were charred, emitting smoke. Their vitality gradually weakened. If Nolan, who had just obtained a divine weapon, could safely return to the Abyss realm, with the help of this fortuitous encounter and the power of the divine weapon, her strength would definitely increase by a large margin. Unfortunately, it seemed that her good luck wouldn't last long. Bolts of lightning landed on her body. In just a few short breaths, Nolan had turned into charcoal and collapsed. Han Shuo was greatly alarmed. Among those present, no one could sense the changes in their surroundings more clearly than he did. Through the observation of his consciousness, Han Shuo discovered that although the majority of those bolts of lightning were uncontrollably shooting in all directions, the few bolts of lightning that struck Nolan's body came from Leviathan. In other words, Nolan's master had taken advantage of the chaos caused by the broken magical matrix to electrocute Nolan. Her subordinate, who had just obtained a divine weapon of light, to her death. The power of thunder and lightning lasted for a while, and 2 more demon guards died, including Nolanti. When the power of the broken magical staff was exhausted, Leviathan walked out with an indifferent expression. He looked at Nolan's charred body with a slightly astonished expression, sighed, and said, "What a pity! Otherwise, after I return and cultivate for a period of time, I might have become the 6th demon of the Abyss realm." Leviathan walked to Nolan's side, bluntly took the Holy Grail she had just obtained for himself, shook his head and sighed. Manticore, who was at the side, nonchalantly shot a glance at Han Shuo. His expression was profound. Looking at Nolan's charred body and recalling how she charged for Leviathan's sake without the slightest hesitation, Han Shuo's heart shuddered. He had grasped Leviathan's thoughts from that sentence. You might have become the 6th demon of the Abyss realm. Han Shuo coldly groaned in his heart. He got in touch with Little Skull, who was far away in the netherworld, and ordered Little Skull and the 5 elite zombies to be prepared to deal with any unexpected incidents. Chapter 564. Manticore and Leviathan didn't encounter any obstacles along the way for several hundred meters. Manticore and Leviathan also rummaged through everything they could see, but didn't find any valuable treasures. Just like before, when Leviathan discovered that he had no way of knowing the element of that boundary, he immediately instructed, "Anro, go and have a try." Although Leviathan and Manticore were both low gods, they could only sense those concealment boundaries of the same element based on the element of lightning and darkness that they cultivated in. If the elemental energy of the boundary was concealed within the boundary, and it wasn't of the element of lightning or darkness, Leviathan and Manticore would have no choice but to adopt the stupidest method, filling it with human lives. Just because the 2 of them couldn't sense, it didn't mean that Han Shuo couldn't. When Han Shuo saw that the boundary contained the element of wind, and that Anro sent by Leviathan was a water element demon, Han Shuo couldn't help but crease his brows. He raised his hand to stop Leviathan. "Wait!" Leviathan stared blankly for a moment before he revealed a hearty smile and said amiably, "Mr. Han Shuo, do you have any brilliant ideas?" Ever since Han Shuo discovered that this person wouldn't even spare his own subordinates, he no longer had a favorable impression of him. However, on the surface, Han Shuo still feigned civility and said with a faint smile, "If you trust me, let that friend of yours give it a try." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo pointed at a demon cultivating in the element of wind on Manticore's side. Han Shuo didn't have much of a compassionate heart. He wasn't too concerned about the lives and deaths of Leviathan and Manticore's demons. It was just that, according to Leviathan and Manticore's methods, the consumption would be too great. Han Shuo was worried that all the demons would die as cannon fodder before long. When that time came, they wouldn't be able to go any further and would affect themselves. That was why Han Shuo reminded Han Shuo out of goodwill. The face of that demon cultivating in the element of wind that Han Shuo pointed at suddenly turned ghastly pale. He glared at Han Shuo hatefully, wondering when exactly did he offend this fella, and why would Han Shuo instruct him to die at such a crucial moment. On the other hand, Anro was clearly delighted. Although he couldn't refuse Leviathan's orders, he still cherished his life. If the barrier in front of him was made of water elemental energy, he might have rushed in excitedly. But looking at Leviathan's posture, he probably didn't know which type of power the barrier belonged to. If he rashly rushed in, the possibility of death was too great, so he couldn't help but be afraid. Therefore, this demon named Enro vaguely expressed his gratitude to Han Shuo with his eyes, but in his heart he did not understand why Han Shuo would help him. Both Leviathan and Manticore stared blankly for a moment. They looked at Han Shuo in puzzlement. After a short pause, Manticore finally couldn't help but ask, "Why is that?" "In order to reduce everyone's losses, we will be able to go deeper." Han Shuo smiled mysteriously and said indifferently, "All right then." Manticore was rather straightforward. Perhaps he felt that Sacrificing one of his demons wasn't a big deal. He waved his hand at that demon cultivating in the element of wind, whose face was filled with fear, and ordered, "Yadi, you go!" Yadi had no choice but to obey his master's orders no matter how afraid or unwilling he was. Before he entered the barrier, he glared at Han Shuo with hatred, as though saying, "If I survive this, I will settle the score with you sooner or later." Han Shuo shrugged his shoulders. He didn't take this person's threat to heart. Yadi harumphed coldly in anger. Without wasting any time, he leaped into the barrier that was blocking everyone's path. A sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out from within. The dense wind element formed into sharp, snow-white blades that danced within the barrier with ding-ding-dang-dang sounds. Both Leviathan and Manticole's expressions changed. Their gazes simultaneously turned to Han Shuo, filled with astonishment. "Mr. Han Shuo, how did you know that the barrier was of the element of wind?" Leviathan was extremely astonished. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, "I have long said that the martial arts I specialize in is a little different from what you know. Therefore, it's only normal that I am a little mysterious." The two did not say much to Han Shuo's deliberate mystification. They merely exchanged meaningful glances, their eyes flickering with unknown thoughts. "Mr. Han Shuo is truly a miraculous person. With this, we can reduce our losses by a lot," one of the demons exclaimed. The crowd immediately echoed. When Manticole and Leviathan saw that their subordinates seemed to have a very favorable impression of Han Shuo, the strange gleams in their eyes grew even more intense. Ka! With a crisp sound, the barrier suddenly cracked. Unlike what the crowd had expected, Yadi did not obtain the elemental energy of wind. This demon who entered the barrier while harboring a grudge against Han Shuo seemed to have extremely bad luck. His body was revealed to the crowd, riddled with holes. He was no longer breathing. Although it would be much safer for those of the same element to enter the barrier, it couldn't completely eliminate the danger. This demon named Yadi obviously had bad luck. Not only did he fail to obtain any energy from the barrier, he even lost his life. The sharp whistling sound came from the ruptured boundary, as though a bone-scraping, cold blade. Manticole and Leviathan, who bore the brunt of the attack, hastily deployed their domains of divinity with grave expressions. The elemental energy of lightning and the element of darkness gathered around them. The two exerted all their strength and spent a great deal of effort before they managed to block the fierce wind that burst out from the boundary. That was close. It must have been deployed by a mid-god of wind. Who knows how many years it has been, and it was triggered and shattered by Yadi. Who would have thought that the residual power would still be so terrifying? Leviathan had a look of lingering fear on his face, and there were traces of sweat on his forehead. It seemed that the fierce wind that blew out from the broken wind barrier had indeed consumed a lot of his divine power. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If the one who entered wasn't Yadi but Anro, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. In that case, the force of the gale we will encounter will definitely be stronger, Manticole said, rejoicing as he looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo chuckled dryly and didn't say anything else. These two weren't good people, and Han Shuo was on guard against them at all times. He definitely wouldn't let his guard down, just because of the gratitude they'd displayed. Divine crystals of fire. All of a sudden, Leviathan let out a cry of surprise. His body moved like lightning as he charged straight to the front that had suddenly opened up. He extended his hand and grabbed a fist-sized crystal that was deeply buried in the rock, shining with dazzling flames. He had a look of joy on his face. That fist-sized crystal contained a fiery and intense liquid. Incomparably scorching and frightening energy was wantonly radiating from it. From a distance, that fist-sized crystal looked like a miniature sun, extremely dazzling. Divine crystals, rare and precious treasures that could be directly absorbed and converted into divine energy. Who would have thought that they would actually exist in the void? Wonderful. Manticole was also overjoyed. He appeared beside Leviathan at some point in time, and hastily said, "If the other two discover divine crystals of lightning and darkness, with this piece of divine crystal of fire, we will have the capital to trade with them." Leviathan nodded repeatedly and laughed heartily. It seemed that he was extremely excited to obtain this divine crystal. Although these two were on good terms, they obviously did not take Han Shuo, their comrade who cultivated in the energy of death and destruction, seriously. They were only concerned about their own interests. Watching from a distance, Han Shuo revealed a happy smile for them on his face. However, his heart, on the other hand, was ice cold. He was even more certain that the two were only trying to make use of him. He just as well. Let's see who will reap the most benefits in this void, Han Shuo thought to himself. Just as Han Shuo was thinking about this, two energies that had disappeared for a long time suddenly appeared in Han Shuo's consciousness. Cecrops and Golander, cultivators of the elemental energies of fire and water, were rapidly approaching. Ka-ka! Creak! Several crisp and clear sounds suddenly sounded from not far away. The tranquility of the surroundings was instantly shattered. Cecrops and Golander have sensed the aura of the divine crystal and are on their way here. As the two were in too much of a hurry, several boundaries that existed along the way were forcibly destroyed. The two of you should be preparing to face the enemy now. Han Shuo described the facts with an incomparably calm and collected face. Soon after, he raised his head to look at the meteor shower that was about to fall from the sky, and said, "Meteor shower, the spatial edges will erupt in a wide area. While everyone is on guard against Cecrops and Golander, you must also be careful not to be killed by the explosive energy of those boundaries." Upon hearing those words, Manticore and Leviathan's faces changed greatly. Leviathan hastily and carefully put away the divine crystal of fire and cursed in a flustered and exasperated manner. "Cecrops and Golander, those two bastards, how dare they barge in here? Have they forgotten our agreement with Bichimos?" Manticore let out a light groan and said, "At the time of the agreement, they had yet to see a real divine crystal, especially a divine crystal of fire that could allow Cecrops' strength to skyrocket. Before such a temptation, even Cecrops lost his composure. Cut the crap and get ready to face the enemy." Han Shuo rudely interrupted the two in an unfriendly manner. Both Manticore and Leviathan showed displeasure on their faces. However, they did not flare up at this moment. They deployed their domains of divinity and prepared to face the enemy. At the moment when a great battle was on the verge of breaking out, Han Shuo retreated with a sneer. He stealthily left the range of the duo's domains of divinity and retreated to the place where the damaged, lightning magical matrix was erupting. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 565. When Leviathan and Manticore unfolded their domains of divinity, apart from the elements of lightning and darkness, no other energy could be used in that area. Han Shuo's demonic arts had not broken through to the Nine Changes realm. Therefore, he would certainly be at a great disadvantage within their domains of divinity. Regardless of what plans Han Shuo had, he first had to ensure that he could bring out his full strength. Therefore, at this critical moment, Han Shuo decisively withdrew from the scope of the two domains of divinity. When the remaining demons that came behind the two demon kings saw that Han Shuo retreated instead of advancing, they all revealed astonished expressions. Without waiting for them to say anything, Leviathan coldly shouted. Electric arcs burst out from his body as he shouted, "Get back to the back and stay with Mr. Han Shuo. Are you courting death by staying here?" As though they had been granted amnesty, the crowd hastily rushed towards Han Shuo. In the battle between the four demon kings of the abyss, if their divine energy were to leak out by accident, these demons, without any elemental energy to borrow, would die with a single touch. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Therefore, they had no choice but to be fearless. Only a freak like Han Shoa could rely on his demonic arts and avatar of destruction to remain safe and sound within the domains of divinity of the four demon kings. However, Han Shoa obviously had other plans. He too left the battlefield. Arg! Mournful screams suddenly resounded throughout the valley. Several demons that were rushing towards Han Shoa were very unlucky to be hit by the meteor shower. They only had the time to let out a few painful howls before they were crushed into meat patties by the meteors. Those pitiful demons had yet to leave the domains of divinity of Manticore and Leviathan. Without any elemental energy to borrow, their bodies suddenly became extremely fragile. On top of that, the meteor shower was indeed terrifying. It was only natural that they would die on the spot. Damn it, these two sure are just fellas who only care about themselves. Han Shoa cursed in his heart. His body, which had retreated far away, suddenly transformed into a black radiance. He drew a long arc in the air and suddenly fell back into the range of Leviathan and Manticore's domains of divinity. The two demons, Bord and Zinnia, could only watch helplessly as a spatial blade sliced horizontally from the side. However, having lost the elemental energy that they relied on to survive, the two of them who had no energy to support them slowed down and were simply unable to dodge that spatial blade. Their eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, Han Shua's figure flickered and appeared between the two in the blink of an eye. His hand stretched out at lightning speed. Demonic yuan poured into his arms, and he fiercely flung them. Bord and Zinnia, whose hearts were filled with despair, flew in a beautiful parabola, finally escaping from the slash of the space blades. Han Shua still had some affection for Bord and Zinnia, especially for taking care of Jasper and the others back at Black Jade City, as well as taking care of everything for him. Although Han Shua knew that the reason why the two were so attentive was due to his superb strength, Han Shua was still a person who cherished old friendships. He was not stingy with such trivial help. After resolving the crisis of Bord and Zinnia, Han Shua had no intention of staying in the domain of divinity any longer. Just as he was about to leave the range of the spatial blade, an incomparably dense elemental energy of death was instantly sensed by the soul of that death base god of Han Shua. The dense elemental energy of death originated from the boundary zone that the two demon kings, Cecrops and Golander, had accidentally blasted open. Han Shua immediately determined this. At this very moment, a great battle was bound to break out between the four demon kings. Logically speaking, Han Shua shouldn't be getting involved. However, the elemental energy of death was so vast and dense that Han Shua was certain that there was at least one divine essence of death. It was extremely difficult to increase one's divine energy after becoming a god. That divine essence of death was an irresistible temptation to that avatar of Han Shua. Damn it! Riches and honor come from danger. Let's go all out. Han Shua's mind raced. Seeing that the spatial blade was about to materialize, he no longer hesitated. His body turned into a rainbow and instantly shot toward the boundary where the divine essence of death was located. The two demon kings, Cecrops and Golander, must have sensed the appearance of the divine essence of fire. Therefore, they rushed over without any regard for anything else. One of them cultivated in the elemental energy of fire, and the other cultivated in the elemental energy of water. On top of that, they were impatient for the divine essence of fire. Therefore, they didn't have the leisure to pay attention to the things along the way. As soon as Han Shua moved, he discovered that the four domains of divinity had officially fused together. The domains of divinity that were originally left with the element of lightning and the element of darkness were now filled with the elemental energy of fire and water. The four demon kings of the Abyss realm, for low gods, had fully unleashed their domains of divinity. Amidst the meteor shower and the spatial blade attacks, the two of them had actually started exchanging blows. While flying toward the divine essence of death, Han Shua still had the leisure to observe his surroundings. He suddenly discovered that the appearances of Cecrops and Golander were very strange. As for Cecrops, who cultivated in the elemental energy of fire, his facial features couldn't be seen clearly. However, his body was similar to that of Rock General, who died in Han Shua's hands. His body was as hard as iron, and it was the red-hot kind. Golander, on the other hand, looked like a giant water monster. His body was densely packed with tentacles, as thick as fingers. He was wriggling his body, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws as he battled against Manticore. The strengths of the four were about the same. Leviathan and Cecrops were engaged in battle, while Golander and Manticore were attacking each other. All four of them were demon kings of the Abyss realm and low gods. Having battled against each other for many years, they were very familiar with each other's fighting patterns. Therefore, they went all out in their first exchange of blows. However, in Han Shua's eyes, it didn't look that good. The four demon kings had concealed all their divine energies within their bodies. When they exchanged blows, their divine energies would burst forth through the contact of their bodies. Surprisingly, not a shred of divine energy leaked out. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that their battle appeared so plain and unadorned. There was no radiance, no gorgeous clouds. With just a glance, Han Shua understood why they would be so cautious in maintaining this tacit understanding, not daring to leak even the slightest bit of their divine energy. It was because they were surrounded by boundaries and dilapidated ancient magical sealing matrices. A single misstep could trigger even more dangers and bring disaster to all of them. Although the four demon kings who had battled for many years started fighting over the divine essences of fire, they were very cautious in maintaining a sense of propriety. They did not dare to leak even the slightest bit of their divine energy, lest it caused a monstrous ripple that would cause everyone to suffer the consequences. Whoosh! Han Shua deployed his protective shield and, relying on the energy from the demonic infant in his body, flew at high speed towards the location where the energy of death was located. 3 translucent, jade-white divine essences of death lay tightly within a deep black magical robe. That deep black magical robe seemed to be no ordinary item, as it was overflowing with sinister and evil energy of death. Han Shua was overjoyed. Without another word, he reached out and grabbed it. A strange, ringing sound suddenly came from the deep black magical robe. Han Shua had just touched the black magical robe when a bizarre boundary of death was suddenly released. The 3 signature boundaries of necromancy, the boundary of weakness, the boundary of fear, and the boundary of aging, erupted at the same time. Its might was more than 10 times that of what Han Shua had released. There was also a force that firmly held onto Han Shua, not letting Han Shua let go of the black magical robe. Greatly shocked, Han Shua had no time to think. The demonic yuan in his body erupted like a flood, madly attacking the force that was holding him. He wanted to let go of the black magical robe first. "Huh? Who's that youngster?" Golander suddenly shouted. His voice was as cold as ice. "Hee, what a joke. Mr. Han Shua, the one who killed 3 of your shadow warriors, is right in front of you, and you don't even know him." Manticore said in an indifferent tone with a gentle smile on his face. Han Shua, who was doing his utmost to resist the pulling force of the deep black magical robe, was on the verge of cursing out loud. He could already guess what kind of trouble Manticore's words would bring him. Sure enough, Golander, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Manticore, had an ugly, monstrous face that barely resembled a human face. With an incomparably cold smile, he said, "All right, I've been looking for you for a long time. Youngster, die." Upon finishing those words, Golander abandoned the battle with Manticore. His extremely nimble, ocean monster-like body soared high up in the sky, fluttering in the wind, but at an extremely fast speed, towards Han Shua. Han Shua, who was cursing all 18 generations of Manticore's ancestors in his heart, furiously raised his demonic yuan to the highest level, using all his strength to attack the energy that was wrapping around his body. However, under the envelopment of the boundaries of fear, weakness, and aging, Han Shua was at his weakest. The frigid energy locked onto Han Shua's body. Golander's flight brought about a shift in his domain of divinity. A frigid coldness that was 100 times stronger than the coldness released by ice celestial Kori rushed into Han Shua's consciousness ahead of time, causing Han Shua's resistance to appear even more powerless. Ice celestial Kori was merely a demigod and had yet to become a base god. There was a gap of 2 levels between him and Golander, a low god. Comparing ice celestial Kori to Golander in the application of the origin energy of water was like comparing a mound of earth to a towering mountain. The gap between them was insurmountable. The energy of a low god like Golander could seep into his soul. Were it not for Han Shua's consciousness being exceedingly miraculous and unique, it was likely that he would have been frozen by now, unable to think. At the moment of death, Han Shua's base god of death soul seemed to have sensed the familiarity of the energy that was tightly wrapping around Han Shua's body. Between life and death, with one thought, Han Shua's base god of death soul suddenly released a strand of weak energy. Suddenly, the deep black magical robe in his hand underwent a timely transformation. Chapter 566. When Han Shua's base god of death soul came into contact with the deep black magical robe, the energy that he had been unable to shake off all this time retreated back into the magical robe like a receding tide. In the next moment, the bizarre boundary of death that originated from the magical robe vanished without a trace. The deep black magical robe was still in Han Shua's hand. However, at this moment, the magical robe no longer posed any threat. Han Shua's consciousness moved. Without encountering any obstruction, the 3 divine essences of death, as well as the deep black magical robe, all fell into the space ring on Han Shua's hand. Han Shua did not have the time to ponder over the bizarre situation just now, nor did he want to fight head-on against Golander, who was dashing over. After getting his hands on the items, he did not linger there any longer. Instead, he spotted an empty space and prepared to retreat. "You've killed 3 of my shadow warriors. Kid, you've got some guts." Golander shouted coldly. His monster-like body floated over. A few soft feelers suddenly shot out from his cheeks like arrows, piercing straight for Han Shua's back. As the distance between the 2 shortened, the freezing aura that penetrated deep into Han Shua's consciousness became even more powerful. After letting out a cold groan, Han Shua, who was in the midst of retreating, softly shifted his consciousness. Not needing to be distracted by the deep black magical robe, Han Shua easily evaded Golander's attack on his consciousness. Seeing that the feelers shooting out from Golander's cheeks seemed to be unable to dodge in time, Han Shua did not appear to be panicked. With a flash of strange light, the demon's lair edge suddenly shot out from his palm. The energy of destruction, mixed with the shrill howls of thousands of souls, transformed into a terrifying screen of light, completely enveloping all the feelers that Golander had shot at him. Crack! Crack! Strange, ear-piercing noises rang out from the screen of light. All the feelers shooting out from Golander's cheeks had been severed. Ah! Golander was startled. His ice-cold eyes were filled with doubt, as though wondering how Han Shua could possess such power. The demon's lair edge could still be used as a weapon even before it transformed. Even Han Shua could pour his magical yuan into it. However, the demon's lair edge now contained the divine energy of the Edict of Destruction, the plundering energy left behind by Dadera, and the tens of thousands of souls that Han Shua had absorbed over the years. With the 3 energies fused together, although Han Shua had barely reached the low god realm of destruction, the energy within the demon's lair edge was still extremely terrifying. Although the demon's lair edge had severed the antennae on Golander's cheeks, a wisp of the icy cold energy still followed and surged into the demon's lair edge like a shadow. It was only after the demon's lair edge's divine energy of destruction collided 3 times that the icy cold energy was completely neutralized. With a single strike, Han Shua and Golander had a general understanding of each other's strength. Han Shuo understood that Golinder was a formidable foe. Within his domain of divinity, Han Shuo's base god necromancy avatar couldn't be used. It would be truly difficult for Han Shuo to defeat an avatar that was a mixture of all sorts of energies, but didn't understand the edict of destruction. Golinder also clearly realized from the strike of the Demon's Lair edge in Han Shuo's hand that this youngster who appeared out of nowhere wasn't a weakling that he could trample on as he pleased. Golinder's heart was filled with astonishment. His ice-cold eyes were filled with doubt, as though he couldn't understand how Han Shuo could possess such strength. Whoosh! A human figure suddenly flashed by. Golinder, who was in a daze, discovered that he was in absolute darkness. He cursed in his heart. Golinder immediately realized that Manticore, who had instigated him to attack Han Shuo, had taken advantage of the time when he was deep in thought to launch an attack. A thought flashed through Golinder's mind. He immediately gave up on pursuing Han Shuo and focused all his attention on dealing with Manticore's sneak attack. He could tell that Han Shuo didn't seem to be willing to have a great battle with him. In the Abyss realm, the strong were revered. When he discovered that Han Shuo was a formidable foe, he immediately made a wise decision. Not to pursue and not to care. Han Shuo, who was prepared to fight with all his might, stood proudly on the spot with a callous face. He raised his hand and firmly grasped the Demon's Lair edge that suddenly shot out of his palm. He was prepared to summon Little Skull to assist him in battle at any time. It was at this moment that he discovered that Golinder was completely shrouded in darkness. Manticore smiled at Han Shuo from a distance, nodded at him, and shot into the darkness with a whoosh. Han Shuo was stunned. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He despised Manticore for taking the initiative to show goodwill. After turning his head to look at Cecrops and Leviathan, who were engaged in a great battle, Han Shuo pondered for a moment and unhurriedly shot towards the direction where Cecrops and Golinder came from. "Mr. Han Shuo, help us deal with them together." Leviathan shouted anxiously when he saw that Han Shuo was about to leave. He no longer cared that the battle was going on. As though he didn't hear Leviathan's shout from behind, Han Shuo did not slow down in the slightest and left the battlefield without even turning his head back. As soon as Han Shuo left the battlefield, he immediately concealed all the aura on his body and only used his consciousness to observe the changes in the surroundings. In the area in front of Han Shuo, a few dozen demons were cautiously holed up in a corner, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves as they dealt with the attacks of the meteor shower and the spatial edges. After surveying the area with his consciousness, Han Shuo immediately discovered that those demons were from Cecrops and Golinder's side. The reckless actions of the two demons had brought about a devastating blow to their subordinates. While the four demon kings with low god strengths were having a great time fighting each other, their subordinates weren't idling either. Under the dual attacks of the meteor shower and the spatial edges, they spared no effort to preserve their own lives. The meteor shower and spatial edges formed by the boundaries triggered by Golinder and Golinder weren't just a little bit more powerful than the forbidden magics on Profound Continent. In addition to that, this area was so narrow and surrounded by all kinds of visible and invisible boundaries. No one dared to move recklessly. They could only take cover in a small area. Therefore, death was unavoidable. Han Shuo silently observed for a moment and discovered that the area where Golinder and Golinder's subordinates were located also had a path. It was obvious that Cecrops and Golinder were having a hard time making their way through that area. It was only because Cecrops had coincidentally sensed the energy of the divine essence of fire that he could not resist the temptation and charged over without a care for anything else. Due to the destruction of several boundaries, the two paths suddenly intersected with each other. The four demon kings, who had been fighting each other for countless years and hated each other to begin with, immediately started fighting each other the moment they saw each other. After concealing his presence, Han Shuo hid himself in an area where no one could discover him for the time being. He coldly observed the battle between the four demon kings. The four demon kings of the Abyss possessed roughly equal strengths. having fought for so many years without a victor being determined. It was only natural that they wouldn't be able to come to a conclusion in such a short period of time. After observing for a while, Han Shuo gained a little understanding of their combat style. Not daring to leak their divine energy, they could only burst forth with physical contact. In Han Shuo's eyes, although it was dangerous, it didn't seem worth watching. How long will this fight last? It's simply a waste of time. Every minute and every second in the void is precious. If this goes on, I won't be able to get anything when the stardust tide returns, thought Han Shuo. He originally planned to take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the situation, but he soon discovered that this wasn't the way to go. Han Shuo's mind spun rapidly for a moment as he silently pondered his vicious scheme. Suddenly, the base god of death soul sensed a familiar aura. Previously, as he was pressed for time, Han Shuo did not delve into where that familiar feeling came from. Now that Han Shuo had left the domain of divinity of the four demon kings, he finally had the time to figure out what was going on. Since he was not in the domain of divinity of the four demon kings, that base god of death soul energy was even stronger. He took out the deep black magical robe that he had just stored in his space ring. The mental strength of that base god soul of Han Shuo slowly flowed into the center of the magical robe in his hand. An explosion sounded from the deep black magical robe in Han Shuo's hand. The mental strength of Han Shuo's soul of death instantly formed some sort of connection with the magical robe. All of a sudden, a kind of enlightenment flowed into that base god soul of death soul of Han Shuo like gentle water. Han Shuo's main body, who was holding the deep black magical robe, could clearly see a grayish substance fusing into the demon's lair edge like a gas. At the same time, all kinds of enlightenment and sensations regarding the energy of death were slowly fusing with the soul of the demon's lair edge, seeing all this happening before his eyes, feeling the enlightenment gained by that soul. Han Shuo, who was holding the dark magic card in his hand, was suddenly filled with a wave of pleasant surprise. He almost couldn't help but let out a shriek. Divine soul, a mid-god of death, inside the deep black magical robe, apart from the three divine essences of death, there was actually a concealed mid-god of death divine soul. Moreover, at this moment, the mid-god of death divine soul that came from the center of the deep black magical robe was fusing with Han Shuo's soul in a way that he couldn't understand. The owner of the skeletal staff that Han Shuo obtained was also a mid-god. From the skeletal staff, Han Shuo obtained a lot of memories regarding the cultivation method of the energy of death. But it was only at this moment that Han Shuo realized that the memories left behind by the owner of the skeletal staff were merely cultivation methods. Moreover, many of the important cultivation methods were omitted. However, the divine soul within the deep black magical robe had not only given Han Shuo the cultivation method of the energy of death, but had also given Han Shuo an even more important comprehension of the energy of death. It gave Han Shuo all kinds of insights on how to break through from the realm of base god to mid-god, including the domain of divinity and the method of using the power of faith. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo suddenly discovered that the familiar feeling coming from the deep black magical robe seemed to be somewhat similar to the feeling within the skeletal staff. That's right. Just like the owner of the skeletal staff, the owner of this divine soul should be a subordinate of the overgod of death who had been sent to various planes to bring death and destruction to the overgod of death. Just like the skeletal staff, the magic robe seemed to have traces of that person's imprint on it. Han Shuo was certain of this. Chapter 567. Compared to the cultivation method left behind by the master of the skeletal staff, the comprehension of realms that he had obtained was much more precious. The cultivation method could only allow Han Shuo to understand how to utilize the energy of death to form attacks, but the comprehension of realms could allow Han Shuo to make breakthroughs in realms without any stagnation, allowing him to obtain even more terrifying energy of death. No matter how many cultivation methods there were, they were only a kind of utilization of the elemental energy of death. They could not allow Han Shuo to break through from base god to low god. However, the comprehension of realms could. It could allow Han Shuo to comprehend the true meaning of breakthroughs from base god to low god. As long as he had enough divine energy, Han Shuo could even continue to break through to mid-god without any stagnation. The comprehension of divinity was what a god needed the most. The utilization of energy and the acquisition of divine energy could be slowly grasped through cultivation. But the comprehension of divinity was something that could only be discovered by chance. Even if one had a lot of energy, it was not guaranteed that one could obtain that comprehension. But now, Han Shuo directly possessed it, and it was the comprehension of divinity of a mid-god. In other words, from now on, the most difficult comprehension of realms was no longer a problem for Han Shuo. As long as he had enough divine energy, Han Shuo could make breakthroughs very quickly and become a low god, or even a mid-god. The fusion of souls continued. In a trance, Han Shuo once again felt as though his soul was being separated. At this moment, as the souls fused, the desolate, primordial aura seemed to have entered Han Shuo's soul. Maintaining the fusion of souls, the skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hand gradually transformed into another Han Shuo that was brimming with the aura of death. Without any warning, the deep black magic robe flew up on its own and covered Han Shuo's body in that moment. Evil, sinister, desolate, and lonely, the aura that Han Shuo had sensed in the netherworld emerged from Han Shuo's avatar at this moment. Han Shuo did not expect that his soul would suddenly fuse together. This was the abyss, and a great battle was taking place not far from him. Moreover, the fusion of souls was extremely dangerous, and he could not afford to be disturbed at all. Therefore, when Han Shuo's soul fused with that mid-god's divine soul, his main body, wielding the demon's lair edge, silently established a connection with the netherworld. His eyes flickered with divine radiance, and his consciousness went all out, ready to deal with any danger that might occur at any time. The meteor shower and the spatial blades covered an extremely wide area. Although Han Shuo had hidden himself, he still couldn't escape the aftershocks of these two barriers. At this time, Han Shuo, who had 3 souls, showed an absolute advantage. The base god of death was rapidly fusing with the divine soul. Meanwhile, Han Shuo's avatar and main body were going all out to keep the commotion caused by the meteor shower and the spatial blades away from his avatar of death. Time passed silently. Han Shuo didn't know how much time had passed. The other 2 souls of Han Shuo, who had 3 souls, were also somewhat absent-minded. Unbeknownst to Han Shuo, the element of death in this area, which was already much denser than other areas, suddenly began to crazily converge on Han Shuo's avatar. Han Shuo's body was like a whale sucking in water, rapidly absorbing the massive amount of element of death. At the same time, the mid-god's divine soul and all sorts of breakthroughs were brought forth. Bizarre changes were happening to the body and soul that Han Shuo's skeletal staff had transformed into. The soul, the physical body, the element of death and breakthroughs were converging, fusing, splitting, and recombining in a way that Han Shuo couldn't understand all of a sudden. Han Shuo's main body, who was observing the surroundings with extreme vigilance, discovered that there were no other elements within dozens of meters of him other than the dense element of death. Han Shuo's main body, whose demonic arts were flowing at high speed without stagnation, was pleasantly surprised to discover the changes in his surroundings. The domain of divinity. This is the manifestation of the domain of divinity. The overjoyed Han Shuo looked at the element of death converging around him, and then at the highly condensed element of death that was forming his avatar of divinity in a way that he couldn't understand. Han Shuo, who had experienced the scene of Little Skull becoming a god, clearly understood what kind of delightful changes were happening inside his avatar of death. Huh? What energy is this? Something doesn't feel right. Manticore, who was in the midst of fighting among the 4 demon kings, suddenly muttered. As Golander was startled by Han Shuo, he was momentarily absent-minded. Manticore, whose strength was about the same as Han Shuo's, very accurately seized that opportunity and shrouded Golinder in absolute darkness. It was precisely for this reason that Manticore had the upper hand and even had the leisure to speak. The other 3 demon kings also sensed the element of death frantically converging not far away from them. The 4 demon kings, who had also experienced the same process, thought for a moment and realized what was happening in that area at nearly the same time. The 4 demon kings, who were in the midst of fighting, stopped at the same time, exchanged glances, and flew towards that area at the same time. Han Shuo, who harbored malicious intentions, didn't go too far away. During the process of becoming a god, the element of death was frantically converging and was difficult to control. Han Shuo's whereabouts could no longer be concealed. The 4 demon kings moved and in the blink of an eye discovered the location where Han Shuo was hiding. Tutu, what's going on? Cecrops immediately cried out in alarm after taking a glance at Han Shuo's location. Han Shuo's main body was carrying the Demon's Lair edge, and his avatar was wearing a deep black magical robe. Other than the clothes, the 2 Han Shuo looked exactly the same. Not only Cecrops and Golinder, even Manticore and Leviathan, who were somewhat familiar with Han Shuo, were startled by the scene they saw. Manticore and Leviathan looked at each other in dismay at the sudden appearance of another Han Shuo. Kill him, lest he becomes a source of trouble in the future. Cecrops quickly calmed down from his astonishment. When he said those words, he looked at Manticore and Leviathan. Silence. At this critical moment, Manticore and Leviathan, these 2 fellows who were supposed to be Han Shuo's allies, remained silent. Han Shuo, a low god of destruction, had already put them on high alert. Now, there was another one who was about to become a low god of death. This kind of shock had completely exceeded their expectations. The 2 allies, who were already harboring ulterior motives to begin with, maintained their silence with flickering eyes. They did not know what they were thinking. Cecrops and Golinder exchanged glances with each other. Golinder nodded and said in an ice-cold voice, "Let's attack together. This fella is rather difficult to deal with. I don't have the certainty of getting rid of him in a short period of time by myself." "Very well," Cecrops said with a faint smile. He shot a meaningful glance at Manticore and Leviathan, whose eyes flickered with silence. Soon after, he signaled Golinder with his eyes and walked step by step towards Han Shuo, who was standing there grimly with the Demon's Lair edge in his hand. The 2 were vigilant against Manticore and Leviathan. They didn't know if the 2 would seize this opportunity to attack. Therefore, they didn't dare to charge at them all at once. Instead, they took advantage of this slow approach to probe the reactions of Manticore and Leviathan. The result was just as the 2 had expected. Cecrops, who was extremely familiar with the 2's personalities, discovered that at this critical moment, Manticore and Leviathan indeed had no intention of attacking. They stood there motionless, and no one could tell what they were thinking. Han Shuo, who was holding the Demon's Lair edge and looking at the 4 great demon kings with a callous face, did not utter a single word, as though he had become a spectator. It was only when Cecrops and Golinder walked step by step towards Han Shuo that their domains of divinity came into contact with the newly formed domain of divinity of his avatar, that Han Shuo, as his allies, still remained indifferent and silent, that Han Shuo put on a faint smile. He looked at Manticore, whose eyes were flickering with unfathomable thoughts, and said, "Manticore, Leviathan, from now on, we are no longer allies." Ever since Han Shuo discovered that Leviathan had mercilessly killed Nolan, and when Manticore took the opportunity to warn Golinder the moment he put away the deep black magical robe, he understood that the alliance he had with these 2 fellas was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. It could be broken with a single poke. That was indeed the case. When Leviathan and the other 3 flew over, Han Shuo had already guessed that it was the boundary. Therefore, he wasn't the least bit surprised. Having known about the boundary, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't feel any joy or sorrow. His heart was calm and he was on guard against any changes. I'm sorry, but the Abyss Realm cannot afford to have a sixth great demon king, not to mention one that possesses the energy of two elements. This is absolutely unacceptable. Although you said that you will leave the Abyss Realm, the temptation of the power of faith is not that easy to resist. Just like how we have always wanted to go to your world and obtain the power of faith. Mantecle's expression did not change. He looked at Han Shuo with a beaming smile and said to Han Shuo in that same gentle voice, "The Abyss Realm was only so vast." The birth of a new great demon king meant that he would plunder the people of the Abyss Realm to obtain the power of faith. An additional great demon king meant that there would be one more person to divide the spoils and one less benefit for them. Han Shuo's strength, in particular, was rapidly increasing through some unknown energy. Now that a low god of death had appeared, they felt even more threatened. Therefore, they urgently hoped that Han Shuo would die. This kind of urgency had exceeded the hatred they had for the other two. Chapter 568. Cecrops and Golander walked towards Han Shuo at a slow but firm pace. Their eyes, however, were constantly paying attention to Manticore and Leviathan's reactions, cautiously guarding against the sudden emergence of unknown dangers. With things having come to a head, Han Shuo had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Whether or not his avatar of death could survive depended on whether or not he could withstand the attacks of the two demon kings. The meteor shower and spatial edges were still wreaking havoc all around him. Dazzling curtains of light were constantly blooming around him. Right in this deep valley, Han Shuo held his breath in rapt attention. He raised the demon's lair edge and calmly waited for the two demon kings to make their move. As they approached step by step, the two demon kings, Cecrops and Golander, however, had relaxed expressions on their faces. It was as though they didn't take Han Shuo seriously at all. Han Shuo also understood that the reason why the two demon kings approached so slowly was because they were apprehensive of Manticore and Leviathan. They didn't really care about this unknown enemy of theirs. Just as the two were about to arrive at Han Shuo's side, Cecrops gave Golander a meaningful glance. In an instant, the two who had been walking slowly suddenly sped up and charged at Han Shuo. The two low gods had all their divine energy concentrated in their limbs. Two streaks of strange light flashed and appeared right in front of Han Shuo. The demon's lair edge glowed brilliantly and transformed into another Han Shuo in an extremely short period of time. A ruthless energy capable of destroying the world suddenly erupted. A mass of boundless, dark evil radiance enveloped the entire region. The two demon kings were too fast. Just as the demon's lair edge transformed into a mass of dark radiance, they had already charged in. Having absolute confidence in their strength, the two demon kings didn't put up any resistance against the darkness. They courageously charged straight at Han Shuo based on their instincts. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion, sounded from the center of the darkness. Wisps of needle-like electricity shot out in a large area in the darkness. Two sharp howls sounded from the two demon kings' mouths at nearly the same time. Amidst the deafening explosions, the two demon kings who were charging courageously at Han Shuo retreated at an even faster speed, as though their butts were on fire. Hundreds and thousands of rays of light followed the two like ghostly shadows. Under the incredulous gazes of Manticore and Leviathan, the rays of light whooshed and landed on the two great demon kings. Ah, what the hell is that? That bastard, he actually risked his life to trigger a large-scale destructive barrier. Damn it! Golander cursed loudly. The enormous explosion left as quickly as it came. The rays of light dispersed and the darkness vanished without a trace. Behind an enormous crater filled with holes, Han Shuo carried the demon's lair edge with a callous expression on his face. The corners of his mouth hooked into a hint of ridicule as he coldly watched the two demon kings shrieking. The pearls of annihilation he refined in War Demon Valley were indeed effective. When the two demon kings retreated in panic, Han Shuo understood that the two demon kings had been hit at the same time. The pearls of annihilation could create a large-scale explosion and had a miraculous effect against a large number of enemies. However, as the two demon kings were low gods, the damage that the pearls of annihilation could cause to them was limited. However, the attack of the pearls of annihilation wasn't limited to just this. Within the large-scale explosion, the soul piercers that shot out from the pearls of annihilation were the real killer. The soul piercers were a kind of bizarre and offensive demonic weapon that specifically targeted the soul. For those whose souls weren't strong enough, a single soul piercer was enough to annihilate both their body and soul. Even a godly expert whose soul could fuse with the elements of heaven and earth would need to expel the soul-devouring evil energy of the soul piercers as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the greater the damage they would suffer. Cecrops and Leviathan, the two demon kings, did not really take Han Shuo seriously. In addition, they did not think that Han Shuo would dare to break the rules of the Abyss. Therefore, they attacked Han Shuo directly. Unfortunately, Han Shuo had many tricks up his sleeves. In addition, he had made preparations beforehand. Therefore, he was able to fully unleash the power of the Pearls of Annihilation and teach them an unforgettable lesson. As for the rules of the Abyss and the boundaries that densely covered the surroundings, Han Shuo had no scruples at all. Death could happen at any time. Where would he find the time to care about other things? The explosion of the Pearls of Annihilation covered a wide area. Moreover, the area that Han Shuo was in was surrounded by boundaries. Therefore, after a deafening rumble, several boundaries were triggered. All of a sudden, fierce winds howled, sand and pebbles flew, and thunder rumbled. With Han Shuo at the center, the attacks formed by several boundaries enveloped everyone. At this moment, the two demon kings, Cecrops and Golander, were still doing their utmost to purge the soul piercers from their souls. They were cursing Han Shuo's treacherous and ruthless methods in their hearts, but they still had to defend against the aftershocks of the boundaries that appeared one after another around them. Leviathan and Manticore, who had been observing the battle with cold eyes, had their brows deeply furrowed. The two could clearly see that Cecrops and Golander were injured. Given their temperament in the past, they would have seized the opportunity to get rid of the two without the slightest hesitation. However, due to the appearance of Han Shuo, the two did not choose to make their move like they did in the past. After exchanging glances with each other, Leviathan nodded. With a gloomy and cold expression, he said in a low voice, "Cecrops and Golander have fought against us for many years. We know their strengths best. Although they will pose a threat to us if they are alive, it will still be a draw." After taking a short pause, Leviathan shot a glance at Han Shuo from afar and said, "However, this character isn't that easy to deal with. This fella's potential is limitless. He cultivates in a mysterious martial technique and will soon become a low god in both the energy of destruction and death. If we allow him to remain in the Abyss realm, we will no longer have a foothold." Manticore nodded in agreement. His eyes were brimming with intense, murderous intent. He shouted in a deep voice, "This man's potential is limitless. He cannot be left alive." Without another word, the two who were mortal enemies with Cecrops and allies with Han Shuo suddenly charged at Han Shuo. Surrounded by boundaries, they suddenly charged at Han Shuo. Having learned from Cecrops and Golander's mistakes, in addition to the fact that all the boundaries around them had been destroyed, the two no longer concealed their divine energies within their bodies. Before they even got close to Han Shuo, a dozen or so bolts of lightning that resembled towering stone pillars and long and narrow rays of darkness that resembled the Grim Reaper's scythe were already sweeping at Han Shuo. Some of the boundaries in front of Han Shuo were cleansed by the divine might displayed by the two. With a dozen or so bolts of lightning and a few Grim Reapers scythes ahead of them, Han Shuo had absolutely no way of repeating his old trick. He could only look on helplessly as the two rapidly advanced under these energies. "Mr. Han Shuo, I'm sorry," Leviathan grinned. His usual hearty smile seemed indescribably ferocious at this moment. As for Manticore, who was the first to make contact with Han Shuo, he did not utter a single word. He unleashed his domain of divinity with all his might and inched closer to Han Shuo's area. "I knew you would make a move," Han Shuo said in a callous manner as he looked at the bolts of lightning and darkness that inched closer to him. The demon's lair edge in Han Shuo's hand rippled with strange light. Another Han Shuo instantly materialized. At the same time, Han Shuo's main body formed a hand seal with both hands. It was as though thousands upon thousands of monsters were emerging from his palms. All of a sudden, towering stone pillars burst out from the flat and smooth ground. Huge, colorful banners flew out from the space, ring on his finger, and stuck into the ground in front of him. The banners were of different shapes and sizes, but seemed to contain some sort of mysterious principle. If Bord and Leviathan were here, they would have definitely discovered that the stone pillars and banners that suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo were the same matrix that had once appeared in front of War Demon Valley, but had suddenly disappeared in Han Shuo's hands. It was the so-called matrix that could instantly claim the lives of tens of thousands of people. Unfortunately, Bord and Leviathan were not here. Neither did Manticore and Leviathan, the two demon kings, know what kind of power those fluttering, towering stone pillars would have. Therefore, the two did not stop their attacks, nor did they change their direction in the slightest. They stuck to their original plan of following behind the thick bolts of lightning and the Grim Reaper's scythes and charging towards Han Shuo. Rumble! As soon as the two of them entered the formation, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from within the formation. In an instant, bloody shadows wreaked havoc in the air. Streaks of multicolored demonic light intersected and radiated in all directions from those huge banners. Boundless evil energy was instantly released from within the matrix. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so thick bolts of lightning released by the two demon kings, including the Grim Reaper's scythes materialized from the element of darkness, were like stones sinking into the ocean. They were shattered bit by the thousands upon thousands of bizarre lights and shadows. Of the two demon kings, one had turned into a man of lightning, his entire body bursting with radiance. The other, Manticore, was completely shrouded in absolute darkness. If it weren't for Han Shuo's consciousness that had long covered his body, it would truly be difficult to discover that Manticore was hiding within the shadows of the Matrix. These two demon kings possessed superb strength and were treacherous and cunning. After throwing caution to the wind, they no longer had any scruples about the boundaries and seals around them. They had long tossed their agreement with Bichimos out of their minds. The two demon kings who were attacking with all their might, by relying on the expansion and miraculous effects of the domain of divinity, were still able to fly around within Han Shuo's matrix without sustaining any serious injuries. Low gods were low gods after all. Those Rakshasa destroyers definitely couldn't be compared to them, especially when there were some necromancy and destruction magical matrices mixed within the matrix. However, when the two deployed their domains of divinity, all those magical matrices lost their effectiveness. Seeing that it was impossible to annihilate or severely injure the two solely by relying on the power of the Matrix, Han Shuo finally summoned Little Skull. His main body and his avatar, along with Little Skull, entered the Matrix together. Han Shuo was prepared to use all of his and Little Skull's strength, taking advantage of the favorable terrain and timing, to deal a heavy blow to the two treacherous demon kings. Chapter 569. The formation was deployed by Han Shuo. No one was more familiar with its intricacies than Han Shuo himself. Little Skull and Han Shuo were telepathically connected. Under Han Shuo's command, the Little Skull naturally wouldn't be affected by the formation. As soon as they entered the formation, the two flew in the direction of Leviathan. At this moment, Leviathan, whose body was flickering with lightning and whose body was rumbling with thunder, was pacing back and forth among the dozen or so towering stone pillars, using his divine energy to defend against the chaotic attacks coming his way. That was a small-scale illusory formation. Those who recklessly barged in without knowing what was going on would be trapped in layers upon layers of illusions, unable to extricate themselves. Although Leviathan was a low god, he knew nothing about the demonic arts of another dimension. Inside the illusory formation, his mind was filled with all sorts of fantasies. All sorts of scenes interweaved into one picture after another, appearing and disorderly in his mind. The illusions had the effect of confusing one's mind. Many people that he once killed were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at him. At this moment, those unforgettable memories, those frightening things that he had deliberately forgotten, reappeared in his mind with incomparable clarity. They constantly tortured, ravaged, and hammered at his mind. Every one of those who could become a demon king was a cold-blooded and merciless character with an incomparably firm will. With so many negative scenes reappearing in his mind over and over again, any ordinary person would have long lost their mind. In serious cases, they might even go insane. However, despite facing so many things, Leviathan wasn't as unbearable as an ordinary person. He was still able to firmly maintain his mind. With the divine energy in his body, he could feel the boundless strength he possessed. He forcibly shattered the scenes with his own willpower. As a low god, it was obvious that Leviathan wasn't particularly affected by the formation. Based on this trend, as long as he walked through all the scenes that appeared and were shattered by him, he would be able to walk out of the illusory formation and no longer be affected. Han Shua and Little Skull snuck into the formation. Han Shua, who had a deep understanding of the essence of the illusory formation, and Little Skull, who was mentally connected to Han Shua, were not affected by the formation. The two unhurriedly snuck towards Leviathan. Han Shua's avatar transformed back into the demon's lair edge and was grasped in Han Shua's hand. Little Skull, wielding an enormous bone spear, concealed his domain of divinity and stealthily surrounded Leviathan with Han Shua. As the distance between them gradually shortened, Leviathan, who was randomly shooting streams of divine energy in the illusory formation, suddenly sensed an intense aura of death approaching. Without thinking, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Many years ago, an enormous abyssal expert that cultivated in the element of death had died by his hand. He recklessly launched a suicidal attack. That battle had left a deep impression on Leviathan. Therefore, as soon as the aura of death appeared, the scene very naturally appeared in his mind. Leviathan did not realize that he was trapped in an illusory formation. He only had one thought in his mind: I will kill anyone who stands in my way. That was how he had survived all these years. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm and tens of meters long suddenly burst out from Leviathan's palm. The lightning bolt resembled a crystal dragon. It was dazzling and dazzling. Furthermore, it was extremely agile. Its tail was connected to Leviathan's palm. Divine energy was poured into the lightning bolt. Like a hidden dragon rising to the sky, the lightning bolt charged at Little Skeleton. Han Shua was startled. He did not expect that Leviathan would discover Little Skull's tracks so quickly. He thought to himself, although Little Skull cultivated in the element of death and possessed a domain of divinity, he is still no match for me in terms of concealing his tracks and concealing his aura. While thinking that, Han Shua's movements were extremely swift. At the same time that Little Skull slashed down with his long and narrow-boned spear, Han Shua had already closed in on Leviathan. Without the slightest pause, the demon's lair edge radiated ominous light in all directions. The energy of destruction that it had been concealing all along suddenly burst out. Although Leviathan's mind wasn't too clear, his instinctive counterattack was still there. In an instant, another scene appeared in his mind. It was the scene of him heading to the northernmost region of the Abyss realm by himself and challenging the earliest great demon king of the Abyss realm, Bachimos. At this moment, the scene replayed itself. It was a crushing defeat. To Leviathan, He had never been so vexed and helpless in a battle. Against the oldest great demon king of the Abyss realm, Leviathan, a challenger brimming with confidence, didn't have the slightest strength to retaliate. He was defeated by that malevolent mass Bachimos with the Edict of Destruction in a very straightforward manner. Of all the illusions that had appeared, only Leviathan had suffered a crushing defeat. In the depths of his mind, the scene that he was most unwilling to recall, the scene that he had deliberately forgotten, was this very moment. This time, amidst the chaotic environment, due to the explosion of the low god of destruction energy in Han Shua's Demon's Lair edge. That destructive energy made Leviathan feel as though he had returned to that humiliating battle back then. The feeling of dejection and helplessness had once again emerged in Leviathan's mind after so many years. The shadow of defeat still lingered in his mind even after so many years. When this scene surfaced, Leviathan, who had been courageously advancing and destroying all the illusions, finally lost his mind. His strength and divine energy momentarily faded. Han Shua, who possessed a powerful consciousness, was fully concentrated during the battle. He immediately sensed the strange changes happening to Leviathan's body. Han Shua didn't understand why Leviathan would undergo such a change. However, from Han Shua's observations and his confidence in the illusions, he concluded that the current weakening of Leviathan's strength was definitely not a trap. In other words, at this moment, Leviathan's strength and divine energy were at their weakest. Without any hesitation, Han Shua poured all of his strength into the attack he was about to deliver. Han Shua no longer cared if the little skull would be in danger or not. He abandoned all distracting thoughts. His consciousness firmly locked onto Leviathan and unleashed all the energy in the Demon's Lair edge. Together with the energy of his main body, he blasted out an attack that sounded like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Boom! Heavenly thunder rumbled. Divine energy shot out, and the sound of explosions rose and fell. The indestructible Demon's Lair edge slashed at Leviathan's raised right hand. Leviathan's right hand only had a boxing glove. It was unknown what material the glove was made of, but the lightning divine energy contained within it was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it collided with a few bursts of energy from the Demon's Lair edge. Crack, crack! The boxing glove that Leviathan had obtained from the abyss couldn't withstand Han Shua's all-out attack and turned into dust, dissipating amidst the lightning. After the sharp edge of the Demon's Lair edge cut through the boxing glove, the remaining force slashed into Leviathan's fist. Fresh blood instantly spurted out. The terrifying energy collided, forming a divine aura that spread out with the two as the center. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding stone pillars couldn't withstand it and shattered one after another. At this moment, the mirage formation that surrounded Leviathan finally lost its miraculous effect of trapping people. In the next moment, lightning reappeared in Leviathan's bewildered eyes. He almost instantly regained clarity. Leviathan understood what had happened in the blink of an eye. That heart-wrenching pain came from his right fist. Leviathan, who hadn't been injured for many years, was suddenly enraged. The divine energy in his body madly converged towards his right fist. Han Shua immediately felt the surge of divine energy in the Demon's Lair edge. He raised his head and saw that Leviathan's eyes were filled with rage. Han Shua immediately understood that Leviathan had regained consciousness. At this moment, Han Shua didn't have the time to carefully examine the situation around him. His empty left hand also pressed on the hilt of the Demon's Lair edge. Powerful physical strength, mysterious and unfathomable demonic yuan, surging divine energy of destruction, and the sinister energy of the vile souls of the Demon's Lair edge all erupted at this moment like a mountain torrent. Before Leviathan's divine energy could gather, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Leviathan's fist was cleaved into two. His fingers were completely shattered. After pressing down, Han Shua raised both his hands. The demon slayer edge drew an arc in the air and pierced towards Leviathan's neck. The cold radiance of the sharp edge surged with killing intent. Arg! Leviathan howled in extreme pain. His eyes were suddenly filled with terror. He hastily retreated. Suddenly, an intense energy of death came from behind him. That terrifying energy made Leviathan realize that there was a low god cultivating in the element of death behind him. Leviathan didn't know of the existence of Little Skull. He naturally assumed that Little Skull's sneak attack behind him was from Han Shuo, who was on the verge of ascending to godhood. Leviathan felt a chill in his heart. He knew that this battle was fraught with grim possibilities. Perhaps it was because he recalled the illusion he faced against Bachimos. The scar and shadow in his heart seemed to have affected him, giving rise to a feeling of helplessness and cowardice. With Little Skull's sneak attack behind him and Han Shuo's attack in front of him, there was no way out in front or behind him. He could only move sideways. Leviathan leaned to the side and was about to transform into a bolt of lightning to withdraw from Han Shuo's attack range. Little did he know that at this moment, Han Shuo's two arms would strangely and rapidly extend. The demon slayer edge that was already stabbing towards Leviathan's neck was so fast that Leviathan couldn't defend against it at all. While Leviathan was filled with terror, the demon slayer edge accurately stabbed into Leviathan's neck. Uft! The demon slayer edge pierced into Leviathan's neck. Crack! At the same time, Leviathan's strength was instantly exhausted from the sneak attack of Little Skull. How does it feel? Han Shuo's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with an eerie chill. Amidst Leviathan's panicked and frightened eyes, Han Shuo forcefully flicked his right hand and flung Leviathan's bloodied body far away. Chapter 570. It seemed that Han Shuo had underestimated the true strength of a low god. Perhaps he had underestimated the tenacious vitality of abyssal creatures. Leviathan, who had his neck slit by Han Shuo and his body pierced by Little Skull from the back, did not die from the severe injuries. It was unknown how Leviathan got in touch with Manticore, but Manticore, who had been hiding and defending against the streaks of bloody shadows, rapidly flew towards the direction where Leviathan's body was thrown. Leviathan, who should have been powerless, forced himself to pull himself together. The wounds on his neck and back where Han Shuo and Little Skeleton had struck him were still lit up with lightning. Like tenacious meridians, they reconnected his broken body. Han Shuo, whose consciousness had been firmly locked on Leviathan, could sense that Leviathan's life force was recovering at a high speed. Leviathan's soul, on the other hand, wasn't harmed in the slightest. He was tenaciously urging the divine energy in his body. The energy of the domain of lightning kept shrinking the area it enveloped. A dark shadow suddenly flew to Leviathan's side. The domain of divinity of darkness immediately merged with Leviathan's domain of divinity. Manticore was gobsmacked. He looked at Leviathan, whose divine body had suffered serious injuries, and asked anxiously, "How did you get injured?" "Be careful, his low god of death has completed his transformation." The severe injury on Leviathan's neck made his voice hum like a blower. With a wave of his hand, Manticore deployed the energy of the domain of divinity. With Manticore at the center, absolute darkness drowned everything. Dozens of bloody shadows flew over, but were kept at bay by the energy of absolute darkness. Impossible! Manticore's face was filled with astonishment. He said with certainty, "He has just absorbed the element of death." There's no way he could have formed his divine soul and divine body that quickly. We have all gone through this process. You should know that the time required for this process is definitely not that short. If I say there's another low god of death, then there definitely is. Otherwise, how could that youngster injure me so severely? Leviathan said in a cold voice as he covered his neck with his hand. He was rather fed up with Manticore's suspicions. It was only after hearing Leviathan's words that Manticore recalled his current situation. He sensed the disturbance of various energies around him. Manticore was about to say a few words of comfort to Leviathan when his face suddenly turned grave. He said, "I'm sorry. It seems that there really is another low god of death. He is coming." "Of course." Leviathan snorted coldly and covered his neck with his left hand. The divine power in his palm was entwined with lightning, as if he was using this method to recover his body. Han Shuo and Little Skull walked over slowly one after the other, looking at the deathly stillness of absolute darkness before him and sensing the layers upon layers of defensive power of Manticore's energy of darkness. Han Shuo understood that his previous idea of taking them down one by one was no longer feasible. "Father, let's kill them. One of them is heavily injured. The two of us should be able to deal with them if we work together." Little Skull transmitted. With a bitter smile, Han Shuo shook his head and said, "If that's the case, both sides will suffer. Moreover, there are two more outside the formation who are on the verge of recovering. If we can't get rid of those two, we won't stand a chance when those two fellas outside remove the corrosive energy of the Soul Piercers." After listening to Han Shuo's explanation, Little Skull remained silent for a moment before he transmitted. "Summon Earth Elite Zombie and the other 4 to form that great formation. We still have a chance." Han Shuo was stunned when he heard those words. He glanced at Little Skull in astonishment and asked in disbelief, "Will the penta-elemental undead formation formed by the 5 of them have any effect on these low god experts?" "I think it shouldn't be a problem. Back then, I only fused 3 of the 5 energies, and it was already very difficult for me to defend against them. Now, although my strength has increased yet again, the 2 energies that weren't fused in the formation have completely fused. The formation's power can be fully unleashed. It should be able to pose a threat to them," Little Skull explained. "Really?" Han Shuo couldn't quite believe it and exclaimed softly, "Yes." Little Skull replied straightforwardly. Han Shuo knew that Little Skull wasn't someone who would speak without thinking. With Little Skull's assurance, Han Shuo was looking forward to the penta-elemental undead formation a little more. After taking a few steps back to another area, Han Shuo summoned the 5 elite zombies. Although Han Shuo's main body specialized in demonic arts, he could still release necromancy magic. Of course, as his main body had transferred most of his energy of death to his avatar of necromancy, he naturally couldn't use necromancy magic as freely and skillfully as his avatar. However, a simple summoning incantation wasn't a problem. As soon as the incantation ended, the 5 elite zombies appeared before Han Shuo. As it was a crucial moment, Han Shuo wasted no time. As soon as the 5 elite zombies appeared, he immediately ordered them to set up the penta-elemental undead formation. Han Shuo had already gotten in touch with the necromancy major when he discovered that Leviathan had ruthlessly killed his subordinate. Little Skull had also prepared a countermeasure in advance, and the 5 elite zombies had obviously been aware of the situation. Without a word, the 5 elite zombies dispersed according to the directions of the penta-elemental undead formation and concealed themselves in a circular shape. Now that the 5 elite zombies were ready, all Han Shuo needed to do was to lure Leviathan and Manticore into the formation. After communicating with Little Skull, Han Shuo headed towards the land of absolute darkness alone. He planned to use the high speed of demonic arts and his familiarity with the formation to lure the 2 demon kings over. Just as Han Shuo's figure moved, he suddenly heard an explosion coming from a distance. Then, the domains of divinity of fire and water abruptly appeared in Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo was startled. He hastily spread his consciousness towards that area. He immediately sensed the auras of Golander and Cecrops. This time he was truly a little flustered. From that aura, Han Shuo was certain that Cecrops and Golander had recovered. Low gods were indeed not to be underestimated. Han Shuo was well aware of the corrosive properties of the Soul Piercers. Although Han Shuo had a premonition, he did not expect that the 2 would recover so quickly. With that, it was very likely that Han Shoa would have to face the combined forces of 4 demon kings. If it was just Leviathan and Manticore alone, even if Han Shoa and Little Skull joined forces, they wouldn't have absolute certainty of victory. Now that Cecrops and Golander had recovered their strength, Han Shoa would be in an even more perilous situation. The situation was developing in a way that Han Shoa was most unwilling to see. The 2 who had purged the cell piercers from their souls were charging at him with bellies brimming with rage. As the boundary on Han Shoa's side had been destroyed, the 2 no longer deliberately held back. Raging flames and ice-cold divine energy formed into sharp swords and fiercely bombarded the center of the formation where Han Shoa was located. For a moment, towering stone pillars exploded with loud rumbles. Enormous, multicolored banners, unable to withstand the raging flames mixed with divine energy, were set ablaze. Han Shoa, who was preparing to lure Leviathan and Manticore to the center of the penta-elemental undead formation, understood in his heart that the 2's violent bombardment on the formation from the periphery would definitely destroy it. At this moment, Han Shoa had no time to think too much, nor was he in a hurry to lure Leviathan over. Instead, he hurriedly stored away the most fundamental and most expensive of the formation, the banners. Each and every one of those banners was refined by Han Shoa using a great deal of precious materials and energy. Those banners were the foundation of the entire formation and were not easy to obtain. Therefore, when Han Shoa saw that the fruits of his labor were about to be destroyed, he immediately stored them to the best of his ability to reduce his losses. Streaks of bloody shadows, as well as the numerous chaotic energies, transformed into threads and re-entrenched themselves on the banners. Soon, all those banners were stored away by Han Shoa into his space ring. After Han Shoa stored away the foundation of the formation, the Azura Soul formation had thoroughly lost its function. Finally, Leviathan and Manticore, who were guarding a certain area, not daring to separate, sensed the disappearance of the strange energies around them. Golander and Cecrops, who were constantly bombarding the towering stone pillars in the periphery, suddenly discovered that the hazy forest of rocks before their eyes was gradually becoming clear. At the center of a few lonely stone pillars, Han Shoa and Little Skull were wielding their weapons and vigilantly watching their surroundings. "What's that?" Cecrops asked incredulously as he looked at Little Skull and sensed the low god energy of death emanating from Little Skull. It can't be that fella failed to become a god, right? Golander was also very puzzled, as the 2 were busy removing the cell piercers from their souls, in addition to the concealment of the formation. They didn't know what was going on. "No matter what, killing them is the right thing to do," Cecrops coldly groaned. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Manticore and Leviathan. The obvious wounds on Leviathan's body immediately made Cecrops feel a little better. He laughed in schadenfreude and said, "Leviathan, I didn't expect that you would also be injured, and not just lightly." "Haha, this is great, very good." "Humph, we'll settle this later." Leviathan's face was extremely ugly. He didn't pay much attention to Cecrops, but glared at Han Shoa venomously and said, "What other venomous tricks do you have this time?" The corners of Han Shoa's mouth twitched into a sneer. He did not say much, but raised the demon's lair edge, pointed it at Leviathan, and made an upward thrust motion. That was the move Han Shoa used to slice open Leviathan's neck. Leviathan was enraged. He let out a wild roar and charged at Han Shoa with reckless abandon. At the same time, as though they had reached a silent, tacit agreement, the other 3 demon kings moved at nearly the same time. Their target was Han Shoa. Chapter 571. The 4 domains of divinity of water, fire, lightning, and darkness were released simultaneously. The 4 demon kings rushed over and merged their domains of divinity together. When the 4 finally got close to Han Shoa and Little Skull, the domain of divinity of death released by Little Skull also merged with the other domains of divinity. In an instant, the 5 elemental energies around Han Shoa converged and formed a terrifying airflow that spread in all directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth-shattering sound of explosions suddenly boomed around Han Shoa and the little skeleton. In the short span of a few breaths, the remnants of the matrix foundation around the two were obliterated by the explosion. The towering stone pillars turned into dust that filled the sky. The sparkling and translucent magical crystals couldn't withstand the pressure and melted into liquid. The mounds that were arranged according to the pattern of the Shura Soul Formation turned into dilapidated craters amidst the deafening explosion. Everything was completely wiped out the moment the 5 domains of divinity surged. After the explosion, with Han Shua and Little Skull at the center, not a single piece of intact rock remained within 100 meters. The earth had collapsed and was a scene of desolation. Except for Han Shua and Little Skull, who still stood proudly in the center. All traces of the Matrix had been razed to the ground. Not a single trace was left. With the combined attack of the 4 demon kings of the Abyss Realm, the Matrix that had already lost its function was finally reduced to dust. Amidst the messy, collapsed earth, Little Skull and Han Shoa, one wielding a bone spear and the other tightly gripping the demon's lair edge, waited for the final battle to arrive. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For silhouettes floated over. The 4 demon kings unfolded their domains of divinity and attacked almost at the same time. Heavenly thunder rumbled. Darkness shrouded the sky, frost spread everywhere, and flames wreaked havoc on the earth. At this moment, Han Shua felt as though he was in a scene of doomsday. The combined attack of the 4 demon kings was like a decree to destroy the world, carrying out the final purge of an unpardonable criminal like Han Shua. Hurry up and die! The heavily injured Leviathan roared. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, bolts of lightning snaked towards Han Shua. Leviathan hated Han Shua to the core. This was the second time in many years that he had been injured, apart from Bachimo's. Moreover, the injuries he had sustained this time were extremely damaging to his body. Han Shua's power of destruction and Little Skull's element of death were still rampaging inside his body. Without a period of careful recuperation, it would be impossible for him to recover to his original state. The Abyss Realm was filled with selfish people. Naturally, the 4 demon kings were the cream of the crop. Leviathan, who could kill his loyal and devoted subordinate without the slightest hesitation, did not want Han Shua to become another shadow in his heart. This was because he knew very well that the shadow of failure in his heart would affect his future cultivation. Only by killing Han Shua would he be able to hide the trauma that had formed in his heart forever. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would not be able to make any progress in his cultivation of the power of lightning. Therefore, Leviathan had an absolute reason to kill Han Shua. It was the same for the other 4 demon kings. The appearance of a powerful character in the Abyss Realm meant that the distribution of benefits would be reshuffled. When this character possessed strength that far surpassed the others, such a reshuffle could mean that they would no longer have a foothold. What was the power of faith? It was a wonderful thing that could enhance divine energy and strengthen the domain of divinity. Wasn't the Abyss Realm's many years of wars all for the sake of this power of faith? When Han Shua's strength seriously threatened the interests of all of them, an alliance that was originally impossible to form had happened just like that. The divine might of the 4 demon kings attacking at the same time was indeed not something that an average person could withstand. Even Han Shua and Little Skull felt an extremely heavy pressure from the impact of that ferocious power. However, Han Shua and Little Skull had never been prepared to fight 2 against 4. Therefore, at this moment, when Han Shua and Little Skull could be killed at any moment, the corners of Han Shua's mouth curled into an abnormal smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. All of a sudden, Han Shua and Little Skull, who were originally standing proudly on the spot, sank into the ground without any warning. There was not the slightest stagnation, just like water dissolving into the ocean. The 4 demon kings were shocked at first, but soon after, disdain appeared on their faces. They thought that Han Shua's method was truly foolish. When the 4 demon kings attacked at the same time with their divine energy, what was the use of burying themselves into the ground? Therefore, with cold smiles on their faces, the 4 demon kings attacked at the same time. Their divine energies blasted at the location where Han Shua and Little Skeleton were standing. The terrifying energy was so powerful that it seemed as though it would tear the earth apart. Clang! Beyond the 4 demon kings' expectations. When the 4 of them attacked the ground with all their might, it was as if they were striking the hardest iron and stone. The 4 attacks that could tear apart all kinds of rocks actually caused metallic sparks to ripple on the ground. The originally soft earth seemed to have become the hardest steel in the world at this moment. Under the attack of the 4 demon kings' divine energy, they actually could not display their divine might. How is this possible? For shocked voices rang out at the same time. The 4 demon kings had blank and incredulous looks on their faces. Their eyes were filled with extreme doubt as they looked at the ground beneath their feet. They had no idea what was going on. The 4 demon kings' understanding of this valley in the abyss far exceeded Han Shua's. They knew that the ground of this valley was somewhat hard, but they, as low gods, could still bury their ankles deep into the ground with a stomp of their feet. Low gods were already true gods. How could their divine might be looked down upon? Besides, Han Shua had clearly melted into the ground like water. When the 4 demon kings saw this scene happen, they naturally believed that Han Shua had also used his divine energy to forcibly plant his body into the ground. If Han Shua could easily plant his body into the ground, why couldn't their all-out attacks tear the earth apart? They were extremely puzzled. However, the truth was right before their eyes. The attacks they had unleashed with all their might indeed did not shake the earth, but only left some metallic sparks on the ground. Bizarre! Incomparably bizarre! For a moment, the 4 demon kings were dumbstruck. They were baffled by the situation formed by Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie, fusing the energies of Earth and Metal. Something's not right. Manticore cried out in alarm. He somehow pulled out a broadsword shrouded in endless darkness. Manticore displayed his divine energy before the other 3 demon kings. Without the slightest hesitation, he thrust the broadsword downwards. Clang! The earth split open, creating a small hole. Sparks flew in all directions. The faces of the 4 demon kings drastically changed. None of them knew better than Manticore how sharp that broadsword shrouded in boundless darkness was. Wielded by Manticore, who possessed astonishing offensive power, such a sharp broadsword could only leave a tiny dent on the ground when it was chopped down at full force. What did this mean? The hardness of the earth was self-evident. That's too strange. Golander's ice-cold voice was filled with shock and bewilderment. He looked at the unimaginable transformation beneath his feet. His mind was a jumbled mess. Space is changing. Suddenly, Cecrops closed his eyes and yelled loudly. Upon hearing those words, the other 3 demon kings, who still had lingering fears, simultaneously raised their heads to look at the sky. The dense smoke that had been lingering in the valley of the abyss rapidly converged in the sky. The originally empty sky suddenly gave off an extremely bizarre feeling of shrinking. At this moment, it was as though the sky had turned into a cage. With a force that baffled the 4 demon kings, it was gradually increasing the binding pressure and shrinking bit by bit. The 4 demon kings were the most sensitive to elemental energy. The domain of divinity they formed could constantly absorb the elemental energy between heaven and earth for their own use. When their divine energy was not available, it would replenish the energy they had consumed, allowing their domain of divinity to have other wondrous uses. However, it was at this moment that the 4 elements that had been constantly converging towards them from all directions suddenly came to a complete halt. This was a situation that had never happened before. It was as though all the elements between heaven and earth had vanished without a trace in an instant. Impossible! The four simultaneously discovered this anomaly and simultaneously cried out. They looked at each other in astonishment. What the F***ck is going on? Leviathan, whose body had suffered heavy injuries, finally couldn't help but curse. This indicated that his mind had been disturbed by the bizarre scene around him, and he had become somewhat unable to keep his cool. The elemental energy is no longer converging towards the domain of divinity. There must be some kind of energy that has affected the flow of the elements, or perhaps it has cut off the connection between the elemental energy and our region. Cecrops said in a deep voice, "This place is rather strange." "Let's leave for now," Golinder said in a deep voice. Golinder suddenly felt a sense of panic that he had not felt for many years. He was extremely unaccustomed to the strange feeling that suddenly welled up. When he spoke, his voice became somewhat hoarse. It must be Han Shua's doing. Golinder is right. Let's leave this place first, and then we'll deal with him later. Manticore and Golinder were mortal enemies. However, at this moment, he actually affirmed Golinder's words. The four looked at each other and saw an unfamiliar emotion in each other's eyes. Fear. Who were they? The four demon kings of the Abyss realm. They were the absolute sovereigns of the Abyss realm, the most powerful existences in the Abyss that no one had ever dared to challenge. However, at this moment they were actually afraid. "Don't leave." Han Shua's cold and stern voice suddenly drifted over from nowhere. One moment it was in the sky, the next moment it seemed to be in the 9 serenities. It seemed to be right beside your ears, but it also seemed to be extremely far away. Chapter 572. At this moment, the restraining force suddenly tightened. The four demon kings immediately sensed the change in the world and were even more shocked. The four naturally understood that the changes in this space were all caused by Han Shua after hearing Han Shua's voice. After experiencing the previous battle, the four demon kings all knew that Han Shua possessed a mysterious and unfathomable martial technique. The changes in the surrounding space gave them an extremely unfamiliar and flustered feeling. This made them very clear that all of this should have been arranged by Han Shua. The four elemental energies no longer poured into the domain of divinity. The ground beneath their feet was as hard as iron and stone. Even Manticore's incomparably sharp broadsword couldn't completely break through it. The pressure that shrouded the hearts of the four gradually began to increase. What a joke! Do you think you alone can stop the four of us? Even Lord Bachimos doesn't have that strength, much less you. Golinder's ice-cold voice was filled with bone-chilling disdain. However, his eyes were flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. You have all seen how hard the earth is. It won't be easy for us to break through it. However, the empty sky is the hardest to defend against. "I think we should leave from above," Manticore suggested as he raised his head to look at the sky. "All right." Golinder agreed. Having made up their minds, the four demon kings no longer wasted their divine energy on the ground. They raised their heads to look at the sky and the hazy smoke. The thunderous attacks they launched previously reappeared and blasted towards the sky. "Rumble!" Thunder rumbled, and strange noises sounded from all directions. At this moment, it was as though the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Ear-splitting noises filled the air. However, the empty sky seemed to be filled with pliable cotton. The terrifying divine attacks of the four demon kings felt weak and powerless when they struck the sky, as though they were stones sinking into the ocean. The earth was as hard as iron and stone, while the sky was as soft and tenacious as a sponge. The two attacks were completely ineffective. At this moment, the four demon kings truly began to panic. Fear appeared in their eyes. When they sensed that their connection with the outside world had been cut off, a feeling of powerlessness suddenly emerged from the bottom of their hearts. What should we do? What should we do? The same question arose in the hearts of the four. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. There was no way out and no way out. This situation was extremely terrible. Even with the four of them working together, they still couldn't leave this strange area. Finally, they became timid. Outside the great battle of the 5 elemental corpses, Han Shua's expression was incomparably nervous as he gazed at the misty zone. His consciousness and the 5 elite zombies had a tacit understanding of each other. He could see that the 5 elite zombies were showing signs of fatigue. After all, a lesser god was already a true god, let alone 4. The penta-elemental undead formation, under the joint attack of the 4 demon kings, had firmly defended against the 2 waves of attacks from the sky and from the ground. Han Shua was truly proud of the 5 elite zombies. However, when the 4 demon kings attacked with all their might, the 5 elite zombies formed the penta-elemental undead formation and blocked a total of 8 attacks. The 5 elite zombies were indeed finding it a little difficult to bear the brunt of the attacks. The defensive energy of the earth was the fusion of the energies of metal and earth. The defensive energy of the sky was as soft as cotton. On the other hand, was the fusion of the energies of water and wood. Although the 5 elite zombies were able to disperse the attacks of the 4 demon kings by relying on the formation, Han Shua, whose consciousness was connected to the 5 elite zombies, could clearly sense that the energies in their bodies had been greatly reduced. The penta-elemental undead formation did not only have defensive and binding abilities, but its main strength was also offensive. However, as the strength of the 4 great low gods was indeed terrifying and the interval between the 2 attacks was extremely short, the 5 elite zombies had no choice but to put all their strength into defense. For a moment, they didn't have any spare energy to organize the offensive characteristics of the penta-elemental undead formation. Han Shua understood that if the 4 demon kings were to go berserk and attack the sky or the ground, it wouldn't take long for the penta-elemental undead formation to be broken. After all, the strength of the 5 elite zombies was limited. There was no way they could withstand repeated exhaustion. While the 4 demon kings were panicking, Han Shua, who had been nervously watching the development of the situation, didn't know what to do for a moment. The penta-elemental undead formation was deployed by the 5 elite zombies. Han Shua couldn't interfere. If he were to enter the formation, Han Shua himself would be affected by the formation and wouldn't be able to display his full strength. At this moment, the 5 elite zombies were digesting the 2 waves of attacks from the 4 demon kings. As long as they were able to remove the influence of those energies and unleash the terrifying offensive power of the penta-elemental undead formation at full force, the 4 demon kings would be exhausted from dealing with the attacks and wouldn't be able to continue attacking the penta-elemental undead formation for a while. Every one of the 4 demon kings of the Abyss realm was a person with an extremely firm will. Even though they were panicking, they wouldn't go berserk and attack recklessly. According to their thinking, if they missed their first attack, they naturally wouldn't be able to use the same energy to achieve the same effect. It was precisely because they knew nothing about formations that the 5 elite zombies had the opportunity to catch their breath. Just as the 4 demon kings were pondering on how to destroy the penta-elemental undead formation with creased brows, the 5 elite zombies finally recovered from the previous influence. Without the slightest hesitation, the 5 elite zombies gave up all defensive energy and began to fuse their energies bit by bit, releasing the offensive power of the penta-elemental undead formation to its fullest extent. Look, something's not right in the sky. Manticle's brain was spinning at high speed as he thought of a way to break out of this region. He raised his head to look and suddenly cried out in alarm. The other 3 demon kings simultaneously raised their heads to look at the sky after hearing those words. The sky that was originally filled with boundless fog was suddenly filled with large tracts of burning clouds. The clouds were bursting with fiery light and blazing heat. They were pressing down bit by bit. At the same time, an extremely frightening energy shrouded above everyone's heads. Like those burning clouds, it slowly approached the 4 demon kings below. Rumbling noises suddenly sounded from the tranquil earth. Trenches were suddenly torn apart. Sharp awls as hard as iron and stone suddenly pierced out from the depths of the earth. They shot straight at the 4 demon kings as though they had eyes of their own. The barren region was suddenly filled with vines. They wriggled like vipers and coiled towards the 4 demon kings. In the void above their heads, under the pressure of the burning clouds, the golden cudgel turned into a lofty mountain. It carried an incomparably frightening gravitational force and completely enveloped the entire region with the momentum of Mount Tai. Amidst rumbling explosions, it rumbled towards the 4 demon kings. The golden cudgel continued to grow in size until it filled the entire sky. Unless the 4 demon kings were buried deep underground, they would have nowhere to retreat to. However, it wasn't that easy to hide underground. Sharp awls as hard as iron and stone pierced into the ground again. At this moment, the heavens were furious and the earth was resentful. The energies of the 5 elements fused together. All kinds of attacks were launched in succession. There was no longer any place for the 4 demon kings to stand in the entire space. Every corner and corner seemed to contain life-threatening dangers. In this region, there wasn't a single place for them to hide. All they could do was resist with their divine energies. "Father, how is it?" Little Skull, who was riding on a bone dragon, transmitted from not far away from Han Shoa. Han Shoa's heart was filled with astonishment. The misty region ahead could not escape the inspection of Han Shoa's consciousness. Sensing the ruthless energy attacks, although Han Shoa had overestimated the might of the penta-elemental undead formation, when the formation was truly activated, Han Shoa was still astonished by the might of the penta-elemental undead formation. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, in every corner of space, there was no place for the enemy to hide. The attacks came from every strand of earth, every wisp of air, every drop of water. Once the energies of the 5 elements were fused, some other energies that even Han Shoa could not identify would be derived. Those energies were extremely bizarre and mysterious. More often than not, they could penetrate the divine energy defenses of the 4 demon kings, causing them to be badly battered and annoyed. The 5 elite zombies were 5 creatures refined from ordinary zombie warriors using demonic arts of the penta-elemental undead zones. Han Shoa had no idea what kind of strength they possessed to this day. However, Han Shoa believed that among the 5 elite zombies, even fire, metal, and wood elite zombies who had obtained the ultimate treasures of the 5 elements were absolutely not as powerful as Little Skull. At most, they would possess the strength of Base God. However, it was precisely these 5 elite zombies, after the penta-elemental undead formation was formed and the 5 energies fused, that they could unleash a terrifying offensive power. Even the 4 demon kings of the Abyss realm were exhausted from dealing with them. As expected, the penta-elemental undead formation did not disappoint Han Shoa. The golden cudgel that filled the entire space, fused with the energy of Earth, suddenly burst into flames when it bombarded the bodies of the 4 demon kings. The 4 demon kings let out a muffled groan at almost the same time. Under the all-conquering golden cudgel, the 4 demon kings were struck dizzy. Among them, Leviathan, who had already suffered serious injuries, could not withstand the attack. The wounds that he had forcefully reattached suddenly burst open. Blood spurted out like arrows. Leviathan, who was the first to suffer serious injuries, fell to the ground on one knee. Blood flowed out of his mouth. As though it knew to attack the weak first, the energies of the penta-elemental undead formation instantly converged on Leviathan's body. For a moment, hundreds and thousands of rays of light bombarded Leviathan's body, flashing and disappearing from his body. "Save me! Save me!" Leviathan was terrified. He looked at the other 3 demon kings and cried out in pain for the first time. Bang! Like a firework explosion, Leviathan's divine soul and divine body were suddenly annihilated. This low god was truly killed. Chapter 573. At the same time, whether it was because of the explosion of Leviathan's divine soul and divine body, or because the 5 elite zombies were taking a breather after their all-out attack, a small crack suddenly appeared in the smoke-filled sky of the penta-elemental undead formation. Manticore, who was doing his best to resist the attacks of the formation, very keenly sensed the anomaly in the sky. That wisp of the element of darkness that suddenly overflowed made him realize that a crack had finally appeared in the penta-elemental undead formation. Without the slightest hesitation, Manticore transformed into a wisp of black smoke and escaped from the penta-elemental undead formation at the fastest speed he had ever used in his life. As for Leviathan, who had exploded beside him, Manticore didn't even give it a second glance. Outside the formation, Han Shuo, who was attentively sensing the anomaly in the penta-elemental undead formation, knew through his connection with the 5 elite zombies that they had consumed a great deal of energy in attacking Leviathan with all their might and annihilating his divine soul. Whoosh! Manticore suddenly burst out from that fissure. Han Shuo and Little Skull simultaneously sensed the domain of divinity of darkness that enveloped them. Their gazes instantly turned to Manticore. The domain of divinity naturally formed on Little Skull's body was also an obvious target. After Manticore flew out from the formation, he conveniently saw Little Skull and Han Shuo. Without a single word of nonsense, Manticore, who had just charged out from the penta-elemental undead formation, raised his broadsword that was shrouded in the aura of darkness and charged at Han Shuo without a second thought. Manticore took it for granted that the birth of that bizarre space was completely unleashed by Han Shuo using some unknown energy. In his opinion, as long as he could throw Han Shuo into a fluster, that bizarre scene that imprisoned them would suddenly dissipate, just like the Shurasol formation. Manticore did not rescue Golander and Little Skull out of kindness. However, with Leviathan's death, Manticore sensed an intense crisis. He knew that if he didn't get rid of Han Shuo at this moment, none of those who came to the Void this time would be able to leave this place alive. By now, Manticore no longer coveted the treasures of the Void. Instead, he spared no effort to protect his current interests. The source of all danger was Han Shuo himself. He believed that as long as he attacked with all his might, Han Shuo would definitely have a hard time keeping watch over the space that bound Golander, courting death. When Han Shuo saw Manticore recklessly charging at him, instead of being alarmed, he smiled. He brandished the Demon's Lair edge. A stream of blood-red radiance, mixed with the aura of destruction, instantly shot out for several dozen meters. Killing intent surged and flowed within it. Little Skull, who had been riding on the bone dragon, unfolded his domain of divinity. Dense element of death suddenly gushed towards Manticore. At the same time, he flicked the long and narrow-boned spear in his hand. An enormous amount of the element of death abruptly converged on the bone spear. The divine energy in his body flowed into the bone spear. The bone spear was released by the art of demonic control. A long white light shot straight at Manticore. All of a sudden, the 2 energies of destruction and death locked onto him. The 2 attacks arrived in an instant. This gave Manticore an extremely bad feeling. However, he believed that as long as he could disrupt Han Shuo's mind and prevent Han Shuo from continuing to lock onto the space behind him, Golander and Little Skull would be able to come out and help him. It was precisely with this in mind that Manticore did not retreat in the face of Han Shuo and Little Skeleton's attacks. Instead, he charged forward courageously. Absolute darkness formed wherever the broadsword in his hand passed. Even Manticore himself had vanished from sight. Unfortunately, Han Shuo, with his marvelous consciousness, had long firmly locked onto Manticore. This method of concealing one's tracks, which might have worked on other gods, appeared rather laughable in Han Shuo's eyes. The Demon's Lair edge and Little Skeleton's bone spear were locked onto by Han Shuo's consciousness. Without any delay, they pierced towards Manticore in the darkness with incomparable precision. How is this possible? Manticore, who was in the darkness, suddenly let out a soft cry of absent-mindedness. The next moment, clanking noises came from the land of absolute darkness. Hee, trying to conceal one's aura in front of me? You're asking for trouble. Han Shuo laughed in an extremely arrogant manner. Han Shuo and Little Skull were still standing there. However, the Demon's Lair Edge and Little Skull's bone spear, under the control of the two's consciousness, were rapidly shuttling back and forth in the darkness. The sounds of metal clashing constantly came from within. Manticore painfully dealt with incomparably accurate and extremely bizarre attacks from the two weapons, especially the attacks from his avatar of destruction, the Demon's Lair Edge. Every sharp stab from the Demon's Lair Edge would leave a gash on the broadsword that he was so proud of. It was obvious that the Demon's Lair Edge was even sharper and more terrifying than his broadsword that was shrouded in the aura of darkness. Manticore was extremely sullen. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how these two weapons could accurately point at him in the absolute darkness created by his domain of divinity at its pinnacle. With that, Manticore, who was supposed to conceal his body to attack Han Shuo and Little Skull, became the passive recipient. He had no choice but to helplessly deal with the attacks from Han Shuo and Little Skull. Manticore, you didn't expect this, did you? Hee. I originally had no interest in your Abyss realm, but now it seems that you will soon disappear forever. In that case, I will reluctantly take over the Abyss realm. The Demon's Lair Edge, which had transformed into an avatar, had a soul of its own. While attacking Manticore, it suddenly spoke in a clear human voice. Manticore could no longer contain the shock in his heart. His mind was in chaos and his hands were slow. He barely managed to block one of the Demon's Lair Edge's attacks, but was pierced by the bone spur. The divine energy of death took the opportunity to invade Manticore's body. Manticore's eyes were filled with terror. In a flurry, he diverted a portion of his divine energy to resist the invasion of the divine energy of death in his body. Manticore watched as the Demon's Lair Edge ruthlessly slashed at him, and listened to that voice. This bizarre scene made Manticore even more flustered. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. You are about to die. The Demon's Lair Edge was still jabbering incessantly to disturb Manticore's mind. When those sarcastic words fell into Manticore's ears, they seemed to have become symbols that hastened his death, making him even more flustered and helpless. Outside the absolute darkness, Han Shuo wore a sinister smile on his face. He slowly took out a pearl of annihilation from his space ring and communicated with Little Skull. A strange light flashed. The pearl of annihilation suddenly shot at Manticore, who was desperately defending himself. At the same time, the Demon's Lair Edge and Little Skull's bone spur that had been pestering Manticore like a vengeful spirit suddenly vanished, without a trace. Manticore felt the pressure on him ease. However, he was rather puzzled. He couldn't understand why those two extremely annoying weapons would suddenly vanish at such a crucial moment. Oh no! Manticore cried out in his mind, because he saw that sphere flying towards him. As a bystander, he clearly saw the bitter experience of Golinder and Little Skull. Naturally, he understood just how much of a headache that ordinary-looking pearl of annihilation would be when it exploded. Manticore wanted to flee, but unfortunately it was already too late. The pearl of annihilation had already exploded. An earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by a miserable howl. After the explosion, Manticore's body was riddled with cuts and bruises. Blood trickled down the surface of his body like trickles. However, the most frightening part was the soul piercers. The corrosive energy in his soul was even more ferocious. Manticore knew that he no longer had a chance to win. Looking at Han Shuo and Little Skull, who were approaching step by step, Manticore squeezed out an ugly smile with great difficulty. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Mr. Han Shuo Leviathan is dead. We can join forces and occupy the domains of Golinder and Little Skull. You don't understand the Abyss realm. I can help you. Really, you need me. He needed time to remove the corrosive energy caused by the soul piercers. Facing Han Shuo and Little Skull, who were approaching step by step, Manticore was truly afraid. At this moment, he knew that it would be rather difficult to escape even if he wanted to. Manticore, who had always been proud and arrogant and had always treated Han Shuo as a high-level cannon fodder, at this moment, had no choice but to bow and scrape. In order to survive, he didn't even hesitate to abandon his high and mighty divine might. Han Shuo looked at Manticore smilingly. His smile was filled with contempt and disdain. Shaking his head, he said, "That's not a good idea. There are too many people who understand the Abyss realm, such as Bord and Zinnia. I believe that after you die, they will be very happy to serve me." To be honest, from the very beginning, I really just wanted to leave the Abyss as soon as possible. It was you people who forced us to stand against each other step by step. Han Shuo, you really won't give me the slightest chance of survival? Manticore's face was filled with bitterness as he asked again. After a short pause, Manticore put on a ruthless expression. Before Han Shuo could reply, he said, "Don't you forget that your woman and disciple are in Black Jade City. I am a low god. Even though we are separated by such a long distance, I can still get in touch with my believers. With but a thought, they will be dead on the spot. Don't you regret this? I personally refined the pearls of annihilation. I know all too well the functions of the soul piercers. Your soul is in a state of chaos. How could you possibly communicate with your believers? Stop pretending to be fierce." Han Shuo laughed heartily. His last words came from behind Manticore. The demon's lair edge took advantage of this opportunity and unknowingly arrived behind Manticore. While Manticore was in a state of panic, the demon's lair edge pierced through his back. "When it comes to concealing one's aura, you are really no match for me." Han Shuo shook his head and said regretfully. Soon after, he and Little Skull moved together and mercilessly beheaded Manticore, destroying both his divine body and divine soul. Chapter 574. With Leviathan and Manticore dead, Han Shuo and Little Skull would be able to deal with Golinder and Cecrops, even without the help of the penta-elemental undead formation. It was at this moment that Han Shuo's mind shuddered. A bizarre feeling emerged from his soul. An intense whirlwind of death rapidly gathered around him. In an instant, Han Shuo understood that his avatar of death had finally become a low god. After the reconstruction of his divine body and divine soul was completed, a domain of divinity of death naturally took shape in the distance. Whoosh! That avatar draped in a deep black magus robe stood firmly next to Han Shuo. An intense element of death assaulted Han Shuo's senses. Bizarre divine energy was slowly circulating in this avatar of death. After completely absorbing the divine soul of that mid-god, this avatar of his had limitless potential. Now that there were still 3 divine essences to absorb, Han Shuo had a lot more expectations for this avatar of his. "Congratulations, Father!" Little Skull sincerely congratulated Han Shuo when he saw that Han Shuo had successfully cultivated yet another low god of death. Han Shuo nodded smilingly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly discovered that the penta-elemental undead formation was undergoing a strange change. At this moment, raging flames and an ice-cold force field strangely coexisted. The 2 low gods, Golinder and Cecrops, were compressing each other with their domains of divinity. Terrifying divine might was constantly spreading outwards. The penta-elemental undead formation that had been closing in on Han Shuo once again adopted a passive defensive stance. Extremely avaricious auras were emitted from water and fire elite zombies. "Father, we can obtain everything they have as long as we scatter the consciousness in their divine souls," Fire Elite Zombie quickly transmitted. Han Shuo, who was in the midst of being amazed by the penta-elemental undead formation, immediately received Fire Elite Zombie's message. After communicating with the 5 elite zombies, Han Shuo's spirit jolted. He cried out in pleasant surprise, "You mean you can take over everything they have, including their divine energy and divine soul?" "Yes, Father. As long as the consciousness in their divine soul is gone, we can obtain everything they have," Water Elite Zombie replied impatiently. "Good, very good." Han Shuo screamed and immediately transmitted. "Remove the defensive power of the penta-elemental undead formation. Let's attack together." As soon as his thoughts were transmitted, Han Shuo's main body, his two avatars, and Little Skull simultaneously attacked Golinder and Cecrops, who were frantically counterattacking. The three low gods and Han Shuo's main body had accumulated their energy to the maximum. Taking advantage of the moment when Golinder and Cecrops were in a panic, they fiercely bombarded the scene created by their domains of divinity. The already exhausted Cecrops and Golinder had expended more than half of their divine energy in the penta-elemental undead formation. Now that they were faced with such a ferocious attack, their morale was instantly extinguished. Amidst the dazzling radiance, cracks actually appeared on Golinder and Cecrops' domains of divinity. They could no longer isolate the energy of other energies from entering their domains of divinity. The two had also consumed a great deal of their divine energy in this attack. They were once again bombarded into the center of the penta-elemental undead formation. After the first attack, Han Shuo and Lil Skull did not stop. They launched even more ferocious attacks on Golinder and Cecrops. Seizing this opportunity, Han Shuo's avatar of death that had just become a low god unleashed the magic soul tremor with all its might and ruthlessly bombarded the divine souls of Golinder and Cecrops. Han Shuo's main body's consciousness did not remain idle either. Together with the magic soul tremor, they pierced into Golinder's divine soul like a sharp knife, inflicting heavy damage on it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two shadows rapidly shot towards Golinder and Cecrops, who were at their weakest. Han Shuo's sharp eyes could tell at a glance that they were Fire Elite Zombie and Water Elite Zombie. The situation was extremely bizarre. When Water Elite Zombie struck Golinder's body, he suddenly turned into liquid and tunneled into Golinder's brain through his 7 apertures. It was the same for Fire Elite Zombie. He seemed to have turned into wisps of sparks, first burning Cecrops' body and then into Cecrops' brain. Golinder and Cecrops, who were struggling fiercely, abruptly stopped their deathbed counterattacks. Under the sneak attack of Soul Tremor and Han Shuo's consciousness, the duo's extremely weak divine souls suffered a devastating blow from the heavy strikes of Water Elite Zombie and Fire Elite Zombie. Their consciousnesses gradually collapsed and dispersed. Miraculous changes were happening to Water and Fire Elite Zombies. Although Han Shuo had no idea how the two did it, as the two were refined from Han Shuo's blood essence, he could clearly sense that the two were forcibly taking over the 2 demon kings. Their divine energies, divine souls, and divine bodies were all being absorbed by the 2 fellas amidst the miraculous changes. "Father, help us. Their consciousness has yet to disperse," Water Elite Zombie suddenly transmitted. Han Shuo, who had been keeping a close eye on the bizarre transformation, suddenly sensed the final counterattack of Golinder and Cecrops' consciousness, as though they were going to perish together. When Golinder and Cecrops discovered that their consciousness was gradually dispersing, they did their utmost to reassemble their souls as though they were experiencing a last burst of energy, wanting to transmit a command to Han Shuo to perish together. These 2 demon kings were first bombarded by the Pearls of Annihilation, then tortured by the Cell Piercers, then tortured by the Penta-Elemental Undead Formation. Their divine energies, divine bodies, and divine souls were all in an extremely weak state. Then Little Skull, Han Shuo, and his 2 avatars attacked with all their might, dealing them a fatal blow in one fell swoop. Their souls were also intensely corroded. The 2 demon kings were actually able to maintain their consciousness after a series of attacks. Their tenacious vitality was indeed frightening. As soon as Water Elite Zombie's message arrived, those thoughts flashed across Han Shuo's mind. The next moment, Han Shua's avatar of death and main body simultaneously launched frenzied attacks on Golindur and Cecrop's souls, doing their utmost to prevent the two's consciousness from reassembling. Han Shua understood that if he were to allow Cecrops and Golindur to reassemble their consciousnesses at this moment and issue the order to perish together, the water and fire elite zombies would certainly go for wool and come home shorn. They would end up dying here with Han Shua. Even Han Shua and Little Skull, who are extremely close to the two demon kings, might be affected. Therefore, Han Shua had no path of retreat. He mustered all his strength to attack the consciousnesses that the two demon kings were trying their best to reassemble, frantically preventing their final counterattack. Gradually, the resistance of the two demon kings grew weaker and weaker. Under the all-out attacks of Han Shua's two souls, and the corrosion of water elite zombie and fire elite zombie that followed them like shadows, the consciousness that the two demon kings barely managed to reassemble gradually weakened. Thank you, Father. They're done for. Haha, this is great, this is great. Fire elite zombie transmitted incoherently. It was obvious that he was extremely excited. Concentrate your mind and occupy everything about these two, chided Han Shua. He knew the dangers of forcibly occupying one's soul and was afraid that the two fella's joy would turn into sorrow. Han Shua himself did not dare to relax at all. His consciousness and death divine soul were all locked onto Golindur and Cecrops, constantly on guard against the two's next counterattack. Time flowed by silently. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shua gradually discovered that Golindur and Cecrops' consciousnesses had dissipated to the point where they could no longer be seen. The souls that he had locked onto gave him an extremely familiar feeling. Han Shua heaved a sigh of relief. He understood that under the joint efforts of father and son, the consciousnesses of Golindur and Cecrops had truly, completely dissipated and vanished. The two's divine souls, along with their memories and understandings of the two elemental energies, were slowly fusing with water elite zombie and fire elite zombie. These two fellas are too lucky. Father, with this, the two of them will become even more powerful. Boo-hoo, we wanted to, grumbled Earth elite zombie beside Han Shua. Han Shua was speechless. He knew that Earth elite zombie would inevitably be sad if he did not obtain any treasures of the Earth attribute. Therefore, Han Shua had no choice but to persuade him with a bitter face. Even at this moment, Han Shua was still very astonished. He thought the special ability of demonic arts to benefit oneself at the expense of others is indeed formidable. Not only can I use demonic arts to forcibly occupy the souls of others, but I can also do the same to the 5 elite zombies. Based on this trend, if Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie were to have such an opportunity, they might just be able to forcibly occupy the souls of their opponents and ascend to godhood in a single bound. If Water Elite Zombie and Fire Elite Zombie could forcibly occupy Golindur and Cecrops, 2 low gods cultivating an elemental energy of water and fire, wouldn't Earth Elite Zombie and would Elite Zombie be able to forcibly occupy the divine souls, divine bodies, and divine energies of low gods cultivating an elemental energy of Earth and Edict of Life? The Yuan energy of Earth that Earth Elite Zombie cultivated and was similar to the elemental energy of Earth in this world. Although there were some differences, the source energies seemed to be the same. Would the Yuan energy of wood that would Elite Zombie cultivated and be able to fuse with the bizarre energy of the Edict of Life, which was full of vitality? Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Except for the energy of metal, the other 4 elemental energies seemed to be able to find their corresponding energy sources in this world. Would Metal Elite Zombie also have the opportunity to find a god cultivating in the rare energy of metal? Looking at the strange changes happening to Earth Elite Zombie and Fire Elite Zombie before him, a series of questions emerged from the bottom of Han Shua's heart. He seemed to see the scene of the 5 elite zombies ascending to godhood one after another, operating the penta-elemental undead formation to a power that even the inventor could not imagine. Chapter 575. fire and water elite zombies were still absorbing the energy of Cecrops and Golander. Their divine bodies, divine souls, and divine energies were slowly fusing with fire and water elite zombies during this process. After an unknown period of time, the fire elite zombie and water elite zombie finally emerged from Cecrops and Golander's bodies. At that moment, the enormous energies of the two energies were completely transferred to fire and water elite zombies. On the other hand, Cecrops and Golander's bodies had turned into stinking bags of flesh without any signs of life. Han Shoa understood that it would take a very long time for fire and water elite zombies to completely digest the energies of Cecrops and Golander. This process must not be disturbed. Sensing the chaotic energies within fire and water elite zombies, Han Shoa thought for a moment and instructed. With a wave of his hand, he recited an incantation and sent the 5 elite zombies back to the netherworld. Of the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss Realm, for had died by Han Shoa's hand, there was no one in the entire Abyss Realm that could threaten him. After the 5 elite zombies left, Han Shoa turned to Little Skull beside him and said, "Take good care of fire and water elite zombies. Let them digest the energies in peace." "Don't worry, Father. I know what to do," Little Skull replied. With the crisis resolved, there was no longer any need for Little Skull to stay. A strange light flashed, and Little Skull vanished from Han Shoa's sight. After Little Skull left, his avatars of death and destruction reverted back to the skeletal staff and the demon's lair edge, concealing themselves in Han Shoa's body. All the energies had vanished. The energy of all sorts of explosions from the boundaries in the surroundings had also vanished amidst the chaos. After the domain of divinity in the area had completely vanished, Han Shoa spread out his consciousness and detected the presence of those demons in the surroundings. After thinking for a moment, Han Shoa loudly shouted, "All demons in the surroundings, come here!" Before fighting with Leviathan and the others, the 4 demon kings had a total of 40 demons under them. However, after experiencing the chaos of the boundary, many of them died in the meteor shower and spatial blades, and now there were only 30 left. At first, Leviathan and Golander thought that they would fight each other, which was why they ordered the demons to stay far away. After all, in the Holy Realm, under the divine might, these demons could only die. At that time, the 4 demon kings still hoped that they could continue to be cannon fodder to open up a path for them, so they spared their lives. As Han Shoa yelled out, the remaining 30 or so demons in the surroundings all gathered towards Han Shoa from afar. Before long, all the demons under the command of the 4 demon kings had gathered around Han Shoa. Mr. Han Shoa, what happened?" Bored and Zinnia, who had just survived another calamity, hurriedly asked as soon as they arrived and looked at the abnormal situation around them that seemed to be collapsing the sky and the earth. Han Shoa's eyes glittered as he scanned the crowd. He saw confusion and surprise in the demons' faces. "What's going on? Why has the radiance of faith that Lord Golander applied on me disappeared?" A demon on Golander's side asked impatiently as he looked at Han Shoa in astonishment. Upon hearing those words, the crowd, including Bored and Zinnia, turned their puzzled gazes to Han Shoa. The radiance of faith was an imprint similar to a master-slave contract that a low god could apply on his direct followers. This imprint could provide an unending stream of power of faith from his followers. Direct followers could use this imprint to place it on weaker people for their master. Through this method, the master could obtain the power of faith from those people. Every low god who had truly ascended to godhood could deploy the radiance of faith using an altar and divine energy and divine soul. Once the radiance of faith sprinkled on those who had opened their hearts, it would immediately form a contract in their souls. Once those people accepted the contract, they would worship that God as their believer and selflessly offer up the power of faith. Faith was an illusory thing that did not cause any harm to them. However, it could become the power of the God they worshipped, which was greatly beneficial to their divine energy and domain of divinity. In principle, only those who surrendered their believer and converted to another god would generally have the radiance of faith sprinkled on their bodies and accepted the contract. Of course, if the god they worshipped died, the radiance of faith in the believers would naturally vanish as well. Once they accepted the illumination of the radiance of faith, no matter how many material planes they were separated from the god they worshipped, the radiance of faith would never be extinguished. Naturally, the disappearance of the radiance of faith in the souls of these demons who had always worshipped the 4 great demon kings was not because they had converted to another god. In that case, there was only one explanation left. The god they worshipped had died. To them, perhaps the infamy and power of the great demon kings of the abyss had long been deeply ingrained in them, or perhaps they had entrusted their spirits to them for too long. Although they clearly knew that this was a very high possibility, they did not dare to think in this direction. They could only look at Han Shuo with extreme bewilderment, looking at these characters before him who could be considered as heroes of a region in the Abyss realm. Han Shuo felt rather pitiful for them. These characters had offered everything they had to the 4 great demon kings in exchange for mere cannon fodder. Moreover, under the deliberate actions of the 4 great demon kings, they would never have the chance to truly ascend to godhood. Although they were pitiful, some words still had to be said. Han Shuo coldly glanced at the crowd and callously said, "Everyone, I believe you have all felt the radiance of faith in your bodies extinguish. Unfortunately, I have to inform all of you that the 4 great demon kings are all dead." As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately set off a huge uproar among the crowd of demons. Although they had some doubts in their hearts, when Han Shuo said these words, all of the demons turned pale. Their hearts were filled with despair and fear, and their eyes were filled with incredulity. How is this possible? How is this possible? How did Lord Golinda die? No way, you must be mistaken. Our Lord won't die, he won't. Our Lord is dead, what should we do? We're finished. This time we're finished. All kinds of voices resounded from the mouths of the demons. The news of the death of the 4 great demon kings had shocked all the demons. These demons, who were used to obeying the orders of their masters, did not know what to do for a moment. A mess of emotions surged in them, and the panic in their hearts seemed to never be able to calm down. How did my lord die? That demon, under Golinder's command, suddenly glared at Han Shuo and roared. I killed him. Han Shuo said grimly, How did our lord die? That demon, under Leviathan, also shouted, I killed him. Han Shuo said again. Bord and Zinnia opened their mouths, and were about to say something when Han Shuo waved his hand, looked around, and proudly said, Don't ask any more questions. I killed all 4 great demon kings. All the demons shut their mouths upon hearing those words. For a moment, the scene fell into a frightening silence. Those demons looked at Han Shuo in disbelief. They simply could not believe what they had just heard. Impossible. Just you alone? You can't even kill a single demon king. How could you possibly kill all 4 of them? One of the demons shrieked in disbelief. 2 rays of light flew out from Han Shuo's body and rapidly reappeared next to him. The 2 avatars of Han Shuo transformed into 2 other Han Shuo. The auras of Low God of death and destruction were suddenly released. The 3 Han Shuo swept their cold and fierce eyes across the crowd. The avatar of death began to set up an altar in front of the crowd. The 4 great demon kings wanted to kill me and joined hands to attack me first. Naturally, I wouldn't let them have their way. As a result, all 4 great demon kings were killed, and I was lucky enough to survive. Han Shuo said unhurriedly. Under the still stunned and puzzled gazes of the crowd, he continued, This is the truth. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Now that the light of faith in your souls has vanished, and the subjects of the 4 great demon kings of the Abyss realm have also lost their faith, the Abyss realm cannot be without a ruler for even a day. I will reluctantly assume the role of your new god. No, you don't deserve it. I will never accept it. That demon under Golinder was extremely resentful towards Han Shuo and immediately shrieked. The avatar of death that was setting up the altar pointed at the demon from afar. The energy of death instantly covered the demon's body. In the next moment, all the bones in the demon's body suddenly protruded out and pierced through his physical body. His soul was swept away by the wave of attacks and instantly turned into ashes. It was a clean death. You talk too much. Since you can't offer me the power of faith, then there's no need for you to exist anymore, Han Shuo avatar nonchalantly said. He then continued coldly, My altar will be ready soon. The light of faith will sprinkle down. Those who disobey die. Do as you see fit. In the Abyss realm, the words of the one with the bigger fist were the most effective. Han Shuo was well aware of the rules of this realm. Without wasting any time, he directly displayed his absolute power in a domineering and callous manner. We are willing. As Han Shuo had expected, Bord and Zinnia, who had been carefully taken care of by Han Shuo, were the first to agree after a brief moment of hesitation. Chapter 576. The demons on Leviathan and Manticle's side had some contact with Han Shuo along the way and had a rather good impression of Han Shuo. Now that they had learned their lesson from that ignorant fool, they quickly understood the situation. We are willing as well. Without letting Han Shuo wait any longer, those demons that came with Leviathan and Manticle made their stand, clear one after another. Han Shuo did not say a word. He only cared about preparing the altar and did not spare a glance at those demons under Cecrops and Golinder. After obtaining that mid-god divine soul, Han Shuo's domain of divinity was naturally formed. Therefore, this method of arranging an altar wasn't too difficult for him. The so-called altar was, in fact, a special kind of magical matrix. However, one had to leave a bit of divine energy and a divine imprint on it. The altar would then emit the light of faith and sprinkle it on the bodies of the believers. Once the light of faith and the souls of the believers came into contact, a contract would be formed. Once the believers were willing to give up their souls and accept the contract, they would offer up their power of faith. As Han Shuo unhurriedly arranged the altar, the demons on Cecrops and Golinder's side all wore gloomy and uncertain expressions. The current situation was very clear. Regardless of how the 4 demon kings died, Han Shuo's might was undeniable. At present, they only had 2 choices, to obey or to die. The Abyss realm revered the strong. Only those truly apex characters who were so terrifying that they seemed invincible could suppress these characters who could be considered as heroes of a region. And Han Shuo was obviously such a character. After the light of faith of the 4 demon kings vanished from their souls, their reliance on the 4 demon kings had similarly been greatly reduced. Even now, they still found the claim that Han Shuo single-handedly killed the 4 demon kings a little hard to believe. However, from the 3 identical Han Shuo, they could sense the low god energy of destruction and death. This made them vaguely realize that Han Shuo was indeed more powerful than any one of the 4 demon kings. Faced with the threat of death, and with the deep-rooted rule of respecting the strong, the demons did not have much time to hesitate. One of the timid demons took the lead and expressed, I'm willing. No one would accuse this demon of cowardice. On the contrary, the demons on Cecrops and Golinder's side were visibly relieved to see someone take the lead. Each and every one of them wore humble and reverent expressions as they expressed their stance. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo's altar was finally completed. His avatar of death raised its head, looked around, and said with a faint smile, A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad, you're rather tactful. Actually, it's much better for you to follow me than to follow those 4 bastards who died. What can those 4 petty and selfish fellows give you? Nolan had only obtained a divine weapon of light, but Leviathan had taken the opportunity to destroy her in order to prevent her from becoming a god independently. With the 4 of you, you will forever be nothing more than cannon fodder puppets. After a short pause, he stared at the demons and said word by word, "Actually, all of you are very pathetic." The faces of the demons turned gloomy after hearing those words. In the Abyss realm, they were all heroes of their own regions, lords of their own cities. Being able to cultivate to the demon realm, they naturally weren't fools. In fact, they knew better than anyone else what Han Shuo had said. This was the third time they had come to the void, including this time. Everything that had happened in the past and in recent days had made them realize that the four demon kings did not see them as humans at all. However, the Abyss realm was such a place. The four lofty demon kings had absolute authority. They, who had handed over their faith, had no complaints even though they knew this was the truth. But now that the light of faith was gone, the four demon kings were all dead, and it was Han Shuo's words that these demons began to ponder deeply about what Han Shuo had said for the first time. Seeing that these demons were deep in thought, Han Shuo said coldly, "I'm not a good person either. I'm selfish, and I'm just as vicious to my enemies. However, I won't be so despicable and shameless to my own people. I promise you that I won't be so narrow-minded as to deal with my own people. As long as you have the ability to become gods, I won't stop you." Really? A demon asked in a trembling voice, looking at Han Shuo in disbelief. "You'll see for yourselves in the future," Han Shuo said in a deep voice. "We believe in Mr. Han Shuo. After getting along with you these days, we understand that Mr. Han Shuo indeed takes good care of your own people." Board and Zinnia took the lead to express their stance. "Sure enough, I didn't save you in vain," thought Han Shuo. Although the people of the Abyss realm were savage and used to fighting, from a certain point of view, the people of the Abyss realm were very easy to tame. And once they were tamed, there would generally be no problem with their loyalty. "I'm going to start activating the power in the altar. Get ready." Without saying anything else, Han Shuo's avatar of death immediately activated the altar in front of him. The altar suddenly blossomed with a gentle light that sprinkled down like mercury and shone on the demons below. The demons who had long had thoughts of submitting to Han Shuo relaxed their minds and accepted the infusion of the light of faith. A wonderful feeling suddenly emerged in Han Shuo's heart. It was as though there were dozens of invisible threads connecting him to the demons in front of him. The faintly discernible power was very slowly and gently feeding back from the demons to the avatar of death. This power was so weak that Han Shuo would not have noticed it if he had not been attentive. Compared to the divine energy in Han Shuo's body, those traces of power were so weak that they were negligible. However, Han Shuo understood that those dozens of weak strands of power of faith were indeed filling up his divine energy bit by bit, strengthening his domain of divinity a little. These were just a few dozen demons. The citizens of the four demon kings of the Abyss realm numbered in the tens of thousands. With each and every one of them offering their faith to Han Shuo, they would become a force to be reckoned with. The dozens of demons in front of him could use the light of faith that Han Shuo had left in their minds to transmit his divine will and convert them into his followers. The divine energy of the altar faded. Han Shuo dismantled it and stored it in his space ring. The dozens of demons in front of him had all accepted the contract and become Han Shuo's followers. With these dozens of demons present, the power of faith of all the citizens of the four demon kings' territories would not be able to escape Han Shuo's control. In addition, Han Shuo had other thoughts in his mind. Han Shuo hated some of the people on Profound Continent to the extreme. Originally, he did not wish for the creatures of the Abyss realm to enter Profound Continent. But if these abyssal creatures were all under his command, that would be a whole different story. Back when he was on Profound Continent, the Saintess of the Church of Light and the six-horned tribal king of the soul race were no longer worthy of Han Shuo's attention. As the Saintess of the Church of Light and the six-horned tribal king of the soul race had independently ascended to base god status, they were perhaps slightly stronger than the demons under Han Shuo's command. They seemed to be able to deploy the domain of divinity. However, when Han Shuo, who had truly become a low god, recalled the battle between the two of them on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light years ago. He discovered that their so-called domain of divinity was, in fact, nothing more than the subtle utilization of their auras and elemental energies. Although it possessed some of the effects of a domain of divinity, it was not a true domain of divinity. After all, the saintess of the Church of Light and the six-horned tribal king of the soul race only possessed base god strength. Although they had independently ascended to godhood, they were not worthy of Han Shua's attention. When this daddy returns, the saintess, the six-horned tribal king, and even the primordious dragon will all be swept away by this daddy. When he thought of these people, the unforgettable hatred he felt back then seemed to be clearly replaying in his mind. This caused Han Shua's face to turn gloomy. "My lord, what should we do now?" Bored and Zinnia, relying on their former friendship with Han Shua, asked for the sake of Han Shua, even though they saw that Han Shua had a sinister expression on his face. Han Shua noticed the change in the way the two addressed him and understood that they had taken his position seriously. There was a time limit for the Abyss Star sense to flow back. After Bored and Zinnia became Han Shua's believers, they naturally began to think for Han Shua's sake, hoping that Han Shua would be able to handle the situation here as soon as possible. Han Shua creased his brows and was about to say something when he suddenly sensed an energy of destruction approaching. With one thought, Han Shua understood that the last demon king of the Abyss realm, Bichimos, had arrived. Sure enough, not long after, the last great demon king of the Abyss realm, Bichimos, wearing a sinister green mask, suddenly appeared before Han Shua's eyes. This Bichimos was shrouded in a strange green armor and wore that sinister green mask. His facial features could not be seen, not even his stature. His entire body was shrouded in a terrifying aura of destruction. "What's going on? I once promised you that you would not act arbitrarily in here, lest you destroy too many boundaries at once. Why didn't you listen?" Bichimo's voice was hoarse. Even his eyes were green as he looked at the crowd and said coldly. After saying that, Bichimo seemed somewhat puzzled and asked again, "Where are the 4 great demon kings?" "Dead," Han Shua replied calmly. After a short pause, he added, "All dead. I killed them." Chapter 577. Dead. Bichimo's green eyes peeked out from beneath his mask. They glinted with disbelief and shock as he stared fixedly at Han Shua and asked, "You killed him?" Han Shua nodded and indifferently replied, "That's right, I killed him." From the words of Leviathan and the others, Han Shua learned that Bichimos was the first demon king to ascend to godhood in the Abyss realm. This man was mysterious and unfathomable. He was the leader of the 5 great demon kings and possessed strength that far surpassed the other 4 demon kings. What puzzled Han Shua the most was that Bichimos kept a much lower profile than the other 4 great demon kings. Given his strength, he could easily snatch the most believers in a battle. However, he did not do so. The 4 great demon kings also learned of the Abyss from him. When he came to the Abyss, he did not bring any of his demon subordinates with him. He came alone. Bichimo's various actions made Han Shua feel that this man was very mysterious and peculiar. Therefore, as soon as Bichimos landed in front of Han Shua's consciousness was fully focused on sensing the aura emanating from Bichimo's body. He could faintly sense his strength from the energy of destruction around him. Even low gods had differences in strength. This Bichimos, who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, must have stayed in the low god realm for quite some time. From him, Han Shua sensed energy that was much more powerful than any of the 4 great demon kings. It was also at this moment that Han Shua finally understood why Bichimos stood aloof from worldly affairs, and why the 4 greedy great demon kings never dared to stir up trouble in his territory. Strength decides everything. While Han Shua was sizing up Bichimos, the most powerful and oldest great demon king of the Abyss realm, his green eyes were filled with astonishment as they focused on Han Shua. He was also secretly spying on Han Shua's strength. At this moment, Han Shua's two avatars had yet to conceal themselves within his body. Bichimos immediately and clearly sensed the low god energies of death and destruction. Astonishment. Bichimos, the great demon king who had not shown the slightest trace of emotion for a long time, was extremely astonished when he saw the three souls of Han Shua in front of him. After a long time, the astonishment in Bichimos' green eyes slowly receded. He took a deep breath, and with his hoarse voice he slowly said, "I believe what you said. It seems that Manticore and the other three have indeed died by your hands." On one hand, Bichimos did not sense the auras of the other four demon kings. On the other hand, it was because he discovered that Bord, Zinnia, and the others had changed their target of worship. Han Shua had a limited understanding of Bichimos and did not know if he was a friend or foe. However, Han Shua was not afraid of him. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Actually, I bear no malice towards the four demon kings. It's just that they couldn't tolerate me and I had no choice but to act. You don't need to explain anything." Bichimos stared deeply at Han Shua and said indifferently, "The Abyss Realm doesn't care about right or wrong. Only strength matters. If they're dead, then so be it. You have the strength to kill them. No one will question you no matter what reason you have." Han Shua was rather taken aback by those words. He stared blankly for a moment and then asked puzzledly, "Then why have you come here?" "Because the commotion on your side has been too great, so great that even the boundaries on my side have been affected. I only came here to persuade them to stop fighting, because once the boundaries on this side fall into chaos, it will affect everything else. No one will be able to leave the abyss alive," Bichimos explained. He paused for a moment before continuing, "It seems that I don't have to worry about them anymore. That's good too. The four of them have been fighting amongst themselves and throwing the abyss into chaos. It's not necessarily a bad thing for them to die." Bichimos' attitude made it seem as though he didn't care about the life and death of the four demon kings. Han Shua was rather puzzled, but did not ask any questions. "All right, since there won't be any big commotion on this side, I can rest assured. Good luck to you. See you again." When Bichimos saw that Han Shua wasn't saying anything, he didn't ask any more questions. He nodded indifferently and was about to leave. "Wait!" Han Shua hastily called out to stop Bichimos from leaving. Bichimos was startled for a moment. He turned his gaze back to Han Shua and asked, "Is there anything else?" "I have a request." Han Shua didn't beat around the bush. He stared at Bichimos and said straightforwardly, "What is it? Tell me first." Bichimos didn't immediately agree, nor did he refuse. He was still as cold as ever. "My lord, where is the transportation matrix to the abyss? I heard from Manticore that you are the only one who knows the location of the transportation matrix." Han Shua asked with a stern face. "Oh." Bichimos stared at Han Shua in astonishment and said, "I have heard some news about you. Are you preparing to leave the Abyss Realm with the help of the transportation matrix?" "That's right. Please help me, my lord." Han Shua had always been very friendly when he needed help. He grinned and said sincerely. Bichimos remained silent for a moment. His green eyes stared at Han Shua for a long time, as though he was trying to see through Han Shua. After a while, Bichimos nodded and said, "Follow me." Upon finishing those words, Bichimos suddenly flew up according to the route he came from. You guys follow me too." Han Shua turned around and instructed the demons behind him. His two avatars returned to his body, his consciousness firmly locked onto Bichimos, and he abruptly flew up. Bichimos was far more familiar with the abyss than the other four demon kings. In the Misty Valley, he cautiously avoided many boundaries and traveled in a zigzagging direction through a passageway he had dug himself. The tunnel dug by Bichimos alone was actually longer than the tunnel dug by two parties of the four demon kings combined. Han Shua's consciousness was firmly locked onto Bichimos. After flying for a while, he immediately determined this. Han Shua was slightly startled. It was only now that he recalled that it was Bichimos who revealed the abyss to the other 4 demon kings. The other 4 had already made 3 trips to the abyss, including this trip. Bichimos, the oldest, must have made even more trips. With that thought in mind, Han Shuo became even more curious about this Bichimos. Just as Han Shuo was marveling at the mysteriousness of Bichimos, he suddenly sensed Bichimos come to a halt. His silhouette flickered within the boundless fog, and Han Shuo abruptly stood shoulder to shoulder with Bichimos. "Be careful! Don't go forward recklessly!" Bichimos' voice suddenly sounded. When he saw that Han Shuo was not moving, he pointed to the area in front of them and said, "That's the interplanar transportation matrix of the Abyss realm. It's very dilapidated. Because the planar guardian died, no one knows how to use it." After a long while, Bichimos realized that Han Shuo was not replying. He couldn't help but look at Han Shuo in astonishment. He immediately discovered that Han Shuo's face was filled with shock and incredulity. He asked again, "This is the interplanar transportation matrix you are looking for?" After a moment of hesitation, Bichimos suddenly became a little excited when he saw the peculiar look in Han Shuo's eyes. His voice became gentle and trembling as he asked, You recognize this interplanar transportation matrix?" The ground was littered with white bones and drawings of eccentric high-level undead creatures. The atmosphere of desolation, deathly stillness, and gloom permeated the surface of the structure that had obviously been mostly destroyed. This was another cemetery of death. How could Han Shuo not recognize this place? It was just that this cemetery of death only had a dilapidated wall and a rather intact, giant, magical transportation matrix. There were no mysterious rooms buried deep into the ground below. Han Shuo, whose heart was filled with astonishment, did not notice the peculiar tone in Bichimo's voice. He nodded and said with certainty, "Of course I recognize it. Ha! I really didn't expect it to really be a cemetery of death." Bichimo's green pupils fiercely reflected intense, emotional fluctuations when he heard these words. He hastily asked again, "Then you know how to activate this interplanar transportation matrix?" Han Shuo was somewhat surprised. This time, he heard something different in Bichimo's voice. Bichimo's voice was no longer as hoarse as before due to his agitated emotions. It actually sounded a little more elegant. It sounded like a woman's voice. You're a woman?" Han Shuo asked in disbelief after being stunned for a moment. "No," Bichimos flatly denied. His voice had regained its hoarseness. He stared coldly at Han Shuo and asked, You can activate this interplanar transportation matrix?" "I'll only know after I try," Han Shuo answered after thinking for a moment. "Then go ahead and try. I'll wait." Bichimos seemed somewhat impatient. Han Shuo was astounded. He discovered that Bichimos had become rather strange ever since Han Shuo displayed familiarity with this dilapidated cemetery of death. Not only had his hoarse voice become a little more elegant due to his agitation, but even his indifference towards everything had undergone a tremendous change. Han Shuo understood that Bichimos cared a great deal about this interplanar transportation matrix. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo probed, "You need to use this transportation matrix?" After a long silence, Bichimo's green pupils were incomparably complicated. He nodded indifferently and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, I want to go home." Chapter 578. Go home. Han Shuo cried out in surprise. He stared at Bichimos with sparkling eyes and asked, "You're not from the Abyss realm either?" Bichimos let out a faint sigh. His green eyes were filled with sentimental reminiscence of the past. He replied in a deep voice, "That's right. Just like you, I'm not from the Abyss realm either. I've stayed in this place for many years. I don't have a single family or friend here. You've just arrived at the Abyss realm not too long ago. Perhaps you haven't experienced that kind of endless loneliness yet." Sigh. Han Shuo's curiosity was completely piqued by Bichimos's words. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and said, "I understand how you feel. To be separated from another familiar world. That kind of loneliness is indeed very painful." After hearing Han Shuo's words, the distance between Bichimos and Han Shuo seemed to have suddenly shortened a little. Bichimos looked at Han Shuo and continued, "Yes, in another world, there are my friends and family, everything that I'm familiar with. However, in this world, there are all kinds of people and things that are completely foreign to me. For gods like us, worshippers who are as insignificant as ants, there's simply no one I can confide in. The Abyss realm is a little too small. In a place like this, it might be fine to stay for a year or 10 years. But if you stay for thousands of years, that kind of repeated torment of loneliness and loneliness you can try to imagine. Alone in this foreign country, facing the uncivilized abyssal creatures that were as insignificant as ants, and staying for thousands of years." Han Shuo faintly understood how Bichimos felt after imagining for a moment. He knitted his brows and nodded. He suddenly felt very sympathetic towards this Bichimos, whose gender he didn't know. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo said in a deep voice, "I'm indeed familiar with this interplanar transportation matrix, but whether it can be activated or not, I still need to test it before I can be sure. Helping me is the same as helping yourself. You should give it a try as soon as possible. The void isn't a place where you can stay for long," Bichimos said hastily. He became rather anxious and impatient at the mention of interplanar transportation matrices. It was only a matter of time before the stardust current flowed back. Sooner or later, this abyssal valley would be filled with stardust. Han Shuo naturally understood what Bichimos meant. With his powerful consciousness, Han Shuo was completely unafraid of the corrosive effect of the stardust current on his soul. Although Han Shuo had cultivated his consciousness using demonic arts, his two avatars were still low god of death and destruction, respectively. Although his spiritual sense was not afraid, it did not mean that the divine souls of his two outer body incarnations were equally fearless of the stardust current. After the outer body incarnations had gained their own souls, they could only hide within Han Shuo's body. He did not dare to risk these two outer body incarnations that he had painstakingly formed without any assurance of success. Therefore, after a brief moment of hesitation, Han Shuo decided to try activating the interplanar transportation matrix in the dilapidated Cemetery of Death. It was at this moment that several dozen shadows landed behind Han Shuo one after another with whooshing noises. These were the demons that Han Shuo had just subdued. They were too slow and were left behind. Now, all of them had finally arrived. "Stand here and don't move," Han Shuo softly shouted. As soon as those words left his mouth, a fleeting shadow slowly floated out from Han Shuo's chest. It warped in midair and transformed into another Han Shuo. Step by step, the shadow walked towards the Cemetery of Death. The outer perimeter of the dilapidated Cemetery of Death was also protected by an invisible boundary. However, it was unknown whether it was because of the passage of time or because it had been damaged before, but compared to the invisible boundary that existed on Profound Continent, this one was much weaker. When Han Shuo's avatar of death approached the invisible boundary, before Han Shuo could make a move, an extremely familiar feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Before Han Shuo could think further, the deep black magical robe draped over his body suddenly lit up with a soft green radiance. The boundary that enveloped the dilapidated interplanar transportation matrix very amicably split open to form an opening that allowed Han Shuo to pass through. After being startled, Han Shuo abruptly came to his senses. He exclaimed in delight, "So it's his! Haha, this is so much more convenient." From the flickering green radiance of the deep black magical robe, Han Shuo, who was used to activating the Cemetery of Death on Profound Continent with a skeletal staff, immediately understood that the owner of the deep black magical robe, the mid-god whose soul he had completely melted, was the owner of the Cemetery of Death in the Abyss realm. "What's going on?" Bichimo's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw that Han Shuo had effortlessly entered instead of forcibly breaking through the boundary like he did back then. I've already said that I know a thing or two about this place. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The Avatar of Death continued to move forward. However, the main body standing beside Bichimo's suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. You're a lich too? Bichimo stared blankly for a moment before, as though he suddenly recalled something. He stared at Han Shuo and asked. Han Shuo was startled. He turned his head to look at Bichimo's and asked, How do you know what a lich is? From all the memories left behind by the owner of the skeletal staff, Han Shuo knew that those who cultivated in the elemental energy of death were also called liches. Those who cultivated in the elemental energy of death to become over-gods were also known as lich kings. Since Bichimos knew what a lich was, it meant that he naturally came from a material plane where the concept of gods was extremely clear. Of course I know. Back then, when I was sent here by my family, I came here together with those liches. This interplanar transportation array was made by that mid-god lich. We all came here through that transportation array, Bichimos explained naturally. Han Shuo couldn't contain his curiosity after hearing those words. He looked at Bichimos with great interest and asked, Can you briefly tell me what happened back then? Actually, there's not much to say. Bichimos faintly sighed. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, Since you are also a lich, you should have also come from a higher material plane. Naturally, you would understand some of the aspirations of the overgod of death and the gods of destruction. In order to obtain more power, the overgod of death and the gods of destruction dispatched their subordinates to spread death and destruction across all material planes. I was one of them. In order to temper me, my family sent me out. Those liches were one of our allies. Our goal was to completely control the Abyss realm. However, when we arrived here, we discovered that there were already powerful beings in the Abyss realm. We could be considered as invaders. In this peculiar valley, we had a great battle with them. Although we were slightly stronger during the battle, no one could have predicted that there would be such a strange thing as the stellar sand current. In the end, both parties were not aware of the danger and were all enveloped by the stellar sand current. Apart from me, not a single god of the Abyss realm was able to escape. You're really lucky, Han Shuo said as he sized up Bichimos with an odd look. Bichimos' green eyes flashed with a trace of sorrow. He shook his head and sighed, It's not luck. It's just that my identity was a little special and my strength was lacking. Back then I came here purely because my family had mobilized their power to allow me to gain some merits in that expedition. Therefore, I had been observing the development of the situation from afar and did not directly participate in that great battle. As I was an outsider, I could clearly see the changes in Tanai. In the beginning, I didn't understand why the stellar sand current was so frightening. It was only when I discovered that those people were dying one after another that I realized what had happened. Unfortunately, at that time, apart from me who had been observing from afar, everyone else was enveloped by the stellar sand current. My warning came a little too late. I had no choice but to do my best to escape from the abyss. So that's how it is. Han Shuo nodded. His expression when he looked at Bichimos became even weirder. From his words, Han Shuo understood that Bichimos' original identity must have been rather noble. His family clan strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay out of this expedition without fighting, yet still be able to effortlessly fish for merits. After I escaped from this place, I stayed outside and silently observed this place. Gradually, I figured out the operating principle of that stellar sand current. I also tried to re-enter this place a few times. I discovered that for some unknown reason, this battlefield had formed all kinds of boundaries. Even the interplanar transportation matrix, deployed by the most powerful lich, had been sealed off. I don't know anything about interplanar transportation matrices, so I couldn't use this broken interplanar transportation matrix to leave the abyss. For so many years, I tried to find every method that could allow me to leave this place, but to no avail. The reason why I told the other four about the existence of the void was because I hoped to borrow their strength to see if I could make more discoveries in this place. However, those four didn't seem to care much about this aspect. All they wanted was to obtain the divine weapons in this place and raise their strength at all costs. After so many years, I have been thoroughly disappointed in them. This time, even if you don't kill them, after leaving this place, I will kill them one by one, Manticore said in a ruthless voice. Why? Han Shuo was stunned. Since I couldn't use interplanar transportation matrices to leave the abyss, I had no choice but to fly out of the abyss and carry out interplanar travel in search of another material plane with high-level creatures and interplanar transportation matrices. However, interplanar travel is too dangerous. Only those who possess high god strength can carry it out, and I am merely a low god. The process of advancing from low god to high god is too long, so long that I am not willing to think about it. But after wasting 1,000 years, I have no other choice but to do this. In the past, I didn't care much about the energy of faith because I hoped that those 4 demon kings could help me. But since they couldn't help me, I naturally had to take everything that belonged to me so that I could improve faster. Bachim explained indifferently. From his words, it seemed that the 4 demon kings were merely puppets that he supported. Their fates were in his hands. I believe that you won't have to wait that long. It was at this moment that Han Shuo suddenly said, confidently. As soon as those words left his mouth, the interplanar coordinates of the broken ancient interplanar transportation matrix in the cemetery of death suddenly lit up. Chapter 579. At this moment, Bachimos, who had waited bitterly for an unknown number of years, had an astonishing divine radiance in his green eyes. His body trembled uncontrollably. His mouth was agape, but for a moment he was so excited that he couldn't speak. He could only pant heavily. In the memories left behind by the original owner of the skeletal staff was the method to activate and use an interplanar transportation matrix. The interplanar transportation matrix here was of the same origin as the one in the cemetery of death. There was no difference at all. Moreover, the mid-god divine Soul Han Shuo had digested was none other than the owner of this interplanar transportation matrix. Not to mention that Han Shuo was a low god of death. Han Shuo had all the necessary tools. Therefore, Han Shuo, who was well versed in the art of interplanar transportation matrix, could easily activate it. It's activated, it's really activated. Bachimos mumbled to himself after a long while, as though he had just woken up from his immense excitement. He gazed at the interplanar transportation matrix that was constantly flickering with radiance. Han Shuo's heart was also filled with ecstasy. From the transformation of this dilapidated interplanar transportation matrix, Han Shuo clearly knew that there was hope for his return journey. Profound Continent had everything he was familiar with, as well as enemies that were engraved in his bones. Naturally, Han Shuo would never forget that place. And now, with this interplanar transportation matrix of the void, Han Shuo had essentially opened up a pathway between Profound Continent and Dark Continent. Not only could he return to Profound Continent, but he could also return to the Abyss Realm through the Cemetery of Death in the Dark Forest. What a wonderful thing this was! Bachimos, who was beyond excited, looked at the flickering interplanar transportation matrix and couldn't contain his joy as he said, I have enough energy ores. As long as I inject the energy ores and make some arrangements, the interplanar transportation matrix can be activated. We should hurry up. Han Shuo nodded and smilingly said, It seems that we can finally get what we wanted. Thank you very much. I will remember this favor. Bachimos was in an extremely good mood. His voice carried a trace of elegance. You're welcome. Han Shuo had a strange feeling as he listened to Bachimos' elegant voice. He did not know whether this Bachimos was a man or a woman. Having stayed in the Abyss Realm for such a long time, Han Shuo had seen all kinds of bizarre characters. Even Han Shuo was somewhat unable to make out Bichimo's true appearance. "My lord, it's bad. Look up!" Bored suddenly shouted at this moment. Startled, Han Shuo and Bichimos raised their heads, only to discover that a bright light had abruptly emerged from the misty sky above their heads. Both of them cried out in unison, "Is the stardust current about to return?" Han Shuo hastily asked. Bichimo's eyes were filled with incomparable panic. He anxiously said, "Yes, the return of the stardust current is extremely fast. I've waited for too long. I really don't want to wait any longer. What should I do?" "How long will it take for the stardust current to return?" Han Shuo, consciousness calmed down, and immediately asked. "Very soon, faster than you can imagine. It will definitely arrive before you fill up the energy ores." Bichimo's voice was extremely urgent. "Then what are we waiting for? Leave this place at once," Han Shuo softly shouted. He instructed Bored, Zinnia, and the others. "Don't worry about anything. Leave this place at once." Even though he said so, he himself did not move. I can't accept this," Bichimos said in an agitated and furious tone. The avatars of death and destruction abruptly retreated to Bichimo's side, while Han Shuo's main body seized the opportunity to enter the interplanar transportation matrix. His avatars of death and destruction simultaneously reached out to support Bichimos and dragged him outside. As they flew, Han Shuo said, "We can't stay here for long. In any case, you've already waited for so long. One more time won't matter." When Han Shuo grasped Bichimo's wrist that was wrapped in green armor, he felt soft and warm, as though the green armor did not exist at all. This gave Han Shuo a strange feeling. Bichimos was agitated. With a jolt of his strength, he shook off Han Shuo's hand and asked anxiously, "Is it possible to set up and activate the interplanar transportation matrix before the stardust current returns?" "You said it's impossible. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer," Han Shuo quickly replied. Seeing that the majority of the demons had begun to retreat outside, Han Shuo shouted at Bored and Zinnia, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and return the way we came. Do you really want to die here? Your lordship hasn't moved yet. Your subordinates dare not leave first." Bored and Zinnia exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Under my command, there aren't so many rules. Protecting your own life is the most important thing," Han Shuo berated. Soon after, he shouted, "Go!" Upon hearing Han Shuo's words and seeing Han Shuo's resolute expression, Bored and Zinnia no longer insisted. They bowed towards Han Shuo and flew away behind the demons. "Follow me. We will leave the void for the time being, but we will return very soon. I promise you." Han Shuo's two avatars once again dragged Bichimos. Without saying a word, they pulled him and flew towards the outside. Bichimos finally regained his clarity of mind. He understood that staying in the void would only lead to death. It was precisely because of this that he only took Han Shuo's assurance as comforting words and did not take it to heart. However, when Han Shuo's two avatars dragged him outside, while the other Han Shuo remained calmly at the interplanar transportation matrix, Bichimos was somewhat bewildered. He pointed at Han Shuo's body that was getting further and further away from them and exclaimed in shock, That you? Why aren't you leaving?" "Don't worry. Although that other me isn't strong enough, this stardust current can kill so many gods, but it's useless against me alone," Han Shuo said proudly. "Impossible!" Bichimos shrieked. He glared at Han Shuo and shouted, "No god can escape the corrosion of the stardust current. No one. If that body of yours stays behind, only death awaits you. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry." Han Shuo did not explain further. Seeing that Bichimos had begun to fly away, Han Shuo no longer supported him. Gradually, the stardust current seemed to appear in the distance. Han Shuo's two avatars, Bichimos, and Han Shuo's newly accepted believers all hurriedly returned the way they came. In the center of the misty valley in the void, only Han Shua's avatars remained at the interplanar transportation matrix. Han Shua, who cultivated in demonic arts, had his consciousness infinitely useful and was completely unaffected by the stardust current. After everyone disappeared, Han Shua calmly and unhurriedly took out a large amount of magic crystal ores from his space ring. The energy ores Bachimos mentioned were, of course, magic crystal ores that could provide the energy required for the interplanar transportation matrix. The magic crystal ores he took out were of the highest quality and contained a considerable amount of energy. The surroundings of the interplanar transportation matrix were covered with grooves of various sizes, specially used to store magic crystal ores. With his consciousness unafraid of the corrosion of the stardust current, Han Shua was not in a hurry. He carefully and meticulously placed these magic crystal ores of the highest quality into those grooves. Then, relying on the memory of his consciousness, he began to slowly modify this interplanar transportation matrix. Just as Bachimos had said, the speed at which the stardust current returned was extremely fast. Not long after Bachimos and the others had left, the swift and violent stardust current had already filled up this void valley. The soul-corroding energy naturally began to stir in Han Shua's consciousness. However, Han Shua utilized the wondrous abilities of his consciousness to continuously split and reassemble the energy. He was completely unscathed. After a while, with Han Shua's full concentration, a magical imprint on the interplanar transportation matrix suddenly glowed brilliantly. Han Shua was overjoyed. He knew that the magical imprint was specially used to input the coordinates of an interplanar plane. Its glowing signified that the energy in the grooves of the interplanar transportation matrix was sufficient to carry out interplanar teleportation. In other words, this interplanar transportation matrix could now be used for real. Every interplanar transportation matrix had its own coordinates. To carry out interplanar teleportation, one would need the coordinates of another destination. This was common knowledge that Han Shua had long understood. Back when Han Shua was still on Profound Continent, when he learned from the Calamity Church that the enormous transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death could carry out interplanar teleportation, he had spent a great deal of time and effort researching that enormous transportation matrix. Naturally, he knew the coordinates of the interplanar transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death on Profound Continent. Now that the magical imprint on the interplanar transportation matrix had glowed, Han Shua was overjoyed. He prepared to use the method from his memory to input the coordinates of the interplanar transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death on Profound Continent with his mental strength. When the overjoyed Han Shua thought that he would soon be able to return to Profound Continent through the interplanar transportation matrix, he couldn't contain his excitement. Even the fingers of his hands that were still holding a few pieces of magic crystal or subconsciously bent and trembled in excitement. However, it was at this moment that the entire valley suddenly underwent an unusual change. For some unknown reason, the energy of the countless boundaries, seals, and broken magical matrices that were scattered all over the valley that was once the battlefield of the gods suddenly turned chaotic. They transformed into rays of light that shot towards the only living being in the valley, Han Shua